A History of Central Banking by Stephen Goodson. Chapter 2. The Hidden Origins of the Bank of England. Quote, "All great events have been distorted, most of the important causes concealed. If the history of England is ever written by one who has the knowledge and the courage, the world would be astonished." Unquote. A History of Central Banking
Prime Minister of
by Stephen Goodson. Chapter 2. The Hidden Origins of the Bank
King
of
Offa
England.
ruled the Kingdom of Mercia.
Quote, "It was
All
bounded
great
by the
events
rivers
have been
Trent and
distorted,
Mersey in the north,
most of the
the
important
Thames Valley in
causes
the south,
concealed.
Wales in
The
the
history
west,
of England
and
is
East
ever
Anglia
written
by
by
one
S.
who has the knowledge and the courage to the world would be
791
astonished. It was one of
A
the
History
seven
of
central banking
Prime Minister
by Stephen Goodson. Offa was
Chapter
a wise
2.
and
Ancient
able
administrator.
hidden origins of the Bank
King
of
Offa
England. He established the
ruled the
first
kingdom of
monetary
Mercia.
system.
All
Founded
great
by
events
British
have been
conspiracy
distorted,
of gold,
most of
used
the
the
important
Thames Valley in
causes
the south
concealed.
and as a store
Wales
of
in the
wealth.
history of England
Stands
is ever
ever
written
by
by
one
one
who
who
has
has
the
the
knowledge
knowledge
and the courage the world would be astonished. The pennies were stamped with a star. A History of Central Banking
Prime Minister
by
from which the
Stephen
word
Goodson.
sterling
Offa was
Chapter
a wise
2.
and
Ancient
able
administrator.
hidden origins of the Bank
King
of
Offa
England. He established the first monetary system.
All great events have been distorted, most of the
Sunset
causes
South,
concealed.
Wales in the
History
west,
of England
and
is ever
Bosnia
written
by
by
one
one
who
who
has the
has
knowledge
divided
and the
all
courage
seven
the world would be astonished. The pennies were stamped with a star. The history of usurers be forfeited, while in 1050, Edward the Confessor, 1042 to 66, decreed that not only forfeiture, but that a usurer be declared an outlaw and be banished for life. First Jewish migration and expulsion. The Jews first arrived in England in 1066 in the wake of William I's defeat of King Harold II at Hastings on the 14th of October. These Jews came from Rome, 75 miles from Falaise in Normandy, where William the Conqueror was born illegitimately as William the Bastard. Although the historical record does not indicate whether they promoted the idea of a military invasion of England, these Jews had at the very least financed it. For this support, they were richly rewarded by being allowed to practice usury under royal protection. The consequences for the English people were disastrous. By charging rates of interest of 33% per annum on lands mortgaged by nobles and 300% per annum on tools of trade or chattels pledged by workmen, within 2 generations, 1/4 of all English lands were in the hands of Jewish usurers. At his death in 1186, Aaron of Lincoln was declared to be the richest man in England, and it was estimated that his wealth exceeded that of King Henry II. Furthermore, the Jewish immigrants undermined the ethos of the guilds and exasperated the English merchants by selling a large variety of goods under one roof. They also played a prominent role in the clipping of silver coins and the melting of them into bullion and the plating of tin with silver. The famous economist, Dr. William Cunningham, compares, quote, "the activity of the Jews in England from the 11th century onward to a sponge which sucks up all the wealth of the land and thereby hinders all economic development. Interesting, too, is the proof that even at this early period, the government did everything in its power to make the Jews take up decent trades and honest work, and thereby at the same time amalgamate with the rest of the population, but all to no purpose," unquote. By the beginning of the 13th century, many nobles were in danger of losing their lands through usury and taxation. In 1207, an enormous sum of £60,000 was levied in taxes on the Christian population. The Jews also paid tax, but at a lower rate and on grossly understated income and wealth. Nobles who borrowed from Jewish moneylenders and from the king and his agents had to have their mortgages registered on the treasury rolls. As soon as a noble got into financial difficulty, the king would buy the debt from the moneylender and seize the land for himself. King John, 1199 to 1216, was quote-unquote utterly reckless in pursuit of this depraved and dishonest policy, and was moreover, quote, profligate, incompetent, and utterly beholden to his Jews. In 1215, the nobles revolted and forced King John to sign the Magna Carta on the 15th of June, 1215. This document consists of 61 clauses relating to the establishment of various constitutional and legal rights, but its principal purpose was to cancel the bonds of the Jewish moneylenders and to abolish usury and the privileged position of the Jews. On 19th of October, 1216, King John died and was succeeded by his 9-year-old son, Henry III, who ruled from 1219 to 1272. His reign was little better than that of his father, and 19 of the clauses affecting the Jews were abrogated the following year. However, his heir, Edward I, 1272 to 1307, soon realized that Jews had no place in English society, and that if he did not take action, he would be in danger of losing his throne. In 1233 and 1275, statutes of Jewry were passed which abolished all forms of usury. As many of these Jews could no longer earn a quote-unquote living, a statute was passed by King Edward on the 18th of July, 1290, compelling the entire Jewish population of 16,511 Jews to leave England forever. One of the over 100 expulsions which have been recorded throughout European history. The announcement was greeted with great joy and jubilation throughout the land. Unlike the modern practice of ethnic cleansing, the Jews, after paying a tax of 1/15 of the value of their movables and 1/10 of their specie, were permitted to leave with all their goods in the chattels. Any Jew who remained after the 1st of November, 1290, was liable to be executed. The glorious Middle Ages. With the banishment of the moneylenders and the abolition of usury, taxes were moderate and there was no state debt, as the interest-free tally stick was used for government expenditures. This ancient instrument of finance, known to the Saracens and possibly also to the Chinese, is derived from the Latin word talia, meaning a stick. A tally stick was made out of hazel, willow, or boxwood because these woods split easily. They were usually 8 inches in length, from forefinger to thumb, and ½ inch wide, although they could be up to 8 feet long. The denominations were indicated by different sized cuts in the wood. 1,000 pounds were marked by cutting out the thickness of the palm of a hand, 100 pounds by the breadth of a little finger, 1 pound that of a swelling barley cup. Shillings of somewhat less and pence were marked by incisions. The payee was recorded on the flat sides. When all the details had been recorded on the tally, it was split nearly to the bottom, so that one part retained a stump or a handle on which a hole would be bored. This was known as the counter tally or counterfoil and was held on a rod at the exchequer. The flat strip, without the stump, was given to the payee. As no two pieces of wood are identical, it was impossible to forge a tally stick. Tally sticks were first introduced during the reign of King Henry II, 1100 to 1135, and would remain in circulation until 1783. It was, however, during the period 1290 to 1485 that tallies would reach their apogee and constitute the principal means of state finance. Tallies were used not only to pay state salaries, but to finance major items of infrastructure, such as construction of the Wall of the City of London, public buildings, and ports. The exact amount of tallies in circulation is not known, but as late as 1694, 17 million pounds worth were still in existence. This was a prodigious sum, as the king's annual budget rarely exceeded 2.5 million pounds, and a laborer earned a penny a day. With tolerable taxes, no state debt, and no interest to pay, England enjoyed a period of unparalleled growth and prosperity. The average laborer worked only 14 weeks and enjoyed 160 to 180 holidays, according to Lord William Leverhulme, a writer of that time. Quote, "The men of the 15th century were very well paid," unquote. In fact, so well paid that the purchasing power of their wages and their standard of living would only be exceeded in the late 19th century. A laborer could provide for all the necessities his family required. They were well clothed in good wool and cloth and had plenty of meat and bread. Houston Stewart Chamberlain, the Anglo-German philosopher, confirms these living conditions in his The Foundations of the 19th Century. Quote, in the 13th century, when the Teutonic races began to build their new world, the agriculturalist over the nearly whole of Europe was a freer man, with a more assured existence than he is today. Copyhold was the rule, so that England, for example, today a seat of landlordism, was even in the 15th century almost entirely in the hands of thousands of farmers who were not only legal owners of the land, but possessed, in addition, far-reaching free rights to common pastures and woodlands. Unquote. With the average laborer required to work only 14 weeks in a year, many voluntarily gave of their time to build England's magnificent cathedrals. The York Minster was completed in 1472 and has the largest expanse of stained glass in the world. There's a picture of the York Minster right about that. During their spare hours, many craftsmen volunteered their skills in the building of some of England's magnificent cathedrals, which reinforces one of the basic tenets of Western civilization, that without leisure time, fostering the culture is not possible. George Macaulay Trevelyan, the English social historian, describes these accomplishments as follows, quote, the continuous but ever-moving tradition of ecclesiastical architecture still proceeded on its majestic way, filling England with towering forests of masonry, of which the beauty and grandeur have never been rivaled either by the ancients or moderns. In the newer churches, the light no longer crept, but flooded in through the stained glass, of which the secret is today even more completely lost than the magic of the architect. Although King Henry VIII, by 1509 to 47, relaxed the laws regarding usury, in 1509 they were subsequently repealed by his son King Edward VI, 1547 to 53, by an act of 1552, whose preamble stated that, quote, usury is by word of God utterly prohibited, as a vice most odious and detestable, unquote. End of a golden era. During the 17th century, this golden era came to a tragic end. Large numbers of Jews who had been expelled from Spain in 1492 by Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon on account of their persistent involvement in usury and unethical business practices, had settled in Holland. Although the Dutch were at that time an important maritime power, the Jewish usurers based in Amsterdam desired to return to England, where their prospects for expanding the operations of their money-lending empire were far more promising. During the reign of Queen Elizabeth I, 1558 to 1603, small numbers of Marranos Spanish Jews who had converted to a sham form of Christianity settled in London. Many of them practiced as goldsmiths, accepting deposits of gold for safekeeping, and then issuing 10 times the amount of gold received as gold receipts, that is, loans with interest. These receipts, a forerunner of the fraudulent fractional reserve system of banking, were initially lent to the Crown or Treasury at 8% per annum. But according to Samuel Pepys, the diarist secretary to the Admiralty, the interest rate increased to as much as 20%, even 30% per annum. The rate of the interest merchants paid often exceeded 33% per annum, even though the legal rate was only 6% per annum. Workmen and poor people bore the brunt of these extortionate rates of interest by having to pay 60, 70, or even 80% per annum. According to Michael Godfrey, the author of a pamphlet entitled A Short Account of the Bank of England, 2 to 3 million pounds have been lost through the bankruptcies of goldsmiths and the disappearance of their clerks. Cromwell and the English Civil War. In 1534, by the Act of Supremacy, the Church of England was established as the official religion of England by King Henry VIII. During the 16th and 17th centuries, Puritan beliefs based on the teachings of John Wycliffe and John Calvin gained an increasing number of adherents. The Puritans considered the Bible to be the true law of God and emphasized Bible reading, prayer, and preaching, and the simplification of the ritual of the sacraments. The Stuart King Charles I, 1625 to 1649, who wished to maintain the preeminence of the Anglican Church, came into intensified conflict with the Puritans, who were making great progress in proselytizing the population. After the assassination of Charles's trusted friend and advisor, the Duke of Buckingham, in 1628, he gradually became more isolated. The growing religious division provided a perfect opportunity for exploitation by Jewish conspirators. As Israel Disraeli, the father of Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli, wrote in the Life and Reign of Charles I, quote, "The nation was artfully divided into Sabbatarians and Sabbath breakers," unquote. In 1640, one of the leaders of the clandestine Jewish community, Fernandez Carvajal, a merchant and spy who is also known as, quote, "the Great Jew," unquote, organized an armed militia of about 10,000 operatives who were used to intimidate the people of London and sow confusion. Large numbers of pamphlets and leaflets were also distributed. Civil war soon followed between the Royalists, Anglicans, and Roundheads, Puritans, and lasted from 1642 to 48. The Roundheads, with their new model army, were victorious, and an estimated 190,000 persons, or 3.8% of the population, died. The leader of the Roundheads was Oliver Cromwell, 1599 to 1658, whose new model army was not only outfitted and provisioned by the chief contractor and professional agitator Fernandez Carvajal, but also bankrolled by Jewish moneylenders in Amsterdam. The leader of the Dutch Jews, Manasseh ben Israel, sent begging petitions to Cromwell asking that the Jews be allowed to immigrate to England in return for their financial favors, which had been so generously arranged. Regicide of King Charles I. The treachery to which Cromwell descended is revealed in correspondence between himself and the synagogue of Mulheim, Germany. Quote, 16 of June, 1647. From O.C., that is Oliver Cromwell, to Ebenezer Pratt. In return for financial support, will advocate admission of Jews to England. This, however, impossible while Charles is living. Charles cannot be executed without trial, adequate grounds for which do not at present exist. Therefore, advise that Charles be assassinated, but will have nothing to do with arrangements for procuring an assassin, though willing to help in his escape, unquote. In reply was dispatched the following, quote, 12 July 1647, to O.C. from Ebenezer Pratt. Will grant financial aid as soon as Charles removed and Jews admitted. Assassination too dangerous. Charles will be given an opportunity to escape. His recapture will make trial and execution possible. The support will be liberal, but useless to discuss terms until trial commences, unquote. King Charles was staying as a virtual prisoner in Holmby House, Northamptonshire. On the 4th of June 1647, 500 revolutionaries seized the king, but then allowed him to escape to the Isle of Wight, where he was subsequently arrested. On the 5th of December 1648, the House of Commons decided, quote, that the king's concessions were satisfactory to a settlement, unquote. Cromwell then purged the House of Commons with the assistance of Colonel Pride until there was only a quote-unquote rump of 50 members left, who then duly voted that the king be put on trial. Not a single English lawyer was prepared to draw up a charge sheet against the king. Eventually, it was provided by a Dutch Jew, Isaac Doorslaus. The king was forced to participate in a show trial in a high court of justice in which 2/3 of its members were levelers from the army. Charles refused to plead, but was found guilty and executed on the 30th of January 1649. As the procession approached, the scaffold large numbers of crowd shouted, quote, God save the king, unquote, after the deed had been done, there was an enormous groan of anguish. There's a lack of periods in this movie. Second Jewish migration. From 7 to 18th of December, 1655, Cromwell, who was called the Protector, held a conference in Whitehall, London, in order to obtain approval for the large-scale immigration of Jews. In spite of the conference being packed with Cromwell's supporters, the overwhelming consensus of the delegates, who were mainly priests, lawyers, and merchants, was that the Jews should not be permitted to enter England. On October 1656, the first Jews were surreptitiously allowed to land freely in England, in spite of strong protests having been lodged by the subcommittee of the Council of State, who declared that these Jews, quote, would be a grave menace to the state and the Christian religion, unquote. Quote, the merchants, without exception, spoke against the admission of the Jews. They declared that the proposed immigrants would be morally harmful to the state, and that their admission would enrich foreigners at the expense of the English, unquote. Cromwell died on the 3rd of September 1658 and was succeeded by his son, Richard, who ruled for 9 months. Charles I's son, Charles II, 1660 to 85, succeeded his executed father, although he would be the last English monarch to issue money, banknotes, in his own right. He made 2 fatal errors of governance. On the 1st of August, 1663, he passed the euphemistically sounding Act for the Encouragement of Trade, which enabled the, quote, export of all foreign coins or bullion of gold or silver free of interdict, regulation, or duties of any kind, unquote. During the debate on the bill, the Earl of Ainsley presciently observed that, quote, it is dangerous to the peace of the kingdom when it shall be in the power of half a dozen or half a score of rich, discontented, or factious persons to make a bank, an accumulation, of our own coin and bullion beyond the seas, and leave us in want of money when it shall not no longer be in the king's power to prevent it. Unquote. 3 years later, by means of an act for the encouragement of coinage, he permitted private persons, i.e. bankers and goldsmiths, to mint the coins of the realm at the royal mint and thereby acquire the considerable benefits of the seigneurage. The difference between the face value of coins and their production costs. Income for their own private accounts. Seigneurage income for their own private accounts. Furthermore, it enabled them to increase or diminish the supply of money in circulation and to raise or lower prices at will, to the great detriment of the general population. His brother, James II, 1685 to 88, James II's reign only lasted 3 years. He was a victim of unscrupulous pamphleteering and propaganda, which emanated mainly from Holland. A military expedition undertaken by Prince William of Orange eventually dethroned him. Though James's army was numerically superior, he was discouraged from attacking after John Churchill, first Duke of Marlborough, suddenly deserted him. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, Churchill subsequently received an annual stipend of £6,000 from the Dutch Jew Solomon de Medina in payment for his treasonous conduct. These vast sums of quote-unquote blood money enabled Churchill to proceed with the construction of Blenheim Palace, which was completed at his death in 1722. William of Orange's military campaign, like that of the other William the Conqueror in 1066, was financed by Jewish bankers. In return for their support, William III, 1689-1702, would surrender the royal prerogative of issuing England's money free of debt and interest to a consortium known as the Governor and Company of the Bank of England. A.N. Field, in All These Things, a book on this, summarizes these epochal events as the Glorious Revolution of 1688, but which was in effect the infamous revolution, as follows. It summarizes it in All These Things as follows. Quote, 33 years after Cromwell had let the Jews into Britain, a Dutch prince arrived from Amsterdam surrounded by a whole swarm of Jews from that financial center. Driving his royal father-in-law, James II, out of the kingdom, he graciously consented to ascend the throne of Britain. A very natural result following The very natural result following on this event was the inauguration of the national debt by the establishment 6 years later of the Bank of England for the purpose of lending money to the crown. Britain had paid her way as she went until the Jews arrived. The pawn shop was then opened, and the resulting situation in which the nation finds itself today could not be better described than in the words put by Shakespeare with the prophetic vision in the mouth of the dying John of Gaunt, which is as follows. This land of such dear souls, this dear, dear land, dear for her reputation through the world, is now leased out. I die pronouncing it. Like to a tenement or pelting farm, England bound in with the triumphant sea, whose rocky shore beats back the envious siege, of watery Neptune is now bound in with shame, with inky blots and rotten parchment bonds. That England, that was wont to conquer others, hath made a shameful conquest of itself. And that was Richard II, Act 2, Scene 1. Quote, the history of the second Jewish settlement in Britain is one long trail of parchment bonds shackling the nation in debt. Every step in the ascent of the Jew in the nation's affairs has been marked by an increase and multiplication of debt. Unquote. Establishment of the Bank of England. The need for a privately owned central bank was fronted by a retired pirate, William Paterson, when he wrote a pamphlet in 1693 entitled A Brief Account of the Intended Bank of England. He would later boast that this bank, quote, hath the benefit of interest on all monies which it creates out of nothing, unquote. On Thursday, 22nd of June, 1694, subscription lists for the bank, which had a capital of £1,200,000, were opened. By the following Monday, this amount had been fully subscribed. The ostensible purpose of the bank was to lend King William unlimited sums at 8% per annum to enable the prosecution of war, and in particular the conflict against Louis XIV of France, whose country was not on the usury system. The bank would thus receive from the Crown interest of £100,000 per annum, the additional £4,000 being an administrative fee. The bank also acquired the right to issue £1,200,000 in banknotes without any gold pledge. Prior to its listing, the bylaws of the bank were carefully scrutinized by Sergeant-at-Law Creswell Levins in order to ensure that the bank complied with its hidden purpose, to fleece the English people in perpetuity by allowing the creation of the nation's money and means of exchange out of nothing at interest. All this fake money was to be accompanied by compounding interest. Levins was a crypto-Jew, or Marrano, who practiced as an advocate and later served as a judge. There was much opposition to the establishment of the bank. Foremost were the goldsmiths and moneylenders who correctly foresaw that it would bring an end to their usurious racket of fractional reserve banking based on their gold receipts. Landowners and country gentry feared an escalation in interest rates as the bank would control the nation's money supply. There were allegations that the bank would favor certain merchants with low rates of interest. The biggest fear was that, quote, the bank would grow too powerful and would become the keystone of the commercial world, unquote. Unfortunately, this is exactly what happened, as the Bank of England became the model on which all subsequent central banks were replicated. At that time, the House of Commons had 514 members, consisting of 243 Tories, 241 Whigs, and 28 members whose allegiance was unknown. About 2/3 of the members were country gentlemen, and it is believed that of the 514 members, approximately 20% were illiterate. The bill was debated in July 1694, the high point in the summer, when most of the rural members were engaged in summer pursuits and the harvesting of their crops. On that fateful Friday, 27th July 1694, when the Charter of Incorporation was granted, only 42 members were present, all of them Whigs, as the Tories opposed the bill, who all voted in favor. This begs the question as to what a quorum consisted of in those days. title of the bill made no mention of the proposed Bank of England, which is only described, or one might say secreted, two-thirds down in the unintelligible verbiage to the layman, that is, of the bill. The opening sentence of the bill reads as follows, quote, William and Mary, by the grace of God, King and Queen of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defenders of the faith, etc., to all for whom these presents shall come greeting, unquote. The third sentence, which contains 242 words, starts, quote, whereas in and by a certain act lately made in the Parliament, entitled an act for granting to their Majesties several rates and duties upon tonnage of ships and vessels, and upon beer, ale, and other liquors, for securing certain recompenses and advantages in the said act mentioned, to such persons as shall voluntarily advance the sum of £1,500,000 towards carrying on the war with France, it is amongst other things enacted, end quote. The gist of the first two-thirds of the bill details the necessity to levy a complicated array of new rates, duties, and taxes on ships, beer, ale, and other liquors. The true purpose of these taxes was that they were needed in order to fund the interest on all future government loans. Shortly thereafter, further taxes were introduced, including a land tax, paper tax, poll tax, salt tax, stamp tax, and window tax, which replaced the hearth or chimney tax. Other taxes initiated were a tax on peddlers, a tax on hackney coaches, a tax on births, marriages, and deaths, and lastly, a tax on bachelors. However, the most punitive tax introduced was an income tax levied at a rate of 20%. It was applied not only to owners, but laborers too. War and debt slavery in perpetuity. Henceforth, a pattern would emerge where unnecessary wars would be embarked upon, which simultaneously increased the national debt and the profits of usurers. Significantly, most of these wars were started against countries that had implemented interest-free state banking systems, as was the case in North American colonies and France under Napoleon. This pattern of attacking and enforcing the banker's system of usury has been deployed widely in the modern era, and includes the defeats of Imperial Russia in World War I, Germany, Italy, and Japan in World War II, and most recently Libya in 2011. These were all countries which had state banking systems which distributed the wealth of their respective nations on an equitable basis and provided their populations with a standard of living far superior to that of their rivals and contemporaries. Within 2 years of its establishment in 1696, the Bank of England had £1,750,000 worth of banknotes circulating with a gold reserve of only 2% or 36,000 pounds. On the 1st of May 1707, the union between Scotland and England was established, motivated in no small way by the necessity to seize control of the royal mint in Edinburgh, which took place in 1709. By 1720, after the conclusion of the War of the Spanish Succession, 1701-14, the national debt had risen to £30 million, with the war itself having cost £50 million. After the American War of Independence, 1775-83, which had been fought after the colonists had been forced to replace their debt and largely interest-free colonial scrip with English money and had resulted in 50% unemployment, the national debt soared to £176 million, according to Sir John Harold Clapham, who wrote the Bank of England history, 1694 to 1914. In 1944, Solomon de Medina and two da Costas, Fonseca, Enriquez, Mendez, Nunez, Rodriguez, Salvador, and Teixeira de Matos, who were all Sephardic Jews, had acquired the majority of the bank's shares by 1722. In 1786, Prime Minister William Pitt the Younger tried to abolish the national debt with a sinking fund which generated interest of £1 million per annum to repay the debt. This scheme was soon abandoned because of the enormous increase in loans encouraged to finance the war against Napoleon. In 1797, in order to pay for the burgeoning interest burden, a system of graduated income tax had to be introduced. which by 1815 was yielding £70 million per annum. The war against France lasted from 1792 until 1850. Among the principal objectives of this pointless bloodletting was to destroy Napoleon's debt and interest-free system of finance. See Chapter 3. During this period, England also waged a war against the United States from 1812 until 1814. This war was the case, as was the case with the war against France, was instigated by England at the behest of banker Mayor Amschel Rothschild, real name Fowler, after the United States Congress refused to renew the charter of the Rothschild-controlled Bank of the United States, which had been the Central Bank of America from 1791 until 1811. Mayor Amschel Rothschild is famously credited with having said, quote, "Give me control of the economics of a country and I care not who makes her laws. The few who understand the system will either be so interested from its profits or so dependent on its favors that there will be no opposition from that class." Unquote. British Prime Minister Spencer Perceval, 1809-12, tried to stop this completely futile war, but was assassinated on the 11th of May, 1812, in the lobby of the House of Commons by John Bellingham, a political radical who had been set up by Rothschild. By 1815, the national debt had ballooned to £885 million. This completely unnecessary war resulted in approximately 3 million military personnel and at least 1 million civilians losing their lives. In order to destroy Napoleon's state bank, it cost the deluded British public a staggering £831 million, of which over £2.5 billion were still outstanding in 1914. The principal of £504 million had over the intervening period increased fivefold as a result of the compounding effect of interest. An astute agrarian and parliamentarian William Cobbett, 1763 to 1835, at that time perceived what was afoot and wrote as follows, quote, "I set to read the Act of Parliament by which the Bank of England was created. The investors knew what they were about. The design was to mortgage by degrees the whole country, lands, houses, property, labor. The scheme has produced what the world never saw before, starvation in the midst of abundance." Unquote. In 1800, a member of Parliament, Sir William Pulteney, proposed the formation of a national bank after having made quote-unquote vigorous attacks against the bank. In 1824, another member of Parliament, David Ricardo, submitted a detailed plan to convert the Bank of England into a national bank. Both attempts failed. The affairs of the Bank of England remained secret, and it was not until 1833, 139 years later, that a sanitized version of its accounts was presented to Parliament by means of the Act of 1833. At the start of World War I in 1914, the national debt stood at £650 million. On March 31st, 1919, it had increased to £7.4 billion, of which $3 billion is still outstanding after 95 years at an interest rate of 3.5% per annum. In the 1919 budget, 40% of expenditure was allocated to the payment of interest. In World War II, the national debt rose by almost 300%, from £7.1 billion in 1939 to £20.1 billion in 1945. As at March 2017, it stands at over £1.8 trillion. However, if one includes all liabilities, including state and public pensions, it exceeds £5 trillion. Nationalization. On the 14th of February, 1946, the Labour government nationalized the Bank of England. The shareholders received treasury notes to the value of £11,015,100, which were redeemable after 20 years. This nationalization, which supposedly placed the bank under public control, control did not introduce any change to the privately run system of fractional reserve banking and was undertaken purely for propaganda purposes as part of the Labour Party's nationalization program of certain financial and industrial concerns. On the 6th of April 1974, the Bank of England established the Bank of England Nominees Limited, company registration number 1307478, a wholly owned subsidiary with private shareholders holding its 100 £1 shares, of which 50% were sold. There is a suspicion that this rearrangement of the bank's affairs represents a reverse takeover of it by private shareholders, in view of the fact that certain aspects of the Bank of England's operations are protected by its Royal Charter, Section 27 of the Companies Act of 1976 and the Official Secrets Act of 1989, and are therefore not subject to public and parliamentary scrutiny. There may well be substance to this allegation. A History of Central Banking by Stephen Goodson. Chapter 3. Napoleon and the Banque de France. Quote, "The deadly facts herein revealed lead me to wonder that this monster interest has not devoured the whole human race." Unquote. That's Napoleon Bonaparte on being shown an interest table. France under the Bourbons. When the Bank of England was established in 1694, one of its principal aims was to provide sufficient finance so that England could prosecute its war against France. At that time, France was the premier world power both in terms of maritime forces and territorial possessions. 4 years previously, at the Battle of Beachy Head near Eastbourne, England, the French Navy defeated the Anglo-Dutch fleet comprehensively when it sank 12 ships, while a further 20 ships were exploded by their English crews. Since the 7th of June 1654, France had been ruled by its most glorious monarch, King Louis XIV, the Sun King. Louis was well versed in the wiles of the bankers. When he discovered that his superintendent of finances, Nicolas Fouquet, was a representative of what we term today the money power, and received irrefutable evidence that, quote, he had long been betraying the trust reposed in him by mishandling the state finances and by monstrous corruption, unquote, he had him arrested. Fouquet was put on trial and sentenced to complete isolation for the rest of his life in the inaccessible fortress of Pignerol. Scrolling past the pictures. The War of the Spanish Succession, 1702 to 1714, was the largest military conflict since the Crusades. It was fought after Louis declared his intention to place his grandson, Philip, Duke of Anjou, on the Spanish throne. This attempt, if successful, would have created a vast Franco-Spanish empire and posed a direct threat to the Bank of England and its proxy, the government of Great Britain. With the ability to create money out of nothing, the English were able to build a large fleet and buy the loyalty of France's enemies by bankrupting them. Louis held out for 9 years until his heirs suddenly started to die in unnatural circumstances. On the 13th of April, 1711, his heir, Louis le Grand Dauphin, died allegedly of smallpox, even though he had had the disease when he was a small child. On the 12th of February, 1712, the wife of his grandson, the Duke of Burgundy, died of a fever. A few days later, her husband was covered in spots and he died on the 18th of February, 1712, of unknown causes. A few weeks later, the king's 2 great-grandsons fell ill with scarlet fever. The 5-year-old Duke of Brittany died on the 18th of March, 1712. The 3-year-old brother, the Duke of Anjou, survived miraculously after the king ordered his isolation and treatment with an antidote. As a result of these tragedies, the king was persuaded to cease hostilities and commence negotiations. At Utrecht, the treaty was signed in March and April 1730, which allowed France to retain largely its pre-war boundaries. Thereafter, the heirs to the French throne stopped dying, although this did not prevent the other grandson of Louis the Duke of Berry, who was the regent of the future Louis XV, dying in an unusual quote-unquote riding accident. A broken man, the Sun King died of natural causes on the 1st of September 1750. The ability of the English to command vast sums of money had not gone unnoticed by the French, who realized that the war had not been won because of efficiency and financial credit. On the 1st of May 1716, Scotsman John Law received a patent to open a private bank, the Bank General, which was patterned on the Bank of England and which was entitled to issue banknotes and exchange them for gold. The regent of Louis XV, Philip II, Duke of Orleans, realized that this bank could provide government with a means of financing its expenditures, and in 1718, France's first central bank came into existence and was renamed the Bank Royale. The adoption of the Bank of England paradigm of creating money ex nihilo soon enabled the French economy to recover and flourish. However, this period of prosperity was of short duration. In January 1720, the French government received a record-breaking loan of 100 million livres. The following month, news spread quickly that the bank was experiencing difficulty in exchanging its banknotes for gold coins and an quote-unquote atrocious panic ensued. The source of these rumors is not clear, but the most likely suspect would have been the Bank of England, which wished to destroy its banking credit. Various attempts were made to shore up the Bank Royale. A decree of the 11th of March 1740 banned the use of coins from the 1st of May onwards. When this measure failed to staunch the impending catastrophe, a decree was announced on the 22nd of May 1720 which reduced the value of the banknotes by 50%. A third decree of the 10th of October 1720 stated that on the 1st of November, banknotes would no longer be used and that they were to be exchanged for state bonds with a further reduction of 50% in their value. On November 1720, the Bank Royale declared itself bankrupt, and its founder and Controller General of Finances, John Law, fled the country the following month. For the Bank of England and its Jewish stockholders, the demise of the Bank Royale was an unmitigated triumph. Napoleon, the monetary reformer. Napoleon, who was Emperor of France from 1804 to 1815, was very mindful of the fact that money always remains in hiding and only acts through agents who are often unaware of the aims that they are pursuing. He realized that international money stood behind every foreign enemy, every monarch, and every political party, including the Japanese, stating on one occasion that, quote, "The hand that gives is above the hand that takes. Money has no motherland. Financiers are without patriotism and without decency. Their sole object is gain," unquote. He had very clear ideas as to how he wished the French economy to be run. He defined his system as being for the application of the resources of government, including finances, for the benefit and use of his people, for the greater glory of God. His system was for the maintenance of spiritual as against material values, the nation as against political parties, patriotism as against greed, and loyalty as against fear. The bedrock of the economy was to be agriculture. Quote, "For that is the soul of the people, the foundations of the kingdom," unquote. Next in importance was industry, which quote, "ministers the comfort and happiness of the population." A poor third came foreign trade, which only consists of the surplus of agriculture and industry. In his opinion, quote, "Foreign trade ought to be the servant of agriculture and home industry. These last ought never be subordinated to foreign trade," unquote. Napoleon's ultimate objective was to ensure not only financial independence, but self-sufficiency in the production of goods for domestic consumption. Napoleon would not allow loans to be employed for current expenditures, whether civil or military, under any circumstances. On the subject of debt, he had this to say, quote, "One has only to consider what loans can lead to in order to realize their danger. Therefore, I would never have anything to do with them, and have always striven against them. At one time, people asserted that I did not issue loans because I possessed no credit and could find nobody who would lend me any. That is quite false. That surely implies a very scanty knowledge of human nature, and an ignorance of stock exchange methods if people imagine that I could find no one ready to lend. It was not part of my system." The State Bank of the French Empire. Napoleon's first act on assuming power as first consul on the 9th of November 1799 was to establish the Banque de France on the 18th of January 1800 as a joint stock company, which commenced operations on the 20th of February that year. This bank replaced the 15 mainly Jewish private banking houses, which had been deeply involved in the events leading up to the Jewish Revolution against the French people, commonly but incorrectly known as the French Revolution 1789 to 1790. These banks had increased the national debt to $170 million and had charged rapacious rates of interest on loans to the French crown, to the extent that prior to 1789, it was allocating over 50% of its budget expenditure to interest. The bank was set up with a share capital of 30 million francs divided into 30,000 shares of 1,000 francs each, of which a portion was subscribed by Napoleon, his family, and members of his entourage. The dividend of the shareholders was initially limited to 6% per annum, but was increased in 1806 to 2/3 of the bank's profits, with the remaining 1/3 being allocated to the bank's reserves. The 200 largest shareholders elected 15 regents or directors, who sat on the general council administering the bank, and 3 censors or inspectors, who supervised management of the bank. The General Council in turn elected a central committee consisting of 3 members, one of whom was chairman. Napoleon made himself president of the bank, declaring that, quote, "The bank does not belong to the shareholders only. It also belongs to the state, since the state has entrusted it to the privilege of issuing money. I wish the bank to be in sufficient measure in the hands of the state, but not too much so." End quote. On the 14th of April, 1803, by means of an act of Parliament, Napoleon abolished the right of 2 rival banks, the Caisse de Commerce and the Comptoir Commercial, to issue banknotes. As he remarked at that time, quote, "Have you not told me that in order to preserve credit, it is a general practice that artificial money, like that of the Banque de France, shall issue from only one source? I adopt that idea. A single bank can be more easily watched than several concerns, both by the government and the public. With a view to emergencies, I cannot see any virtue in competition of this kind." Unquote. On the 22nd of April, 1806, a new act was passed, which replaced the 3-member Central Committee with a governor and 2 deputy governors. These appointments were personally vetted by Napoleon. The new act also increased the bank's capital to 90 million francs. Napoleon was so suspicious and distrustful of bankers that he personally supervised the operations of the treasury, lest the secrets of his monetary policies leak out and be exploited by speculators. He was thus his own banker, who controlled both the creation and distribution of money and credit, to the chagrin of the international bankers, particularly the Rothschilds, who were virtually excluded from operating in continental markets. Napoleon made the franc the most stable currency in Europe. After France had abandoned the loan markets of the city of London, a fog of depression settled on its fraternity of bankers and usurers. In typical fashion, the English press began to stir up trouble for Napoleon. He was accused of having not observed the conditions of the Treaty of Amiens, which had been signed between England and France on the 25th of March, 1802. Relations broke down when Napoleon refused to sign a trade treaty, which would promote quote-unquote free trade and a modern-day version of globalization, and thereby force him to diminish the autarky and isolationism in his continental policy. England, under the direction of her international bankers, proceeded to bankroll Austria, Prussia, Russia, Spain, and Sweden, and duly declared war on France. The coalition forces exceeded 600,000. Napoleon could not muster even a third of that number, and would under normal circumstances have been compelled to secure a banker's loan in order to arm and feed them. On the 20th of December, 1803, he shrunk the warmongers by selling Louisiana to the United States of America for £3 million. A brief period of peace and prosperity ensued. However, in 1806, a new coalition consisting of England, Russia, and Prussia at the initiative of the last named country took the field. Although the coalition forces were defeated at Jena on the 14th of October, 1806, Napoleon was forced to engage in a series of needless and senseless wars for the next 9 years in order to protect France and her new economic dispensation. He promulgated the Continental Blockade, whose objective was to destroy England's export trade, as he realized that England could not finance her imports and fund her allies at the same time. At the Treaty of Tilsit, signed on the 7th of July, 1807, on a raft in the middle of the Neman River in East Prussia, Napoleon and Tsar Alexander I agreed to an alliance which made them the masters of continental Europe. Alexander agreed to join Napoleon's continental blockade of England and to provide each other with mutual support in the event of disputes with other nations, and in particular the British Empire. At that time, France and Russia were the only two countries in Europe which were not on the usury system and were furthermore not indebted to the Rothschilds. They were therefore the only free and independent nations. However, a few years later, Russia started to violate the blockade. This action was premised on the fact that Russia, a producer of mainly raw materials, had very little industrial capacity and had been dependent on England for the importation of industrial products. Alexander was only prepared to continue with the blockade, subject to France supplying him with the industrial goods which he had previously imported from England. France could not supply these goods as England commanded the seas and there was no road or rail infrastructure in Europe at that time. Therefore, in order to enforce the blockade, Napoleon decided to invade Russia on the 24th of June, 1812, with an army of over 500,000 soldiers. Although he reached Moscow on the 14th of September, 1812, he found that it had been abandoned, and the subsequent winter retreat turned into a major disaster, with only 110,000 of his original army surviving. The following year, Napoleon was defeated at the quote-unquote Battle of the Nations, east of Leipzig, on the 19th of October, 1813. On the 11th of April, 1814, he abdicated at Fontainebleau. After being banished to the island of Elba, situated between Corsica and Tuscany, Napoleon attempted to stage a comeback at the Battle of Waterloo in modern-day Belgium on the 18th of June, 1850. All the belligerents, England, Prussia, and France, were financed by Nathan Rothschild, with France receiving a loan of £10 million. After his defeat, Napoleon was exiled to the British island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, where he died under suspicious circumstances when he was still a fit man at the age of 51, on the 5th of May, 1821. An examination of Napoleon's remains has indicated that he almost certainly died of cyanide poisoning following chronic arsenic intoxication. In such a case, it would undoubtedly have been the work of a Rothschild assassin, which conforms to a pattern repeated consistently during the past 2 centuries of assassinating all leaders who propose, institute, or maintain systems of usury-free banking. As a part of Napoleon's plan to assimilate Jews into French society, he issued a decree in 1808 ordering all Jews to adopt surnames and to use those names on all documents. Napoleon, in a letter to his younger brother Jerome, written in 1808, states, quote, "I have undertaken to reform the Jews, but I have not endeavored to draw more of them into the throne. It is necessary to reduce, if not destroy, the tendency of Jewish people to practice a very great number of activities that are harmful to civilization and to public order in society in all the countries of the world. It is necessary to stop the harm by preventing it. To prevent it, it is necessary to change the Jews. Once part of their youth will take its place in our armies, they will cease to have Jewish interests and sentiments. Their interests and sentiments will be French. Achievements of the French state banking system. As part of the Code Napoleon, Code Civil de François, Napoleon introduced a new commercial code on 21st of March 1804. These economic reforms, which included substantially reduced taxes, quickly turned the French economy around and resulted in increased trade and development of new industries, such as cotton making and sugar beet, which were assisted by tariffs against foreign goods and low interest rate loans. The infrastructure was upgraded on a vast scale not only in France, but throughout Western Europe, with the construction of 20,000 miles of imperial roads and 12,000 miles of regional roads, almost 1,000 miles of canals, bridges, the dredging and expansion of harbors such as Cherbourg and Dunkirk, waterworks and public buildings such as the Gallery at the Louvre, all financed with interest-free money from the banking economy. Napoleon also established an industrial board which provided data and information to French industry. The Imperial University, which administered French education, specialized schools or lycées for the study of engineering, science and technology, and professional schools devoted to midwifery, obstetrics, and veterinary science. Napoleon described these accomplishments to his Irish doctor Barry O'Meara on the island of St. Helena and said they were his most enduring monument. Quote, "The Allied powers cannot take from me hereafter the great public works I have executed, the roads which I made over the Alps, and the seas I have united. They cannot place their feet to improve where mine have not been before. They cannot take from the code of laws which I formed and which will go down to posterity." Unquote. In conclusion, we may consider some of Napoleon's achievements, which he communicated to his former chamberlain and constant companion for 18 months on St. Helena, Comte de las Casas. Quote, "I inspired France and Europe with new ideas which will never be forgotten. France's finances are the best in the world. To whom does she owe them? If I had not been overthrown, I would have made a complete change in the appearance of commerce as well as of industry. The efforts of the French people were extraordinary. Prosperity and progress were growing immeasurably. Enlightenment was making giant strides. New ideas were everywhere heard and published, for I took pains to introduce science among the people. If I had been given time, there would have soon been no more artisans in France. They would have all become artists." Unquote. A History of Central Banking by Stephen Goodson. Chapter 4. A Century of Struggle, Rothschild versus the People. Quote, "Who hold the balance of the world? Who reign over Congress, whether royalist or liberal? Who rouse the shirtless patriots of Spain, that make old Europe's journals squeak and dribble? Who keep the world, both old and new, in pain or pleasure? Who make politics run glibber on? The shade of Bonaparte's noble daring, Jew Rothschild and his fellow Christian Baron." Unquote. Lord Byron, 12th Congress. Central banking in the United States. As this section will show, all previous encounters which the United States has experienced with central banking have been very negative. During the colonial period, the American colonies created their own paper money. The first colony to do so was Massachusetts in 1691. Pennsylvania, New York, Delaware, and Maryland soon followed suit. They called their currency colonial scrip, or bills of credit. It freed them from the control of the English banks and enabled them to run their financial affairs in an inflation-free environment with few taxes. throughout the colonies, sustained stable economic growth and prosperity were achieved, which would not have been possible under a privately run banking system based on usury. In 1763, American statesman Benjamin Franklin, 1706 to 1790, visited London, where he was shocked to observe slum conditions and the wide prevalence of poverty. When the British Parliament asked Franklin to explain the source of prosperity of the American colonies, he replied as follows, quote, "That is simple. In the colonies, we issue our own money. It is called colonial script. We issue it in proportion to the demands of trade and industry to make the products pass easily from the producers to the consumers. In this manner, creating for ourselves our own money, we control its purchasing power, and we have no interest to pay anyone." Unquote. The following year, in 1764, the Bank of England introduced a currency bill which severely restricted the colonies' right to issue their own money and forbade its legal tender status for the payment of private and public debts. Instead, the bank ordered them to issue bonds at interest and sell them to the Bank of England in exchange for English money. In the event only half of the currency was remitted. As a consequence of this law, the economy of the colonies collapsed, and within 1 year, more than half the population became unemployed and destitute. The Stamp Act of 1765 was the last straw, but the abolition of the colonial currency was the primary cause of the revolution. One of the first tasks entrusted to the Second Continental Congress, which convened for the first time on the 10th of May 1775, was to issue its own currency, largely to finance its war expenses. A total of $241,552,788 was issued during the currency's existence. The Bank of England quickly responded. Hundreds of workmen were recruited, and soon millions of dollars worth of counterfeit banknotes were rolling off the printing presses and being shipped to New York. The Continental dollar retained much of its purchasing power during the first 2 years of its issuance, but once the English counterfeit banknotes started to increase in circulation, its value soon fell away, and by 1780, $1 was worth only 2.5 cents. 15 years later, in 1790, the Bank of England mounted another similar operation when it employed over 400 workmen in 17 factories in southern and central England to print the assignat, which was the currency of revolutionary France. The assignat, which was backed by clerical lands, was in its initial stages successfully circulated as a means of exchange, and a significant portion of the national debt was repaid. However, by 1792, the massive infusion of counterfeit notes soon caused the assignat to plummet in value, and thereafter there was a brief period of hyperinflation. On the 14th of April, 1803, Napoleon Bonaparte introduced the government-issued franc, which acquired the status of legal tender in 1808. Already in 1781, before the conclusion of the War of Independence on the 11th of April, 1783, Robert Morris, 1734 to 1806, the Superintendent of Finance, introduced a bill which restored the new state to servitude with the establishment of the Bank of North America. This bank commenced operations on the 4th of January, 1782. It attracted large deposits of silver and gold coin and bills of exchange obtained through loans from France and the Netherlands, which enabled it to issue paper currency on the strength of these reserves. Between 1791 and 1796, inflation surged by 72%. In 1795, the state of Pennsylvania withdrew its jurisdiction on account of, quote, alarming foreign influence and fictitious credit, unquote. On the 25th of February, 1791, the Bank of North America was succeeded by a second central bank, which was chartered as the first bank of the United States. It was imposed as a result of the intrigues of Alexander Hamilton, the Secretary of the Treasury, whose actions indicate that he was working hand in glove with the directors of the Bank of England, as it was modeled on that bank. The new bank had a capital of $10 million, of which 20% was held by the U.S. government and the balance by private investors. The bank was strongly opposed by future presidents John Adams, James Madison, and Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State, who would later state that, quote, "The central bank is an institution of the most deadly hostility existing against the principles and form of our Constitution. I believe that the banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. Already they have raised up a moneyed aristocracy that has set the government at defiance. The issuing power should be taken from the banks and restored to the people to whom it properly belongs. If the American people ever allow the banks to control the issuance of their currency, first by inflation and then by deflation, the banks and corporations that grow up around them will deprive the people of all property until their children will wake up homeless on the continent their fathers occupied." Unquote. The following year, the bank organized the first crash known as the quote-unquote Panic of 1792. By flooding the market with cheap loans and suddenly calling most of them in, the bank precipitated a 25% plunge in the price of 6% Treasury bonds, which resulted in financial chaos. By the end of 1795, the bank had lent $6 million to government, or 60% of its capital. As the bank was allegedly concerned about the stability of government finances, it demanded partial repayment of this loan. The government did not have the funds available and was therefore forced to sell its shareholding in the bank between the years 1796 and 1802. By means of this cunning ruse, the bank became 100% privately owned, of which 75% of the shares were held by foreigners. In 1812, the bank's charter came up for renewal. The bank was concealing its profits, operating in a clandestine manner, and was believed to be unconstitutional. It was designed primarily to serve the business interests of the North at the expense of the agricultural development of the South, while the Democrats, Republicans, Jeffersonians wanted to abolish it. Former President Thomas Jefferson was one of those who, quote-unquote, violently opposed renewal of the bill. What particularly irked the legislators was the fact that the bank was now 100% in the ownership of foreigners. The press variously described the central bank bill as, quote, "a great swindle, a vulture, a viper, and a cobra," unquote. Furthermore, they contended that it was the constitutional right of Congress to regulate weights and measures and issue coined money. The bill was defeated by a wafer-thin margin of 65 to 64 votes, which was an achievement as there is a strong likelihood that many of the yes votes were bought. On the 3rd of March 1811, the bank finally closed its doors. When the principal shareholder of the First Bank of the United States, Mayor Amschel Rothschild, heard about the deep dissension regarding the renewal of the bank's charter, he flew into a rage and declared that, quote, "either the application for renewal of the charter is granted or the United States will find itself involved in a most disastrous war," unquote. He also said that, quote, "I will teach those impudent Americans a lesson and then bring them back to colonial status," unquote. Rothschild tried to influence the British Prime Minister, Spencer Perceval, into declaring war on the United States in order to resurrect his privately owned central bank. In 1807, Perceval joined the cabinet as Chancellor of the Exchequer. At that time, England was at war with France, and one of his principal tasks was to raise money in order to finance the war. Instead of increasing taxes, he raised a number of loans, initially from Barings Bank and thereafter mainly from the Rothschilds. Perceval's secretary was John Charles Harries, who had been appointed to that position 5 years previously. Harries was an intimate of Nathan Rothschild until his death in 1858 faithfully served the Rothschild cause in the various positions he held in the British government as First Lord of the Treasury, Commissary General to the Army, and Chancellor of the Exchequer. Meanwhile, Rothschild agents provocateurs were stoking up discontent in North America. In order to provoke the Americans, the British started to interfere with U.S. trade with France, which had imposed a continental blockade against England. As the Royal Navy was short of sailors, they engaged in forced recruitment or impressment of American sailors. They also supplied the Indian tribes, and in particular the Shawnee chief Tecumseh, with arms in order to frustrate and curtail the settlers' westward expansion. The Americans, on their part, indicated a desire to seize parts of Canada. Concurrently, Percival was facing increased pressure from Nathan Rothschild to make a declaration of war on the United States. He refused. The British Army was already bogged down in a stalemate situation in Spain and Portugal, the Peninsular War 1808 to 1814, with Napoleon's forces, and he had no desire to commit more troops and treasure financed by more interest-bearing bank loans, simply in order to save Rothschild's sinking banking interests in America. The assassin of Spencer Perceval, John Bellingham, was born about 1769 in St. Neots, Huntingdonshire. From 1800 to 1802, he worked in Archangel as an agent for importers and exporters. He returned to Russia in 1804, and in November of that year, he was falsely accused of having reneged on a debt of 4,890 rubles, which subsequently led to his imprisonment for 4 years. On his release, Bellingham took up residence in Duke Street, Liverpool. He unsuccessfully petitioned the government for compensation. Bellingham, a bitter and aggrieved man, fell into company with 2 dissolute American merchants, Thomas Wilson and Elisha Peck, who were both keen to have orders in council, which forbade neutral nations from trading with France ever. These orders in council had been introduced by Perceval in response to Napoleon's continental blockade, which the latter had instituted in 1806 and prohibited trade with Britain and Ireland. The continuation was due to be debated in Parliament on that fateful evening. Thus, we observe a confluence of interests: the disturbed and resentful man, 2 greedy merchants, and the puppet master Rothschild pulling the strings in the background. At 5:15 p.m. on the 11th of May, 1812, as Perceval entered the lobby of the House of Commons, Bellingham stepped forward and shot him in the heart. Perceval collapsed, uttering, quote-unquote, "Murder! Oh my God!" and within minutes was dead. 4 days later, Bellingham was put on trial at the Old Bailey. The trial lasted 3 days. A plea of insanity was rejected. The brevity of the trial was presumably related to the necessity of preventing any untoward disclosures. As is customary with this type of political assassination, the quote-unquote lone assassin theory has to be preserved at all costs. On the 18th of May, 1812, Bellingham was hanged. A few weeks later, after Perceval's murder, the orders in council forbidding neutral nations trading with France were revoked. In the United States House of Representatives, Henry Clay, who was a Freemason, led a group of young Democrat Republicans known as the Warhawks. The vote to declare war was decided on the 1st of June, 1812, by 79 votes to 49, with all 39 Federalists refusing to support it. In the Senate, the vote was decided by 19 to 13 votes. As there was no unanimity, critics frequently referred to it as, quote-unquote, Mr. Madison's War. In England, Perceval's successor, Lord Robert Liverpool, was an enthusiastic supporter of the war. However, neither belligerent was able to achieve its objectives, except Nathan Rothschild, who realized his aim of setting up the Second Bank of the United States on the 10th of April, 1860. When hostilities ceased over 2 years later, on the 24th of August, 1814, over 24,000 lives had been lost. The war was very costly to the United States in financial terms. It incurred a huge war debt of $105 million relative to its population of 8 million. As a result thereof, the national debt increased by 182%, from $45 million in 1812 to $127 million in 1850. Peace was signed in Ghent, Belgium, on the 24th of December, 1814. The Second Bank of the United States had an enlarged capital of $35 million. The bank immediately established a large number of branch banks to lend fiat money at compound rates of interest. In 1822, President James Monroe appointed Nicholas Biddle president of the bank. Biddle had first made contact with the Rothschilds while on government business in Paris in 1804, while acting as secretary to United States Minister to France John Armstrong. As president of the bank, he acted as point man to James de Rothschild, who was the bank's principal investor. The artificially induced recession of 1819 to 1821, which was very profitable for the bankers who were able to buy up assets at depressed prices, convinced the leader of the Democrats, Andrew Jackson, that the only way to terminate these abuses was to close down the central bank. In his re-election campaign in 1832, he declared that, quote, "the monster must perish," unquote. And his chief slogan was, quote, "vote Andrew Jackson, no bank," unquote. He stated that, quote, "if Congress has the right under the Constitution to issue paper money, it was given to them to be used by themselves, not to be delegated to individuals or corporations," unquote. He also said that, quote, "if the American people only understood the rank injustice of our banking and money system, there would be a revolution before morning," unquote. Picture of Andrew Jackson. It says, "the people's president, Andrew Jackson, who survived an assassination attempt prior to vetoing a bill that would have renewed the charter for the Rothschild-owned Second Bank of the United States." Notwithstanding a failed assassination attempt on the 30th of January, 1835, by a presumed Rothschild agent, Richard Lawrence, when the 20-year charter of the Second Bank of the United States came up for renewal in 1836, Jackson collapsed the bank by withdrawing all government deposits. He promptly repaid the national debt in its entirety, leaving a surplus of $50 million in the treasury. The central bank was replaced by an independent treasury system based on redeemable paper and specie. During President John Tyler's term in office, 1841 to 45, two attempts were made by Congress under the sponsorship of the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Henry Clay, to renew the charter of the Bank of the United States. Clay, who had in 1820 become Grand Master of the Kentucky Lodge, was another agent deemed to be under the influence of the Rothschilds. Tyler vetoed both of these bills and was subsequently inundated with hundreds of letters threatening him with assassination. For the next 77 years, the United States developed without the need of a central bank. Its means of exchange were funded primarily by debt and interest-free treasury, quote-unquote greenback dollar bills, first issued by President Abraham Lincoln in 1862 in order to finance his military expenditure during the Civil War, and gold and silver coins. Up to 1873, gold and silver could be coined at any U.S. mint free of charge. After having rejected offers by private bankers to lend money to the United States government at interest rates varying between 24 and 36% per annum, Lincoln had, on the advice of his friend Colonel Dick Taylor, issued $347 million of currency at no cost to the American people, except for the expense of printing and distribution. Lincoln's defiance of Lionel Rothschild and his uncle James resulted in his assassination on the night of 15th of April, 1865, by John Wilkes Booth, real name Boston, at the behest of the Rothschilds' local agent, Rothberg. The American Civil War, from 1861 to 1865, left the U.S. government with a war debt of $5 billion. As a result of inflation, these bonds had declined in value to $2.5 billion. Large quantities of these bonds were bought up by Rothschild's agent August Belmont in the hope of realizing them at their face value in gold. In the 1868 presidential election, the Democratic Party candidate George H. Pendleton pledged payment only in paper. He was soon replaced by Horatio Seymour on the initiative of Belmont, who had assumed chairmanship of the Democratic National Committee in 1860. Seymour promised payment in specie. However, when the convention passed a resolution in favor of paper, Belmont was forced to switch sides and thereafter secretly supported the Republican candidate, General Ulysses S. Grant, and used his part ownership of the New York World newspaper in order to denigrate and undermine the chances of Seymour. Grant won, and On assuming office in 1869, he promptly introduced the Public Credit Act, which paid out the face value on the $5 billion worth of bonds in gold. This resulted in the Rothschilds and their associates making a 100% profit. The silver exchange was abolished and replaced by a gold standard by means of an act revising and amending the laws relative to the mints, assay offices, and the coinage of the United States. On the 17th of January 1873, this act was passed by the Senate. According to a sworn affidavit of Mr. Frederick A. Luckenbach, dated 9th of May, 1892, he had learnt from Mr. Ernest Sade in London that the demonetization of the American silver had been expressly ordered by the governors of the Bank of England, who had furthermore paid £100,000, $500,000, in order to have a sufficient number of committee members of the U.S. Congress dealing with financial matters bribed. This nefarious deed became known as the quote-unquote crime of 1873. The forced abandonment of the people's money, silver, was also instituted in the German Empire when the government inexplicably ceased to make silver thaler coins in 1871. There seems to be little doubt that this was part of a synchronized scheme coordinated by the Rothschilds in order to further entrench the gold standard. The gold standard wrought havoc on the American economy and enabled private bankers to withhold loans and restrict the money supply at will. There followed a series of unnaturally created panics or bank runs in 1873, 1884, 1890 to 91, 1893 to 94, 1897, 1903, and 1907. These artificially created bank runs so incensed President James Abram Garfield that shortly after he took office on the 4th of March 1881, he issued a statement in the middle of June that year that he intended to master the problem when he said the following, quote, "Whosoever controls the volume of money in any country is absolute master of all industry and commerce. And when you realize that the entire system is very, very easily controlled one way or another by a few powerful men at the top, you will not have to be told how periods of inflation and depression originate." Unquote. Picture of James Abram Garfield being gunned down by a lone assassin, Charles J. II, at the main railway station of Washington on the 2nd of July. 2 weeks later, Garfield was gunned down by lone assassin Charles J. II, who had a grievance for not having received a diplomatic posting. Garfield did not die immediately, but as a result of improper medical care, quite possibly done so deliberately, lingered on until his death on the 19th of September 1881. At his trial, the hidden hand of Rothschild was revealed when Guiteau claimed, quote, that important men in Europe put him up to the task and had promised to protect him if he were caught, unquote. The 1907 panic had the worst effects. In early 1907, Jacob Schiff, CEO of Kuhn, Loeb & Co., warned that, quote, unless we have a central bank with adequate control of credit resources, this country is going to undergo the most severe and far-reaching money panic in history, unquote. In October of that year, J.P. Morgan, another Rothschild frontman, set the panic in motion by circulating rumors that its rival, the Knickerbocker Bank and Trust Co., was insolvent. In the ensuing crash, shares listed on the New York Stock Exchange lost 50% of their value. Further consequences of this deliberately induced panic were 11% drop in industrial production the following year, a 26% rise in imports, and an increase of unemployment from under 3% to 8%. It was these continual phases of artificially created boom and bust, inflation and deflation, which provided the motivation and pretext to set up a central bank which would allegedly solve all these never-ending problems for all time. Establishment of the United States Federal Reserve Bank. In order to mislead the public, two quote-unquote alternative plans were proposed. One was advanced by the National Monetary Commission under leadership of Senator Nelson Aldrich, the grandfather of Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller, and known as the Aldrich Plan. The other plan adopted by the Special Currency Committee of the New York Chamber of Commerce was under the chairmanship of Paul Warburg, a German Jewish banker who was acting on behalf of the Rothschild interests, headed by Baron Alfred Rothschild. It was known as the Wall Street Plan. Except for the distribution of reserves, both plans were identical and had as their aim the establishment of a central reserve bank. On the 22nd of November 1910, the banking conspirators, including, among others, a Piet Andrew, Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, Frank Vanderlip, President of the National City Bank of New York, Henry P. Davidson, Senior Partner of J.P. Morgan and Company, Charles D. Norton, President of the First National Bank of New York, Benjamin Strong, Vice President of Bankers Trust of New York, and Paul Morris, Warburg, partner of Kuhn, Lewis and Company, sneaked out of New York in Aldrich's Pullman car with all its blinds drawn, from Hoboken, New Jersey railway station to Jekyll Island, Georgia. At the very exclusive Jekyll Island Hunt Club owned by J.P. Morgan, the fate of the American people, and indeed the world, would be determined over the next 10 days by this group of criminally inclined financiers, who were also known as the first name group. Only first names were used so as not to reveal their identities to the staff. A picture of Senator Robert Merriman, quote-unquote Fighting Bob La Follette, who did all in his power to prevent the passage of the banking and currency bill and its planned enslavement of the American people. The bill to establish the United States Federal Reserve Bank was vehemently opposed by Congressman Charles August Wingberg, who said that, quote, "This act establishes the most gigantic trust on earth, such as the Sherman Antitrust Act would dissolve if Congress did not, by this act, expressly create what, by that act, it prohibited. When the President signs this act, the invisible government by the money power proven to exist by the Pujo Money Trust investigation will be legalized. The greatest crime of Congress is its currency system. The schemiest legislative crime of all ages is perpetuated by this new banking and currency bill." The bill was bitterly opposed in the Senate, with Senator Robert M. La Follette being one of its most quote-unquote vociferous opponents. It was passed into law on the 23rd of December 1913, after the members of the Senate had been threatened by the thoroughly disreputable President Woodrow Wilson, quote, "who was as devoid of ethics and principle as he was of morality," unquote, that he would keep them in session until it had passed the bill and deny them their Christmas recess. Only a minority of 43 senators supported the bill, with 25 voting against it, 27 refusing to vote, and 5 members absent. The promoters of the bill promised that the United States dollar would become a stable currency and that business cycles and recessions would become a thing of the past. In the event since the inception of the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank in 1914, the U.S. dollar has lost 97% of its purchasing power, and there have been 19 recessions. The Great Depression of the 1930s and the Great Recession, which started in 2008, and notwithstanding mainstream media propaganda to the contrary, appears to have all the symptoms of a depression. Since 1910, the national debt has increased from $2.65 billion to $20 trillion in March 2017, while unfunded liabilities such as Social Security, Medicare, and benefits for military veterans exceed $240 trillion. The United States Federal Reserve Bank, instead of functioning as the People's Bank of the Bankers, has operated solely as a private bank for the benefit of private bankers. It comes as no surprise that, in its 104 years of existence, its accounts have never been submitted to public audit. The following are the bank's principal shareholders: Rothschild Banks of London and Berlin, Lazard Brothers Banks of Paris, Israel Moses Seif Banks of Italy, Warburg Bank of Hamburg and Amsterdam, Shearson American Express, Goldman Sachs of New York, J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. the State Bank of the Russian Empire. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, a different system of finance, state banking, had been adopted. From September 1814 to June 1815, the Congress of Vienna was held in order to settle the issues arising from the French Revolutionary Wars, the Napoleonic Wars, and the dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire. Behind the scenes, Nathan Meyer Rothschild proposed the formation of a new world order concentrated around central banking. All the major powers, with the exception of Russia, were indebted to the Rothschild family. Tsar Alexander I, 1801-1825, refused to comply with Rothschild's devious scheme and derailed it. Instead, he established the Holy Alliance between Austria, Prussia, and Russia, which was signed on the 26th of September 1815 by Emperor Francis I of Austria, King Friedrich Wilhelm III of Prussia, and Tsar Alexander. He also rejected Rothschild's offer to set up a central bank in Russia. Whether it was because he distrusted this shady banker or he was aware of the perils of central banking is not known, but he wisely declined. However, his prudent behavior incurred the vindictive and unrelenting wrath of the Rothschilds, who, according to Major General Count Sheriff-Spiridovich, were responsible for the assassination of the last 5 stars and would seek to obtain their Talmudic vengeance in spectacular fashion 102 years later. On the 12th of June 1860, the State Bank of the Russian Empire was founded with the aim of boosting trade turnovers and the strengthening of the monetary system. Up to 1894, it was an auxiliary institution under the direct control of the Ministry of Finance. In that year, it was transformed into being the banker of the bankers and operated as a bank of the bankers and operated as an instrument of government's policy. It minted and printed the nation's coins and notes, regulated the money supply, and through commercial banks provided industry and commerce with low interest rate loans. Its vast gold reserves, the largest in the world, exceeded the banknote issued by more than 100%, except for the year 1906. By 1914, it had become one of the most influential lending institutions in Europe. Not unexpectedly, Russia had the smallest national debt in the world. The following table reflects the number of rubles of debt per inhabitant. France, 288. Great Britain, 169. Germany, 135. And Russia, 58. By 1914, 83% of the interest and amortization of the national debt, of which less than 2% was held abroad, was funded by the profits of the Russian state railways. In 1916, the total length of the main lines was 100,817 versts, or kilometers. Russian commercial and canal tonnage of 11,130,000 in 1910 exceeded British merchant tonnage of 10,750,000. In 1861, Tsar Alexander II, 1855-81, abolished serfdom, which at that time affected 30% of the population. By 1914, very little land remained in the possession of the Russian state bankers, who were mainly the nobility. 80% of the arable land was in the hands of the peasants, which had been ceded to them for a very small sum. This land was held in trust by the village commune, or mir. However, after the passing of the Stolypin Act in 1906, peasants could obtain individual title with hereditary rights. By 1913, 2 million families had availed themselves of this opportunity to acquire what became known as quote-unquote Stolypin farms. Nearly 19 million acres were allotted to these individual peasant proprietors by the land companies. The Peasants' State Bank, which was described at that time as the, quote, greatest and most socially beneficent institution of land credit in the world, unquote, granted loans at a low rate of interest, which was, in effect, a handling charge. Between 1901 and 1912, these loans increased from 222 million rubles to 1.1 billion rubles. Agriculture production soared so that by 1913, Russia had become the world's breadbasket, as the following table reveals. World production of barley, oats, rye, and wheat. The world production is 1,771 barley, 3,324 oats, 2,378 rye, wheat, 4,971. And Russia produces half or more of all of them, except for barley. Russian agricultural production of cereals exceeded the combined production of Argentina, Canada, and the United States by 25%. In 1913, Russia had 37.5 million horses, more than half of all those in the world. She also produced 80% of the world's flax and provided more than 50% of the world's egg needs. Mining and industrial output also expanded by huge margins. Between 1885 and 1913, coal production increased from 259.6 million tons to 2,159 million tons. Cast iron production rose from 25 million tons in 1890 to 1,378 million tons in 1913, and petroleum production rose from 491 million tons in 1906 to 602 million tons in 1960. From 1870 to 1914, industrial output grew by 1% per annum in Great Britain, 2.75% per annum in the United States, and 3.5% per annum in Russia. During the period from 1890 to 1913, industrial production quadrupled, and Russian industries were able to satisfy 80% of internal demand for manufactured goods. A perfect example of autarky. Throughout the last 20 years of peacetime, imperial rule, 1895 to 1914, the increase in gross domestic product averaged 10% per annum. With the Russian state bank creating the people's money out of nothing at almost zero interest, as opposed to the rest of the world where central banks allowed parasitic private banks to create their nation's money supply at usurious rates of interest, it comes as no surprise to find that in 1912, Russia had the lowest levels of taxation in the world. These very low rates of taxation also attest to the efficiency of the Russian government. Furthermore, throughout this period of state banking, there was no inflation and no unemployment. Direct taxes in rubles per inhabitant. Great Britain, state taxes 10%, local taxes 16.4%, total 26%. I'm just going to do the totals for now. Germany, 12% total. France, 12% total. Austria, 10% total. Russia, 2% total, or 2.66. Indirect taxes in rubles per inhabitant. Great Britain, total is 13%, 13.86%. Germany, 9.6%. France, 16%. Austria, 11%. Russia, 5%. Almost 6%, 5%. Between 1897 and 1913, state receipts rose from 1.4 million gold rubles to 3.4 million gold rubles. By 1914, the surplus on the budget account was 512 million gold rubles, and there was no increase in taxation. Throughout this same period, the foreign trade balance between exports and imports was in surplus. An indication of the financial health of the Russian economy can be gauged from the following comparative table of gold reserves. The gold reserves and banknotes are expressed in millions of rubles. The gold reserves and banknotes are expressed in the line repeats itself. Reserves. The state bank of the Russian Empire, 1,550 gold and 1,494 banknotes. Bank of France, central bank, 1,193 gold, 2,196 banknotes. Reichsbank, central bank, 411 gold, 930 banknotes. Bank of England, also central bank, 331 gold, 263 banknotes. An independent study by British lawyers concluded that the Russian code of laws and judiciary were, quote, the most advanced and impartial in the world. Elementary education was obligatory and free right up to university level, where only nominal fees were charged. Between 1906 and 1914, 10,000 schools were opened annually. Russian universities were renowned for their high academic standards. In labor relations, the Russians were pioneers. Child labor was abolished over 100 years before it was abolished in Great Britain in 1867. Russia was the first industrialized country to pass laws limiting the hours of work in factories and mines. Strikes, which were forbidden in the Soviet Union, were permitted and minimal in Tsarist times. Trade union rights were recognized in 1906, while an inspectorate of labor strictly controlled working conditions in factories. In 1912, social insurance was introduced. Labor laws were so advanced and humane that President William, scrolling past the picture, two pictures, President William Taft of the United States was moved to say that, quote, the Emperor of Russia has passed workers' legislation which was nearer to perfection than that of any democratic country. People of all races in the Russian Empire had an equality of status and opportunity which was unparalleled in the modern world. His Imperial Majesty Tsar Nicholas II, 1868 to 1917, and his state bank had created a workers' paradise that was unrivaled in the history of mankind. On the 17th of November, 1917, the Rothschilds, fearful that replication of this extraordinary example of freedom and prosperity would destroy their malevolent banking empire, instigated and financed a Judeo-Bolshevik revolution in Russia, which wrecked and ruined a wonderful country and resulted in the deaths by murder and starvation, according to Alexander Solzhenitsyn, of 66 million innocent people. The creation and control of the Soviet Union. In Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution, author Professor Anthony Sutton, with the assistance of State Department documents and personal papers of American international bankers, details the quote-unquote enthusiastic alliance of Wall Street and Marxist socialism. Without the financial support of J.P. Morgan's Guarantee Trust Committee, John D. Rockefeller's Chase National Bank, Jacob Schiff's Kuhn Loeb Company, and Alt Oshberg and the Swedish Nya Bank, the Judeo-Bolshevik Revolution would not have succeeded. Of more particular interest in the financing of the revolution is the role which Maxim Litvinov, 1876 to 1951, who was born at Meyer Genov Moskowitz, Wallach Finkelstein, played as a quote-unquote revolutionary in destroying Imperial Russia and handing it over to the international bankers. Litvinov commenced his revolutionary career in 1898. In 1901, he was arrested and spent 18 months in prison, from which he escaped. In 1903, he was entrusted with money which was used to finance and distribute the newspaper of the Russian Socialist Democratic Party, Iskra, which was printed in London. In 1905, Litvinov received further funds from, quote, friends from abroad, unquote, which enabled the purchase of arms, again in London. Thereafter, Litvinov, now known as Pasha, or Daddy, became the source of all foreign funds and was appointed treasurer of the party, a decision which Lenin could not overrule because Litvinov was a representative of the Rothschilds, with powers exceeding those of Lenin. Lenin was merely informed of the decision. A few months later, at a meeting in Geneva, Litvinov was elected Secretary of Foreign Transport News. Lenin was again informed of this decision. Litvinov was never a genuine revolutionary, but instead used Bolshevism as a disguise in order to advance the aims of his master's agenda. From 1908 to 1918, Litvinov resided in London with the assistance of his quote-unquote English friends. During this period, he held a variety of occupations working for a publishing house, Williams and Nordgate, a tourist agency, and selling farm machinery. Presumably, these occupations provided a suitable cover for his clandestine activities. In 1914, the outbreak of World War I, the Russian government demanded that all its citizens be returned to Russia in order to serve in the army. However, the British authorities allowed Litvinov to remain. In 1916, Litvinov married a daughter of one of the most distinguished Jewish families in England, Ivy Lowe. On the 3rd of January 1918, Litvinov was appointed as the authorized representative of Soviet Russia. One of his first tasks was to demand that the money held at the Bank of England on behalf of the Tsar's embassy be handed over to him. The bank duly complied. In September 1918, the conspiracy against the Bolsheviks involving British Ambassador Robert Bruce Lockhart was exposed. Both Lockhart and Litvinov were arrested by their respective governments as a result of a subsequent exchange. Litvinov returned to Moscow. His new assignment was, quote, to secure fast outflow of gold and jewelry from Russia, unquote, via Scandinavia under the cover of a scheme to purchase steam engines later known as, quote-unquote, gold engines. A quarter of Russia's gold reserves were transferred to Sweden for onward transshipment. For the Rothschilds, it was now retribution time. On the 21st of April 1921, Litvinov was appointed Commissioner of the Council of People's Commissars for Currency, Transactions, and Sales of Gold abroad. Quote, several hundred million rubles of our gold went through my hands and was sold abroad. I sold the majority of this gold directly or through various intermediaries to large French companies which remelted this gold either in France or Switzerland, and then this gold went to its final destination in storage at the American Reserve Bank, unquote. Rothschild's privately owned bank. Litvinov had become the, quote, authorized representative of the bankers, owners of the FRB, the Bank of England, and Soviet Russia, unquote. As can be seen, the Bolshevik Revolution was little more than a giant asset-stripping exercise by the Rothschilds. In December 1921, the Kuzbas Autonomous Industrial Colony was established. It handed over control of a vast industrial complex to a group of American and European investors who had assisted in financing it. Thereafter, quote, millions of gold rubles flowed abroad without any customs duties, allegedly, as interest for the capital invested by European bankers, unquote, despite the fact that the investments were not all that large. In 1924, Joseph Stalin became the leader of the Soviet Union, but Litvinov, who feared no one, remained preeminent. His rudeness to Stalin was legendary. In the purge of 1937 to 1938, nearly all of Litvinov's deputies were arrested and then shot. Litvinov pleaded for the life of one of his closest friends, Boris Stamanyakov, and informed Stalin that he could vouch for him. Stalin looked Litvinov in his eyes and replied, quote, Comrade Litvinov, you can only vouch for yourself, unquote. From 1930 to 1939, Litvinov was People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs of the Soviet Union. In 1939, relations between National Socialist Germany and the Soviet Union started to thaw again. This was anathema to Litvinov's masters, who had nightmarish memories of the Holy Alliance struck between Austria, Prussia, and Russia in 1815, and Bismarck's Dreikaiserpakt, Three Emperors League concluded between the same three empires in 1872. Litvinov objected, but by this time Stalin had had enough of Litvinov's impudent behavior. On the 3rd of May 1939, a quiet coup d'etat took place, and Stalin, quote, dismissed the puppet of the banking underworld from the position of foreign minister, unquote. With its own state bank, the USSR, or Gosbank, which was founded on the 16th of November 1921, the Soviet Union had finally gained its sovereignty and independence from the international bankers. All Litvinov's deputies and heads of departments were arrested, but he himself was spared, as he was untouchable. Litvinov was allowed to retire to his dacha, but was kept under constant surveillance. In late 1941, Litvinov's services were once again required. With the Germans banging on the gates of Moscow, Stalin's desperate situation necessitated urgent help from the West. Litvinov was sent to Washington as Soviet ambassador. The Americans were reluctant to lend money to the Soviet Union, but Litvinov soon sorted everything out, and within a few weeks, a loan of $1 billion was granted. A Lend-Lease agreement was signed, and over the next 4 years, $11 billion worth of supplies and services were provided. Litvinov could call the White House at any time, and the President, Roosevelt, would see him immediately, unquote. Both of these stooges of the international bankers pumped gold, the one out of Russia, the other from the people of the United States, into the vaults of Rothschild's Federal Reserve Bank. Litvinov was recalled in 1943 when the war turned in Russia's favor. His successor as foreign minister, Vyacheslav Molotov, provides an apt epitaph. Quote, Litvinov was utterly hostile to us. He deserved the highest measure of punishment at the hands of the proletariat. Every punishment, unquote. From the 1st to the 22nd of July 1944, the international bankers organized a conference of Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. Its purpose was to establish a World Bank and an International Monetary Fund, which would govern relations amongst independent nations and maintain fixed exchange rates. Soviet representatives attended the conference but refused to sign, stating that the proposed institutions were, quote, branches of Wall Street, unquote. This impertinence of Stalin in all probability angered the Rothschilds, but there was little that they could do, while Germany remained undefeated. Between the 17th of July and the 2nd of August 1945, the Potsdam Conference was held in Germany. It determined the new borders of Europe. From this time, the Soviet Union was gradually frozen out, and the start of the Cold War commenced. Stalin had no designs on Western Europe. His army was completely exhausted, and he had more than enough tasks on his hands in absorbing Eastern Europe under his hegemony and repairing all the damage to his country which he had inflicted on himself by provoking Germany into starting a preventive war. From a military perspective, the dropping of alleged nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki was unnecessary, as in January 1945 Japan was already trying to secure surrender. The firebombing of these two cities served two more sinister purposes. One, as punishment to the Japanese for having set up their own state bank, and two, as a warning to the Soviet Union, which also had a state bank. The Cold War was prosecuted initially by the Western countries in order to bring the Soviet Union to heel. Stalin, who was rather more of a nationalist than a communist, resisted and was allegedly poisoned, and then allowed to die from a massive stroke for which he did not receive any medical treatment, on the 1st of March 1953. Thereafter, the Cold War degenerated into a farce, as the West, in particular the United States, invested heavily in the Soviet Union. Huge investments were made at the Gorky plant, which built Ford trucks, and the largest automotive plant in the world at Volgograd, which manufactured Fiat cars. There were also substantial investments in aviation, computers, and electricity. The Soviet Union became an investment destination of choice. The Russians soldiered on, but with 50% of their budget being allocated to armaments. This was a war which they could not win in the long term. This explains why living standards in the Soviet Union could never match those achieved in the West, notwithstanding the provision of free services such as education and housing. In 1991, the Soviet Union imploded, and a swarm of advisors arrived from the USA who introduced the wonders of unregulated free market capitalism, which included income tax and usury. The primary purpose of these advisors was, quote, to present the law on the Central Bank of Russia at the right moment to present the law on the Central Bank of Russia at the right moment, which hardly did less damage than a whole army of invaders in making Russia lose its sovereignty. Unquote. For almost 200 years, the Tsars and Soviets resisted, but finally, Russia fell entirely into the hands of the Rothschilds. Rothschild's responsibility for the Anglo-Boer War. Throughout the 19th century, the world's monetary system was based on the gold standard, which had been developed and maintained by the Rothschilds. The discovery of the largest gold fields in the world on the Witwatersrand in 1886 created a new source of supply which had to be controlled if this dishonest financial system was to survive. Unfortunately for the Rothschilds, these new mines were located in the independent Zuid-Afrikaanse Republic. Streams of immigrants and speculators soon arrived in the country. Some of them were British, but a larger number consisted of, quote, mostly Russian, Polish, and German Jews, with roving propensities and no strongly rooted attachment to an old country, unquote. The gold mine owners were almost entirely Jewish. The leading company was the Eckstein Group, named after its managing director, Hermann Eckstein. This combination concluded Consolidated Goldfields and S. Newman and Co. Professor John Atkinson. Hobson writes in The War in South Africa, Its Causes and Effects, that, quote, Rothschild has a controlling interest in Goetze Co., and that Rothschild stands for the Exploration Company, which is in effect Werner, Veit and Rothschild, unquote. Furthermore, he adds that the dynamite monopoly and, quote, the rich and powerful liquor trade, licit and illicit, is entirely in the hands of the Jews. The stock exchange is, needless to say, mostly Jewish, and the press of Johannesburg is chiefly their property, unquote. By the early 1890s, the foreign workers and speculators had started to outnumber the Boers. In 1896, after the abortive Jameson League, which tried to overthrow the Transvaal government, the South African League was founded as a Rothschild front in order to agitate for the granting of voting rights to the Uitlanders or foreigners. In order to protect their status, the Boers would only grant the franchise after a period of 14 years of residence. On the 30th of May 1899, at a conference held in Bloemfontein, the capital of the Orange Free State, President Paul Kruger offered to reduce the period of residence to 7 years. The British High Commissioner, Sir Alfred Milner, was unmoved and held to his point of view that it was, quote, reform or war, unquote. Eventually, Kruger, quote, bowing his head between his big red hands, hot tears streaming down his bearded cheeks, unquote, cried out in anguish, quote, "It is my country that you want," unquote. In September 1899, in an act of provocation, the British started to mass troops on the southern Transvaal border. A request on the 9th of October 1899 that Her Majesty's government cease, quote, the constant bringing up of troops to the borders of the Republic and the sending of reinforcements from all parts of the British Empire, unquote, was ignored. 2 days later, war broke out. Although the Boers had only a part-time army of mounted horsemen, they enjoyed stunning successes in the initial phase of the war. However, they were ultimately outgunned, outnumbered, and in some instances poorly led. From June 1900 onwards, the Boers resorted to guerrilla warfare. A tiny force of never more than 6,000 active Boers was able to frustrate and tie down almost 450,000 troops of the world's largest empire. Peace was signed at Vereeniging on the 31st of May 1902. The war had been an unmitigated disaster for the Boers. In contravention of the Hague Convention of the 29th of July, 1899, which bound Great Britain to observe its, quote, rules of civilized warfare, an unprecedented scorched earth policy was introduced. The Boers' homesteads were razed to the ground, wells were poisoned, their cattle were slaughtered, and their women were raped. 25 towns and their contents, and 20 villages, including all their churches, were destroyed. 155,000 women and children were herded into 46 concentration camps and housed in tents, where in some camps during winter temperatures fell below zero. 34,000 of them died of malnutrition, poor sanitation, and exposure, of whom 81% were under the age of 16. The British also suffered high losses, with 21,942 being killed, 35% in battle, 65% from disease, and 22,829 being wounded. The bankers had the satisfaction of obtaining full control of the gold and other mineral resources of South Africa, of financing the war in the amount of £222 million, and thereby adding a further £132 million to Britain's national debt. For Nathan, Alfred, and Leopold Rothschild, the Anglo-Boer War was a consummate victory. The Commonwealth Bank of Australia. The Commonwealth Bank of Australia was inspired by King O'Malley, an American who found out the secrets of fractional reserve banking while working for his uncle's bank in New York in the 1880s. When the bank's first governor, Sir Denison Miller, was asked where he proposed obtaining capital for his bank, he replied, quote, "What capital? I don't need any capital. My capital is the entire wealth and credit of the whole of Australia," unquote. With an advance of £10 million from government, which was quickly repaid, the Commonwealth Bank of Australia was founded on the 15th of July, 1912. Although established as a private bank, it operated as a state bank with the power to carry on all business generally transacted by banks, including that of a savings bank. Furthermore, the bank was entitled to raise capital through the sale of debentures, secured by the national credit. Its profits were equally divided into two funds: a reserve fund to meet any liabilities incurred by the bank, and a redemption fund to redeem debentures or other stock issued by the bank. Thereafter, 50% of its profits were allocated for the liquidation of the national debt. For the next 12 years, notwithstanding the years of World War I, 1914 to 18, Australia enjoyed one of its greatest eras of prosperity. By providing government loans at a nominal rate of interest, 2/3 of 1% per annum, it enabled the country to embark on a huge infrastructure program. It included provision of $18.72 million Australian dollars for the construction of dams and the Murrumbidgee irrigation system, the Great Transcontinental Railroad, electricity power plants, gasworks, harbors, roads, and tramways. In addition, the fruit, wheat, and wool crops of farmers were financed for an amount of $3 million Australian dollars at nominal rates of interest. It made available $4 million Australian dollars to purchase 15 cargo steamers in order to transport Australia's growing exports, and $8 million Australian dollars were allocated to subsidized housing. World War I cost Australia $700 million Australian dollars, but it was financed by the bank as a non-interest-bearing debt. This phenomenal period of prosperity was terminated in 1924 when a bill which placed control of the bank in the hands of a directorate consisting of a governor, the secretary of the treasury, and 6 persons actively engaged in agriculture, finance, and industry for different terms of years was introduced by Stanley Melbourne Bruce, Prime Minister in 1924 and 29, and Dr. Earl Page, his coalition partner. There is a suspicion that Bruce may have been bribed, as what he did was completely against the best interests of the Australian people. During his term of office, the Australian government borrowed £230 million from the City of London, and by 1927 the federal and state debt had reached £1 billion, and the budget was in deficit. On the 10th of October 1924, the bill was proclaimed as an act. The subsequent effect of this act was to place the bank under the control of a body of men who later deprived it of the right to create the nation's money supply through its debt and interest. In 1927, the bank lost its savings bank subsidiary, and although it was permitted to continue issuing banknotes and thereby earn a modicum of seigniorage, it thereafter became a central bank operating exclusively for the benefit of private banks. The final betrayal of the bank occurred on the 20th of March 1947 when the House of Representatives voted by 55 to 5 votes for it to become a member of the International Monetary Fund and thus subject to the decrees and dictates of the Rothschild-controlled Bank for International Settlements. World War I. World War I started on the 28th of June 1914 when Gavrilo Princip, allegedly of Jewish origin and a member of a terrorist group, the Black Hand, assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austrian throne, and his Czech-born wife at Sarajevo, Bosnia, Herzegovina. Princip was a collaborator of Leon Trotsky, real name Lev Kahirovitz Trotsky, a Russian Jew who was conspiring with a fellow Jew, Vladimir Lenin, named Leonid, with the adopted real name Zetterman, to overthrow the Russian monarchy. So Leon Trotsky and Lenin to overthrow the Russian monarchy. He was in turn financed by an American Jew, Jacob Schiff, who was a frontman for an English Jew, Lord Nathan Rothschild, who was one of the masterminds behind this appalling catastrophe. These facts were confirmed in the United States Senate in 1921 when it was reported that, quote, full responsibility for the First World War lies on the shoulders of the international Jewish bankers. They are responsible for millions of dead and dying, unquote. In late October 1926, further confirmation of these incontrovertible facts was revealed in a conversation between British parliamentarian Victor H. Hazlitt and Henry Ford, 1863 to 1947. When the former asked who the international Jewish financiers were, Ford replied, quote, I have several books which will tell you who they all are. They were responsible for the last war and will in the future always be capable of creating a war when they feel their pockets need it. Unquote. Trade rivalry, competing alliances, and misunderstood mobilizations are often proffered as being the primary causes of World War I. However, the real reasons in order of importance are as follows. 1. To destroy the Russian Empire and its state banking. 2. To break up the other empires, Austro-Hungarian, German, and Ottoman, into smaller states which could then be exploited more efficiently through the establishment of central banks. And 3. The theft of Palestine and the creation of a Zionist puppet state under the direct control of the Rothschilds. By the end of 1916, the British and French armies were in danger of losing the war, with the latter army having already mutinied on the Western Front. The British had lost their naval supremacy at the Battle of Jutland on the 3rd of May 1916, when the German Navy, outnumbered by 2-1, humiliated the invincible Royal Navy, sinking 12 vessels for the loss of 6 and losing 2,551 sailors compared to the British loss of 6,094. Both Kaisers were desperate to bring an end to this fratricidal and pointless slaughter. Seemingly out of the blue came an offer from Lord Rothschild to secure American intervention in return for handing over Palestine to a group of Jewish Zionists after the liquidation of the Ottoman Empire. On the 6th of April 1917, the United States declared war on Germany and the other Central Powers, and on the 2nd of November 1917, Lord Rothschild and his Zionist collaborators received their written undertaking by Great Britain to eventually hand over Palestine to Jewish settlers. This infamous document, known as the Balfour Declaration, was drafted by Lord Arthur James Balfour, British Foreign Secretary, and General Jan Christian Smuts, a member of the Imperial War Cabinet. The misery of this unnecessary war dragged on for another 2 years. Russia was totally destroyed, and an insoluble problem was created in the Middle East. As Rabbi Redcorn prophetically remarked in 1859, quote, wars are the Jews' harvest, for with them we wipe out the Christians and get control of their gold. We have already killed 100 million of them. We shall drive the Christians into war by exploiting their national vanity and stupidity. They will then massacre each other, thus giving room for our own people. Unquote. In similar vein, Gutel Schnapper, Meyer Amsel Rothschild's wife, is reputed to have said shortly before she died in 1849, quote, if my sons did not want war, there would have been none. Unquote. An armistice was declared on the 11th of November 1918, and 7 months later, on the 28th of June 1919, the deeply flawed Treaty of Versailles was signed. Germany had to accept exclusive blame and pay extortionate reparations of $6.6 billion, equivalent to the entire wealth of the country, even though the other principal belligerents, England, France, and Russia, were equally, if not more, blamed. This indemnity would be used to repay the international bankers the fraudulent loans and interest, which had been previously lent to the governments of Great Britain and France. As General Smuts said at the conference, quote, "Everything we have done here is far worse than the Congress of Vienna. Statesmen of 1850 at least knew what was going on. Our statesmen have no idea." Unquote. A History of Central Banking by Stephen Goodson. Chapter 5. The Great Depression. Quote, "Capital must protect itself in every possible way, both by combination and legislation. Debts must be collected, mortgages foreclosed as rapidly as possible. When, through process of law, the common people lose their homes, they will become more docile and more easily governed through the strong arm of the government, applied by a central power of wealth under leading financiers. These truths are well known among our principal men who are now engaged in forming an imperialism to govern the world. By dividing the voters through the political party system, we can get them to expend their energies in fighting for questions of no importance. It is thus, by discreet action, we can ensure for ourselves that which has been so well planned and so successfully accomplished." Unquote. Montague Norman, Governor of the Bank of England, addressing the United States Bankers Association, New York, Idaho, Leader, 26th of August, 1924. By the turn of the 20th century, there were still only 18 central banks. Swedish Riksbank, 1668, Bank of England, 1694, Banco de España, 1782, Bank de France, 1800, Bank of Finland, 1812, the Nederlandsche Bank, 1814, Norges Bank, 1816, Oostenrijkische Bank, National Bank, 1816, Denmark's National Bank, 1818, Banco de Portugal, 1846, National Bank of Belgium, 1850, Bank of Indonesia, formerly Java Bank, 1828, German Reichsbank, 1876, Bulgarian National Bank, 1879, National Bank of Romania, 1880, Bank of Japan, 1882, National Bank of Serbia, 1884, and the Banca d'Italia, 1893. In 1922, a conference was held in Genoa from the 10th of April to the 19th of May, and attended by heads of state, governors of the Bank of England, Bank of France, and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and a host of other international bankers. At this conference, it was resolved to set up central banks in all countries where they were not in existence. The governor of the Bank of England, Montague Norman, insisted that the central banks should be independent of their governments. A. N. Field, in All These Things, summarizes the significant occasion as follows. Quote, "Despite the audacity of these proceedings, they were entirely successful. The paid economist duly discovered that reserve banks were marvelous scientific improvements. The newspapers joined in the chorus of applause, and the politicians of the various states behaved as so many bellwethers leading the sheep to the slaughterhouse. The fact was entirely overlooked that the financiers are in no sense public servants, but simply the paid agents of the shareholders in a banking company whose interests need not in the least be identical with the national interest." Unquote. The Bank for International Settlements. The number of new central banks increased, particularly, quote, "after the establishment of the Bank for International Settlements in Basel early in 1930, when central reserve banks, more or less independent of the governments of the countries in which they were situated, sprang up like mushrooms all over the world amid a chorus of approval from deluded governments and people whom these banks were intended to reduce to servitude." Unquote. I don't know where it start. The original purpose of the BIS was to facilitate German reparations payments in terms of the Treaty of Versailles, but once the artificially contrived Great Depression started to take effect and the National Socialists assumed power in January 1933, all payments ceased, and the BIS had to find a new direction, the fostering of monetary cooperation. In reality, the BIS guides and directs the centrally planned global financial system through the central banks of each country, of which 60 are affiliated to it. The headquarters of the bank are in Basel, Switzerland, and they are currently housed in an ugly 18-story building which looks like the cooling tower of a power station. It is an unelected, unaccountable central bank of the central bankers, which has complete immunity from national laws and taxation and has its own private police force. Furthermore, in terms of rights granted by an agreement with the Swiss Federal Council, all of the bank's archives, documents, and electronic data are inviolable at all times and in all places. This agreement dates back to Article X of Paragraph 2 of the Hague Protocol, which was signed on the 31st of August 1929, and states that, quote, the bank, its property and assets, and also the deposits of other funds entrusted to it on the territory of or dependent on the administration of, shall be immune from any disabilities and from any restrictive measures such as censorship, requisition, seizure, or confiscation. In time of peace or war, reprisals, prohibition, or restriction of export of gold or currency and other similar interferences, restrictions, or prohibitions, unquote. Bi-monthly meetings where the global economy is discussed are held in absolute secrecy. There is no written agenda unless one of the statutes of the bank requires revision and the minutes are not kept. The principal functions of the bank are ostensibly 1. Facilitating collaboration amongst central banks by means of accords. 2. Promoting financial stability. 3. Research on policy issues. 4. Acting as a counterparty for central banks in financial transactions. 5. Serving as an agent or trustee in connection with the international financial operations. However, the true nature of the BIS was revealed in the book Tragedy and Hope, written by insider professional Carol Quigley of Georgetown University, who wrote as follows, quote, in addition to these pragmatic goals, the powers of financial capitalism had another far-reaching aim. Nonetheless, then, to create a world system of financial control in private hands able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. This system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world acting in concert by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. The apex of the system was to be the Bank for International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, a private bank owned and controlled by the world's central banks, which were themselves private corporations. Each central bank in the hands of men like Montague Norman of the Bank of England, Benjamin Strong of the New York Federal Reserve Bank, Charles Rist of the Bank of France, and Hjalmar Schacht of the Reichsbank, sought to dominate its government by its ability to control treasury loans, to manipulate foreign exchanges, to influence the level of economic activity in the country, and to influence cooperative politicians by subsequent economic rewards in the business world. Unquote. As Professor Quigley predicted back in 1966, the ultimate aim of the BIS is a single world currency, a one-world economic system, and a global government where national laws are no longer applicable or relevant. Control of the bank lies with the House of Rothschild through its investments in various central and private banks. After World War II and the dissolution of the European colonial empires because they were no longer financially sustainable and offered far greater prospects for exploitation and plunder by means of international loans, there was a further proliferation of central banks, and currently their number stands at 157. 8 of these banks are in private ownership: National Bank of Belgium, Bank of Greece, Banca d'Italia, Bank of Japan, South African Reserve Bank, Swiss National Bank, Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, and the United States Federal Reserve Bank. The coordinated establishment of all these central banks proves beyond doubt that they are, quote-unquote, part of an international money trust. The United States Federal Reserve Bank. The Between 1820 and 1910, although there was a temporary spike in prices during the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865, the dollar retained its purchasing power. $1 was still worth $1.90 years later. However, it took a mere 6 years for the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank to destroy the value of the dollar. Between 1914 and 1920, prices rose by 125%, reducing its value by 56.1%. Before casting our attention to the Great Depression, a brief examination of the causes of the first major deflation needs to be considered. In order to rein in prices, a secret bankers' meeting was held on the 18th of May 1920 in Washington, D.C. under the misleading title of the Orderly Deflation Committee of the American Bankers Association. Under the orders of the Federal Reserve Board, without notice or warning, the discount rate rose rapidly from 2% to 9% and beyond. Simultaneously, the Federal Reserve Bank began aggressively to sell government bonds, reducing their value by 20%. The fall in bond prices reduced the value of the reserves of community banks, which were forced to call in all their loans. This resulted in, quote, a terrific liquidation of all agricultural products, and agricultural prices tumbled to ruinously low levels. At the same time, freight companies owned by the major trusts, such as the Harrimans, increased their railroad rates to such an extent that in some states, freight costs exceeded the cost of farm production. The farm product index dropped by more than half from 244 in May 1920 to 117 a year later. Many farmers were ruined as their overheads remained unchanged and their financial costs soared. The unlimited powers which the Federal Reserve Bank possessed had enabled it to contract the currency and credit of the United States by $2 billion, as a result of that, quote, prices were cut in half and confusion and distress reigned, unquote. This policy was carried out with deliberate intent in order to impoverish the agricultural sector by transferring rural money to the urban centers and at the same time reducing America's food independence, thereby making it vulnerable to the intrigues and whims of financial speculators and swindlers. In July 1921, the Federal Reserve Bank reversed this policy by repurchasing government bonds. However, the damage done to agricultural banks could not be repaired, and the agricultural products remained artificially depressed, with some products being sold below cost of production. In August 1927, the conspirators running the privately owned Federal Reserve Bank decided that it was time to create a new quote-unquote boom. Despite the protestations of 11 of the 12 Federal Reserve banks who perceived the danger, they were ordered to lower their rediscount rates and embark on a massive government bond repurchasing program, the modern equivalent of quantitative easing, to boost the money supply. Hardly any of this newly created money, ex nihilo, went into productive investments, but was poured into the stock market, where the price-to-earnings ratio quickly rose to 20 and in some cases to 50. The news media and deluded quote-unquote economists announced the arrival of a quote-unquote new era of permanent prosperity and purposefully fanned the flames of speculation as 16 million Americans out of an adult population of 73 million bought and sold shares. On the 9th of March 1929, Paul Warburg, Freemason and founder of the Federal Reserve Bank, advised all member banks as well as Secretary of the Treasury and fellow Mason Andrew Mellon to get out of the stock market or sell it short. He informed them that if they acted immediately, they would reap enormous profits as the Dow Jones share index was about to collapse in a titanic plunge. On the 24th of October 1929, the Federal Reserve Bank decided to put an end to this orgy of speculation and commence the fleecing of the people. The discount rate was suddenly increased to 6%. From nowhere, thousands of orders arrived at the New York Stock Exchange to sell quote-unquote at market, a typical stratagem employed by speculators to knock down share prices rapidly. Confidence soon evaporated, and the first intentionally planned Great Depression was in full swing. The decisive point came 6 days later, on the 30th of October 1929, when the Federal Reserve Bank ordered the contraction of brokers' loans in the amount of $2.3 million. The stock exchange went into a tailspin, and by December 1932, the value of its listed securities had fallen by 83.1% from $89 billion to $15 billion. The economic and social consequences of this implosion were devastating. Out of 24,000 banks, 10,000 were crushed out of existence, leaving their depositors ruined. 200,000 companies filed for bankruptcy, and 8.3 million people were thrown into the streets. Within 3 years, 24.9% of the working population was unemployed. The total national income of the United States declined by 40.7% from $81 billion in 1927 to $48 billion in 1932. During the Depression years, an estimated 3 million people died of starvation. The main causes were malnutrition, infectious diseases, starvation, and suicide. When referring to the New York Stock Exchange collapse, which initiated the Depression, Congressman Louis T. McFadden stated with precision, quote, "It was a carefully contrived occurrence. The international bankers sought to bring about a condition of despair so that they might emerge as the rulers of us all," unquote. A.N. Field condemned the worthlessness of central banks and the perverted purposes for which they have been consistently utilized as follows, quote, "Reserve banking as a means of preventing financial crises has thus been a most complete and total failure in the United States. This fact has in no way militated against a world campaign to establish reserve banks in all countries. It has been alleged that the financiers in command of the United States Federal Reserve do not want stable conditions, and that the unprecedented booms and slumps since its establishment have been deliberately caused. It is at least certain that those in control of the system have raised the strongest objections to every one of the numerous attempts made in Congress to write an instruction into the law directing the Federal Reserve to use its tremendous powers to maintain the purchasing power of its money at a stable level," unquote. In a newspaper article in the Financial Times written in 1930, Professor Carl Gustav Castle of Stockholm University, Sweden, remarked, quote, "Practically absolute power over the welfare of the world has been placed in the hands of the Federal Reserve Board, and one is appalled to see the apparently haphazard manner in which the board uses this power, how ignorant it is of the aim of which ought to dictate American monetary policy," unquote. Finally, in this section, we may pause to reflect on a thunderous speech given on Friday, the 10th of June, 1932, in the United States House of Representatives by the former chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee, 1920 to 1931, the Honorable Louis T. McFadden. Quote, "Mr. Chairman, we have in this country one of the most corrupt institutions the world has ever known. I refer to the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. The Federal Reserve Board, a government board, has cheated the government of the United States and the people of the United States out of enough money to pay the national debt. The depredations and the iniquities of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks acting together have cost this country enough money to pay the national debt several times over. This evil institution has impoverished and ruined the people of the United States, has bankrupted itself, and has practically bankrupted our government. It has done this through the defects of the law under which it operates, through the maladministration of that law by the Federal Reserve Board, and through the corrupt practices of the moneyed vultures who control it. Some people think the Federal Reserve Banks are United States government institutions. They are not government institutions. They are private credit monopolies which prey upon the people of the United States for the benefit of themselves and their foreign customers. Foreign and domestic speculators and swindlers and rich and predatory moneylenders. In that dark crew of financial pirates, there are those who would cut a man's throat to get $1 out of his pocket. There are those who send money into the states to buy votes to control our legislation, and there are those who maintain international propaganda for the purpose of deceiving us and of wheedling us into the granting of new concessions which will permit them to cover up their past misdeeds and set again in motion their gigantic train of crime. Those 12 private credit monopolies were deceitfully and disloyally foisted upon this country by bankers who came here from Europe and who repaid us for our hospitality by undermining our American institutions. Those bankers took money out of this country to finance Japan in a war against Russia. They created a reign of terror in Russia with our money in order to help that war along, instigated the separate peace between Germany and Russia, and thus drove a wedge between the allies of the World War. They financed Trotsky's mass meetings of discontent and rebellion in New York. They paid Trotsky's passage from New York to Russia so that he might assist in the destruction of the Russian Empire. They fomented and instigated the Russian Revolution, and they placed a large fund of American dollars at Trotsky's disposal in one of their branch banks in Sweden so that through him Russian homes might be thoroughly broken up and the Russian children flung far and wide from their natural protectors. They have since begun the breaking up of American homes and the dispersal of American children. It has been said that President Wilson was deceived by the attentions of these bankers and by the philanthropic poses they assumed. It has been said that when he discovered the manner in which he had been misled by Colonel House, he turned against that busybody, that quote-unquote holy monk of the financial empire, and showed him the door. He had the grace to do that, and in my opinion, he deserves great credit for it. President Wilson died a victim of deception. When he came to the presidency, he had certain qualities of mind and heart which entitled him to a high place in the councils of this nation, but there was one thing he was not, and which he never aspired to be. He was not a banker. He said that he knew very little about them. It was therefore, on the advice of others, that the iniquitous Federal Reserve Act, the death warrant of the American liberty, became law in his administration. Mr. Chairman, there should be no partnership or partisanship in matters concerning the banking and currency affairs of this country, and I do not speak with any. In 1912, the National Monetary Association, under the chairmanship of the late Senator Wilson W. Aldrich, made a report and presented a vicious bill called the National Reserve Association Bill. This bill is usually spoken of as the Aldrich Bill. Senator Aldrich did not write the Aldrich Bill. He was the tool, but not the accomplice, of the European-born Jewish bankers who for nearly 20 years had been scheming to set up a central bank in this country, and who in 1912 had spent and were continuing to spend vast sums of money to accomplish their purpose. The Aldrich Bill was condemned in the platform upon which Theodore Roosevelt was nominated in the year 1912, and in that same year, when Woodrow Wilson was nominated, the Democratic platform was adopted at the Biltmore Convention, expressly stated, quote, "We are opposed to the Aldrich Plan or a central bank," unquote. This was plain language. The men who ruled the Democratic Party then promised the people that if they were returned to power, there would be no central bank established here while they held the reins of government. 13 months later, that promise was broken, and the Wilson administration, under the tutelage of those sinister Wall Street figures who stood behind Colonel House, established here in our free country the worm-eaten monarchical institution of the quote-unquote King's Bank, to control us from the top downward and to shackle us from the cradle to the grave. The Federal Reserve Act destroyed our old and characteristic way of doing business. It discriminated against our one-name commercial paper, the finest in the world. It set up the antiquated two-name paper, which is the present curse of this country, and which has wrecked every country which has ever given it scope. It fastened down upon this country the very tyranny from which the framers of the Constitution sought to save us. One of the greatest battles for the preservation of this republic was fought out here in Jackson's day, when the Second Bank of the United States, which was founded upon the same false principles as those which are exemplified in the Federal Reserve Act, was hurled out of existence. After the downfall of the Second Bank of the United States in 1837, the country was warned against the dangers that might ensue if the predatory interests, after being cast out, should come back in disguise and unite themselves to the executive, and through him acquire control of the government. That is what the predatory interests did when they came back in the livery of hypocrisy and under the false pretenses obtained the passage of the Federal Reserve Act. The danger of that country was warned against came upon us, and is shown in the long train of horrors attendant upon the affairs of the traitorous and dishonest Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. Look around you when you leave this chamber, and you will see evidences of it on all sides. This is an era of economic misery, and for the conditions that caused that misery, the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks are fully liable. This is an era of financed crime, and in the financing of crime, the Federal Reserve Board does not play the part of a disinterested spectator. The people of the United States are being greatly wronged. If they are not, then I do not know what quote-unquote wronging the people means. They have been driven from their employments. They have been dispossessed of their homes. They have been evicted from their rented quarters. They have lost their children. They have been left to suffer and to die for the lack of shelter, food, clothing, and medicine. The wealth of the United States and the working capital of the United States has been taken away from them and has either been locked in the vaults of certain banks and great corporations or exported to foreign countries for the benefit of the foreign customers of those banks and corporations. So far as the people of the United States are concerned, the cupboard is bare. It is true that the warehouses and coal yards and grain elevators are full, but the warehouses and coal yards and grain elevators are padlocked, and the great banks and corporations hold the keys. The sack of the United States by the Federal Reserve Board and Federal Reserve banks and their confederates is the greatest crime in history. Mr. Chairman, a serious situation confronts the House of Representatives today. We are the trustees of the people, and the rights of the people are being taken away from them. Through the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks, the people are losing the rights guaranteed to them by the Constitution. Their property has been taken from them without due process of law. Mr. Chairman, common decency requires us to examine the public accounts of the government to see what crimes against the public welfare have been or are being committed. What is needed here is a return to the Constitution of the United States. We need to have a complete divorce of bank and state. The old struggle that was fought out here in Jackson's day must be fought over again. The independent United States Treasury should be reestablished, and the government should keep its own money under lock and key in the building the people provided for that purpose. Asset currency, the device of the swindler, should be done away with. The government should buy gold and issue United States currency on it. The business of the independent bankers should be restored to them. The state banking system should be freed from coercion. The Federal Reserve District should be abolished, and state boundaries should be respected. Bank reserves should be kept within the borders of the states whose people own them, and this reserve money of the people should be protected so that the international bankers and acceptance bankers and discount dealers cannot draw it away from them. The exchanges should be closed while we are putting our financial affairs in order. The Federal Reserve Act and the Federal Reserve banks, having violated their charters, should be liquidated immediately. Faithless government officers who have violated their oaths of office should be impeached and brought to trial. Unless this is done by us, I predict that the American people, outraged, robbed, pillaged, insulted, and betrayed as they are in their own land, will rise in their wrath and send a president here who will sweep the money changers out of the temple. Unquote. Yes, I had to break because I was tearing. From the above speech, it may be noted that the concerns raised by the Labour Party in South Africa during the debate in the South African Banking and Currency Bill that, quote, what had been done in the USA was not in the interests of the public, but of the banks, unquote, were fully justified. But the naive and foolish legislators of 1920 allowed the South African Reserve Bank to be established as a replication of the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank, which Congressman McFadden described as being, quote, one of the most corrupt and evil institutions in the world, unquote, is a matter of deep regret and must be censured in the strongest terms. Clifford Hugh Douglas. Clifford Hugh Douglas, 1879 to 1952, was an engineer who, while working as assistant superintendent at the Royal Aircraft Factory at Farnborough, England during World War I, noticed that the total cost of goods were greater than the sums paid in lieu of wages, salaries, and dividends. He decided to investigate this disconnect in the way money flowed through industry, and after collecting data from hundreds of companies, found that there was a persistent deficit in purchasing power of consumers relative to total costs of production. He considered income tax to be a negative dividend and instead proposed the payment of a national dividend to all citizens, which would bridge the gap between earnings and prices. This dividend would provide consumers with the additional buying power necessary to absorb all the current production of goods in a non-inflationary manner. This forms part of Douglas's A plus B theory, that prices are always being generated at a faster rate than incomes are produced, so that the total prices of all goods in the economy at any particular stage exceed the total buying power of consumers. Douglas's economic theory, known as social credit, advocated the transfer of the money creation process from private banks, which create money out of nothing as an interest-bearing debt, to a state bank. Scrolling past pictures. He also proposed a price adjustment mechanism called the just price. This mechanism would reduce prices by a percentage as a consequence of physical efficiencies introduced into the production process through the improvements in technology. In this manner, the benefits of technology would flow directly to the workers and increase their standard of living. Douglas was very aware of the fact that these increasing technological advances would make the attainment of full employment an impossibility. Hence his insistence on the payment of a national dividend, which was calculated by adding to a basic income the increase in national production and consumption data. After World War I, Douglas devoted the rest of his life to the promotion of his ideas and gave lectures in many countries, including Australia, Canada, Japan, New Zealand, and Norway. He achieved two notable successes. One, the Social Credit Party obtained control of the provincial government of Alberta, Canada in 1935, and two, after a lecture tour in Japan in 1929, his policies were adopted by the Japanese government in 1932. Douglas's policies were much feared by the international bankers, and in the 1930s they put up a very considerable sum of £5 million in order to counter his highly successful program of public enlightenment. Douglas had nothing but disdain for central banking, and on one occasion while delivering a speech in Newcastle upon Tyne in 1937, he described the Bank of England as being a quote-unquote mental institution. Irving Norton Fisher. Irving Fisher, 1867 to 1947, was a famous professor of economics at Yale University who adopted a mathematical approach to resolving economic problems. He is well known for his utility theory, which juxtaposed the measurability of the utility function to demand theory. In his treatise, The Theory of Interest, he observed the changes in the value of goods relative to changes in time and interest rates. This later became known as the quantity theory of money. Throughout his life, he was active in the eugenics movement. In March 1913, Senator Robert L. Owen, chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, tried to introduce an alternative bill to the fraudulent Rothschild-Rockefeller banking and currency proposal. The bill would have allowed for the inclusion of staple commodities as part of the monetary base, in addition to gold and silver, and would thereby have prevented the possibility of either inflation or deflation, and would have created true freedom of employment. Irving Fisher assisted Owen in the drafting of this bill, but was subsequently blackmailed into withdrawing his support. The following illuminating paragraph, extracted from Emanuel Josephson's The Federal Reserve Conspiracy and Rockefellers, Their Gold Corner, describes what transpired. Quote, "The conspirators determined to block the adoption of the Owen Bill. They had Professor Fisher summoned before the Yale officials and confronted with the charge that he was so quote-unquote foolish as to advocate money based on commodities other than gold. He was warned," related Senator Owen, "that there would be no place at Yale or in any other university for anyone so quote-unquote foolish." Professor Fisher was keenly aware of the side on which, quote, "his bread was buttered," unquote, and was no more principled, unfortunately, than are the multitude of quote-unquote professors prostituted to the conspirators and their foundations. He succumbed to the conspirators' blackmail, double-crossed Senator Owen, and withdrew his professional support of the honest remedial bill that he had helped draft. In its place, Professor Fisher announced his advocacy of what he mockingly labeled a quote-unquote commodity dollar, the value of which was to be determined by a quote-unquote gold index. That would block the stabilization of the economy by making speculative the value of commodities, of gold, and of the dollar, and would enhance the power of the conspirators to manipulate or quote-unquote manage the economy to enable them more readily to swindle the nation. The coup de grace was given to Senator Owen's honest, stabilizing currency in the banking bill by its flat and categoric rejection by President Wilson." Unquote. Having relented after his previous betrayal of Senator Owen's efforts to amend the currency in the banking bill, in 1920 Fisher published a book, Dollar Stabilization, which contained what later became known as the Chicago Plan. The plan was privately issued as a 6-page memorandum and distributed to 40 individuals on the 16th of March 1933. It advocated that the state should create the nation's money supply and that private banks should operate as full reserve banks. Using mathematical principles, Fisher was able to prove that full employment would be the result, business cycles would be abolished, and inflation would be reduced and remain at zero. In August 2012, 2 researchers at the International Monetary Fund, Jeremiah Bennis and Michael Kumhoff, produced the Chicago Plan Revisited. They found that every one of Fisher's findings was 100% correct. Their conclusion is cited in full. Quote, "This paper revisits the Chicago Plan, a proposal for fundamental monetary reform that was put forward by many leading economists, U.S. economists at the height of the Great Depression. Fisher, 1936, in his brilliant summary of the Chicago Plan, claimed that it had 4 major advantages ranging from greater macroeconomic stability to much lower debt levels throughout the economy. In his paper, we are able rigorously to evaluate his claims. In this paper, we are able to rigorously evaluate his claims. By applying the recommendations of the Chicago Plan to a state-of-the-art monetary DSGE model that contains a fully microfunded and carefully calibrated model of the current U.S. financial system. The critical feature of this model is that the economy's money supply is created by banks through debt, rather than being created debt-free by the government." Quote, "Our analytical and simulation results fully validate Fisher's 1936 claims. The Chicago Plan could significantly reduce business cycle volatility caused by rapid changes in banks' attitude towards credit risk. It would eliminate bank runs, and it would lead to an instantaneous large reduction in the levels of both government and private debt. It would accomplish the latter by making government-issued money, which represents equity in the Commonwealth, rather than debt, the central liquid asset of the economy, while the banks concentrate on their strength, the extension of credit to investment projects that require monitoring and risk management expertise. We find that the advantages of the Chicago Plan go even beyond those claimed by Fisher. One additional advantage is large, steady state output gains due to the removal or reduction of multiple distortions, including interest rate risk spreads, distortionary taxes, and costly monitoring of macroeconomically unnecessary risks. Another advantage is the ability to drive steady-state inflation to zero in an environment where liquidity traps do not exist and where monetarism becomes feasible and desirable because the government does in fact control broad monetary aggregates. This ability to generate and live with zero steady-state inflation is nothing in our theoretical framework to support this claim, and as discussed in Section 2, there is very little in the monetary history of ancient societies and Western nations to support it either." Unquote. A History of Central Banking by Stephen Goodford. Chapter 6. The Rise and Fall of State Banking, 1932 to 1945. Quote, You are aware that the gold standard has been the ruin of the states which adopted it, for it has not been able to satisfy the demands for money, the more so that we have removed gold from circulation as far as possible." Unquote. Protocol number 20 from the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Quote, "I next argued that the gold standard, the fixing of rates of exchange and so forth, were shibboleths, which I had never regarded and never would regard as weighty and immutable principles of economy. Money to me was simply a token of exchange for work done, and its value depended absolutely on the value of the work accomplished. Where money did not represent services rendered, I insisted it had no value at all." Unquote. Adolf Hitler. Reichsbank, the state bank of National Socialist Germany. Out of the worldwide chaos and economic havoc of the 1930s, which had been induced by the Rothschild-controlled/owned central banks, three phoenixes would arise. In May 1919, an insignificant soldier attended a lecture given by a former construction engineer turned economist, Dr. Gottfried Feder, 1883 to 1941, entitled "The Abolition of Interest Servitude." The purpose of this course of lectures was to provide the soldiers with a background in politics and economics, which would enable them to monitor the many revolutionary and political movements active in Munich at that time. The following quotations taken from Mein Kampf reveal the decisive influence that Feder would have on Adolf Hitler's thinking. Quote, "For the first time in my life, I heard a discussion which dealt with the principles of stock exchange capital and capital which was used for loan activities. After hearing the first lecture delivered by Feder, the idea immediately came into my head that I had found a way to one of the most essential prerequisites for the founding of a new party. To my mind, Feder's merit consisted in the ruthlessness and trenchant way in which he described the double character of the capital engaged in stock exchange and loan transactions, laying bare the fact that this capital is ever and always dependent on the payment of interest. In the fundamental questions, his statements were so full of common sense that those who criticized him did not deny, Alphonse, that his ideas were sound, but they doubted whether it be possible to put these ideas into practice. To me, this seemed the strongest point in Feder's teaching, though others considered it a weak point." Unquote. And again, quote, "I understood immediately that here was a truth of transcendental importance for the future of the German people. The absolute separation of stock exchange capital from the economic life of the nation would make it possible to oppose the process of internationalization in German business without, at the same time, attacking capital as such. For to do this would be to jeopardize the foundations of our national independence. I clearly saw what was developing in Germany, and I realized then that the stiffest fight we would have to wage would not be against the enemy nations, but against international capital." In Feder's speech, I found an effective rallying cry for our coming struggle. Unquote. A few weeks later, Hitler received an instruction from his military superiors to investigate a political association called the Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, German Workers' Party. At this meeting, held on the 12th of September 1919 in the Sternecker Inn in Munich, about 20 to 25 persons were present. The main speaker was Gottfried Feder. Shortly thereafter, Hitler joined this party and received a provisional certificate of membership numbered 7. His first act on assuming control of the party was to rename it the National Socialist Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, National Socialist German Workers' Party. Feder, who was the principal drafter of the party's 25 points, became the architect and the theoretician of the program. In July 1933, he was appointed Under Secretary of State for Economic Affairs, and in 1934, Reichskommissar, Reich Commissioner. Monetary reform was the very essence of National Socialism, as is revealed in the following extracts taken from the program of the NSDAP, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, and its general conceptions. Published in Munich in 1932. Adolf Hitler prints its two main points in leaded type. The common interest before self, the spirit of program, and abolition of the thraldom of interest, the core of National Socialism. Once these 2 points are achieved, it means a victory of their approaching universalist ordering of society in each true state over the present-day separation of state, nation, and economics under the corrupting influence of the individualist theory of society as now constructed. The sham state of today, oppressing the working classes and protecting the pirated gains of bankers and stock exchange speculators, is the area for reckless private enrichment and for the lowest political profiteering. It gives no thought to the people and provides no high moral bond of union. The power of money, most ruthless of all powers, holds absolute control and exercises corrupting, destroying influence on state, nation, society, morals, drama, literature, and all matters of morality, less easy to estimate. Quote, break down the thraldom of interest is our warfare. What do we mean by the thraldom of interest? The landowner is under this thraldom. He has to raise loans to finance his farming operations, loans at such high interest as almost to eat up the results of his labor, or who is forced to make debts and to drag mortgages after it like so much lead. So is the worker producing in shops and factories for a pittance, whilst the shareholder draws dividends and bonuses which he has not worked for. So is the earning middle class, whose work goes almost entirely to pay the interest on bank overdrafts. Thraldom of interest is the real expression for the antagonisms, capital versus labor, blood versus money, creative work versus exploitation. The necessity of breaking this thraldom is of such vast importance for our nation and our race that on it alone depends our nation's hopes of rising up from its shame and slavery. In fact, the hope of recovering happiness, prosperity, and civilization throughout the world. It is the pivot on which everything turns. It is far more than mere necessity of financial policy. Whilst its principles and consequences bite deep into political and economic life, it is a leading question for economic study, and thus affects every single individual and demands a decision from each one: service to the nation or unlimited private enrichment. It means a solution of the social question. Our financial principle: finance shall exist for the benefit of the state. The financial magnates shall not form a state within the state, hence our aim to break the thraldom of interest. Relief of the state, and hence of the nation, from its indebtedness to the great financial houses which lend on interest. Nationalization of the Reichsbank and the issuing houses which lend on interest. Provision of money for all great public objects, water, power, railroads, etc., not by means of loans, but by granting non-interest-bearing state bonds and without using ready money. Introduction of a fixed standard of currency on a secured basis. Creation of a national bank of business development, currency reform, for granting non-interest-bearing loans. Fundamental remodeling of the system of taxation on socio-economic principles. Relief of the consumer from the burden of indirect taxation, and of the producer from crippling taxation. Fiscal reform and relief from taxation. Wanton printing of banknotes without creating new values means inflation. We all lived through it, but the correct conclusion is that an issue of non-interest-bearing bonds by the state cannot produce inflation if new values are at the same time created. The fact that today great economic enterprises cannot be set on foot without recourse to loans is sheer lunacy. Here is where reasonable use of the state's right to produce money which might produce most beneficial results." Unquote. On the 30th of January 1933, the National Socialists were swept to power by means of a coalition, or Regierung der Nationalen Concentration, Government of National Concentration, with the Deutschnational Volkspartei, German National People's Party. A somewhat attenuated version of monetary reform was introduced. In order to finance the state's work and rearmament programs, two dummy corporations called Gesellschaft für öffentliche Arbeiten, AFA, and Nettelforschung Gesellschaft, Netto, were established. These corporations accepted bills of exchange from suppliers who fulfilled state orders. These bills of exchange were then discounted at the Reichsbank at a rate of 4%. These bills of exchange were then discounted at the Reichsbank at a rate of 4%. They were issued for 3 months only, which was clearly unsatisfactory in view of the long-term nature of the various projects they were financing. They could, however, be extended at 3 monthly intervals for up to 5 years. In January 1939, matters came to a head when the president of the Reichsbank, Hjalmar Schacht, refused extension of 3 billion Reichsmarks worth of AFA and MEFO bills because of fears of quote-unquote inflation. On January 7, 1939, Schacht sent Hitler a memorandum signed by himself and the 8 other board members of the Reichsbank, which contained the following main points. Number 1. The Reich must spend only that amount covered by taxes. 2. Full financial control must be returned to the Ministry of Finance, then forced to pay for anything the army desired. 3. Price and wage control must be rendered effective. The existing mismanagement must be eliminated. 4. The use of money and investment markets must be at the sole discretion of the Reichsbank. This meant a practical elimination of Goering's 4-year plan. Unquote. Schacht concluded his memorandum with the ambiguous words, quote, "We shall be happy to do our best to collaborate with all future goals, but for now the time has come to call a halt," unquote. By these means, Schacht intended to collapse the German economy, which during the period 1933 to 39 had increased its gross national product by 100%. From being a ruined and bankrupt nation in January 1933 with 7,500,000 unemployed persons, Hitler had transformed Germany into a modern socialist paradise. He was justifiably angry and rejected the recommendations of the Reichsbank as quote-unquote mutiny. 2 weeks later, Schacht was sacked. Roger Ellisson described this momentous event as follows, quote, "On the 19th of January 1939, Schacht was summarily dismissed and the Reichsbank was ordered to grant the Reich all credits requested by Hitler. This decisive action essentially emasculated both the Reichsbank's control over domestic monetary policy and the German power base of international Jewry. It had the effect of removing Jewish bankers the power to deflate and destroy the German economy. Excluding the implications of the interest rate paid on the NATO bills, Germany could now be viewed as being on a quote-unquote Feder system, rather than a quote-unquote Schacht system. The Reichsbank effectively became an arm of the government, with the only real change being in the fact that bills were now monetized, or discounted, under the auspices of the state, rather than some Jewish lackey in the Reichsbank presidency. Thus, only in January 1939 did the Reichsbank become an authentic state bank. Schacht's dismissal also terminated the transfer of confidential information regarding all Germany's economic developments, which he had been deviously given without interruption to Montagu Norman, a fellow Mason and governor of the Bank of England from 1920 to 44. A new Reichsbank law, which was promulgated on the 15th of June 1939, made the bank quote-unquote unconditionally subordinated to the sovereignty of the state. Article 3 of the law decreed that the bank renamed Deutsche Reichsbank should be, quote, directed and managed according to the instructions and under the supervision of the Führer and Reichschancellor, unquote. Hitler was now his own banker, but having departed from the fold of international swindlers and usurers, he would, like Napoleon Bonaparte, who in 1800 had established the Bank of France as a state bank, suffer the same fate. An unnecessary war followed by the ruination of his people and country. It was this event which triggered World War II, the realization by the Rothschilds that universal replication of Germany's usury-free state banking system would permanently destroy their evil financial empire. in order to provide the Poles with a free hand which would enable them to antagonize and provoke the Germans, a deceitful and worthless offer to guarantee Poland's sovereignty was given by Great Britain on the 31st of March 1939. During the next 5 months, the Polish government progressively intensified the oppression, harassment of, and attacks on the remaining 1.5 million ethnic Germans living in Poland. These attacks, in which over 58,000 German civilians were killed by Poles in acts of wanton savagery, culminated in the Bamberg massacre on the 3rd of September 1939, in which 5,500 people were murdered. Initially, these provocations and atrocities were stoically ignored. Eventually, Hitler was compelled to employ military intervention in order to protect the Germans in Poland. On the 30th of August 1939, in an act of great statesmanship, Hitler again offered to the Polish government the Marienwerder proposals. The four main proposals were as follows. Number 1, retention of the existing 1919 borders as determined by the Treaty of Versailles. 2, the return of Danzig, population 370,000, to Germany, which was 97% German. 3, construction of a 60-mile Autobahn and rail link connecting West and East Prussia from Schönlanke to Marienburg. 4, an exchange of German and Polish populations. On the orders of the international bankers, the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Edward Wood Halifax, strongly advised the Polish government not to negotiate. This is how and why World War II was started and disposes of the canard of German culpability. From 1939 onwards, although Germany made at least 28 known attempts at peace without conditions, they were all refused. The ensuing forced war resulted in victory for the international financiers and defeat and slavery for the people of Europe, and indeed the world. In Europe, this enslavement was finally achieved with the establishment of the Rothschild-controlled European Central Bank on the 1st of June 1998, and the introduction of the euro on the 1st of January 1999. Achievements of the German state banking system. One of the primary benefits which state banking and monetary reform conferred on the German people was the provision of adequate housing. During the period 1933 to 1937, 1,458,178 new houses were built to the highest standards of the time. Each house could not be more than 2 stories high and had to have a garden. The building of apartments was discouraged, and rental payments on housing were not permitted to exceed 25 Reichsmarks per month, or 1/8 the income of an average worker. Employees earning higher incomes paid a maximum of 45. Interest-free loans of 1,000 Reichsmarks, about 5 months of gross pay, known as the Hesstandardarlehen, marriage loans, were paid in certificates to newlywed couples to finance the purchase of household goods. The loan was repayable at 1% per month, but for each child born, 25% of the loan was canceled. Thus, if a family had 4 children, the loan would have been considered repaid in full. The same principle was applied in respect of home loans, which were issued for a period of 10 years at a low rate of interest. The birth of each child also resulted in cancellation of 25% of the loan. Education in schools, technical colleges, and universities was free, while the universal health care system provided everyone with free medical care. Scrolling past pictures. During the period of 1933 to 37, imports increased by 31%, from 4.2 billion Reichsmarks to 5.5 billion Reichsmarks, while exports, particularly to Southeast Europe, rose by 20%, from 4.9 billion to 5.9 billion Reichsmarks. This increased trade is reflected in the 76.9% rise in inland shipping, from 73 to 130 million tons conveyed, and the 69.4% rise in ocean shipping from 36 million to 61 million tons transport. During this period, trade was greatly enhanced by barter, which bypassed the international payment system and the requirement of having to pay commission and interest on bills of exchange. By the late 1930s, 50% of all foreign trade was being conducted by means of barter transactions using offset accounting. There were 25 countries, mainly located in the Balkans and Latin America, participating in such barter agreements. In the same period, expenditure on roads, and in particular the Reichsautobahn, of which 2,400 miles were completed by September 1939, rose by 229.5%, from 440 million to 1.45 billion Reichsmarks. This construction, which besides having symbolic value representative of the new Germany, was necessary in order to accommodate the substantial increase in licensed vehicles, which rose by 425% from 41,000 to 216,000 vehicles, and the even higher increase of 622% in licensed commercial vehicles from 7,000 to 50,600. Between 1932 and 1938, iron ore production increased by 45.4% from 843,000 to 1,226,000 tons. German ores contained only 25% iron as opposed to the superior iron content of the Swedish ores, which they could not afford. This difficulty was overcome with the Krupp-Wren process, which produced high-quality steel. Between 1932 and June 1939, the index of coal production rose by 85.5%, from 69 to 128, while the energy index rose during the same period by 76%, from 75 to 132. These pictures. As a result of all this heightened and ever-increasing economic activity, unemployment, which stood at 30.1% in 1933, had been reduced to almost zero by July 1939, and retired workers had to be enticed back to the labor market in order to make up for the shortage of skilled workers. In contrast, the unemployment rate in the United States, which had stood at 25.1% in 1933, had, according to the National Industrial Conference Board, declined only marginally to 19.8% by January 1940, a situation which may be attributed to the irrational but nonetheless deliberate policies of the Rothschild-controlled Federal Reserve Bank and the parasitic private banking sector. National income in Germany rose by 43.8%, from 45.2 billion Reichsmarks to 65 billion between 1932 to 1937, while between 1932 and June 1939, the index of producers' goods increased by 219.6%, from 46 to 147. Yet the cost of living advanced by only 4%, or less than 1% per annum, a rate which would be achieved throughout the 12 years of state banking under National Socialism. The German monetary policy, quote, was non-inflationary because government expenditures, which increased the level of consumer demand, could in turn elicit a correspondingly increased quantity of disposable consumer goods, unquote. By 1939, Germany had become the most powerful country in the history of Europe. Its gross domestic product, at an annual average growth rate of 11% per annum, had doubled in the short space of 6 years of quasi-state banking. The Germans were now the happiest and most prosperous people in the world, fully employed and enjoying one of the highest standards of living. This success was achieved by the hard work of the German people and with the support of an honest money system not based on usury or the gold standard. One of the myths propagated by establishment historians is that Germany's economic renaissance was based on armaments production. The following table reveals modest levels of defense expenditure, which only picked up in 1938 to 1939, when Germany started to feel threatened by her neighbors. In the year 1934, defense expenditure in Reichsmarks was 1.9 billion, which is 4% of the national income. And then 1934 to 35, 1.9 billion again. 1936, 4 billion, 7% of the income. 38, 8.2 billion, 11% of the income. 39, 18.4 billion, 22% of national income. Source, Deutsche Reichsbank. Even expenditure of 22% of national income on defense just before World War II started may be deemed as not being too excessive, when one bears in mind that Germany's borders possessed few natural boundaries, and at that time she was surrounded by hostile neighbors, Czechoslovakia, France, and Poland. Germany also had to replenish the armaments which she had been forbidden to possess in terms of the Treaty of Versailles. The English historian A.J.P. Taylor writes that, quote, the state of German rearmament, or German armament, in 1939 gives the decisive proof that Hitler was not contemplating general war and probably not intending war at all, unquote. Post-World War II developments. In May 1945, the Deutsche Reichsbank ceased operations, although its affairs were only wrapped up in 1961, and was succeeded in the western half of the country by the Bank Deutsche Lande, Bank of German States, on the 1st of March 1940. This bank introduced the Deutsche Mark on the 21st of June 1948 and later became known as the Deutsche Bundesbank, which was established on 26th of July 1957. Although legally independent and modeled on the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank, the Bundestag, or federal parliament, exerted considerable control and influence over its policies and was not as fully independent during that time as most central banks are today. During 2001, as a result of its membership of the European Central Bank, the Deutsche Bundesbank ceded most of its authority to that organization. Its remaining responsibilities, which are shared with the ECB, are the issuing of banknotes, managing the clearinghouse, bank supervision, and management of currency reserves. The principal objective of the ECB, as laid down in Article 127, in parentheses 1, of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, is to maintain price stability. This obsession is largely responsible for the record levels of unemployment and low levels of growth in GDP currently being experienced, and the ongoing collapse in birth rate. The ECB was established on the 1st of January 1998 and formally became operational on the 1st of January 1999 with the introduction of the euro. This Rothschild-controlled bank is ironically situated at Kaiserstrasse 29, Frankfurt, not too far from the Judengasse, Jews' land, where Mayor Amsel Rothschild and his brother Kalman set up a shop peddling coins and medals in the 1780s. For those 18 countries which have foolishly adopted the euro and joined the ECB, their subjugation and enslavement are a fait accompli. Fascist Italy. On the 28th of October 1922, Benito Mussolini and his National Fascist Party came to power. Fascism should be more appropriately described as corporatism, as it symbolized a merger of state and corporate power. In 1936, the Chamber of Deputies was replaced by a National Council of Corporations with 823 representatives from industry, labor, and states who guided industry and settled labor disputes. In the 1920s, by means of deficit spending, a program of public works was instituted, which was unrivaled in modern Europe at that time. Bridges, canals, autostrada of 2,485 miles, hospitals, schools, railways, stations, and orphanages were built. Forests were planted and universities were endowed. The pontoon marshes were drained and 310 square miles were reclaimed. As part of the program of national self-sufficiency, or autarky, agriculture was subsidized and regulated. The State Bank of Italy. In 1926, Mussolini first intervened in the banking sector by granting the Bank d'Italia jurisdiction over the issue of banknotes and the management of minimum requirements for bank reserves, including gold. This formed part of his policy of using Italian fascism quote, primarily to create an autarkic state not subject to the vagaries of world trade and finance, unquote. In 1927, Italy received a loan from J.P. Morgan of $100 million to meet a special emergency. Thereafter, Mussolini refused, quote, to negotiate or accept any more foreign loans, as he was determined to keep Italy free from financial subservience to foreign banking interests, unquote. In 1931, the state arrogated to itself the right to supervise all major banks by the means of the Istituto Mobiliare Italiano, Institute of Italian Securities. In 1936, the process was completed when, by means of the Auto Reforma Bancaria, Banking Reform Act, the Banca d'Italia and the major banks became state institutions. The Banca d'Italia was now a fully fledged state bank, which had the sole right to create credit out of nothing and advance it for a nominal fee to other banks. Limits on state borrowing were lifted, as was the case with the Bank of Japan, see infra, and Italy abandoned the gold standard. The State Bank of Japan. The Bank of Japan, or Nippon Ginko, was founded on the 10th of October 1882. Although the Japanese imperial household was the largest shareholder, it functioned as a typical central bank, i.e. for the benefit of private banks to the detriment of the public interest. In 1929, C.H. Douglas, whose system of social credit has been previously discussed, went on a lecture tour of Japan. His proposals for allowing government to create the nation's money and credit free of interest were enthusiastically received by the leaders of both the Japanese government and industry. All Douglas's books and pamphlets were translated into Japanese, and more copies were sold in that country than in the rest of the world. The reorganization of the Bank of Japan into a state bank administered exclusively for the accomplishment of national interests was commenced in 1932. The reform of the bank was completed in 1942 when the Bank of Japan law was remodeled on Germany's Reichsbank Act of January 1939. The bank operated in the following manner. Quote, it declared that the bank was a special corporation of a strongly national nature. The bank was to assume the task of controlling currency and finance and supporting and promoting the credit system in conformity with policies of the state to ensure the full use of the nation's potential. Further, it was to be managed with the accomplishment of national aims as its sole guiding principle. Article 2. As for the functions of the bank, the law abolished the old principle of priority for commercial finance, empowering it to supervise facilities for industrial finance. The law also authorized the bank to make unlimited advances to the government without security and to subscribe for and to absorb government bonds. In respect of note issues, the law made permanent the system of maximum issues limit. Thus, the bank could make unlimited issues to meet the requirements of the nations, industries, and the government. On the other hand, government supervision of the bank was markedly strengthened. The government could nominate, superintend, and give orders to the president and the directors. There was also a clause giving the government more comprehensive powers to give so-called functional orders to the bank to direct it to perform any function it deemed necessary for the attainment of the bank's purpose. Moreover, the law made a wide range of the bank's business subject to governmental approval, including such matters as the alteration of bank rate, note issues, and accounts, unquote. Japan had been experiencing these same traumatic difficulties caused by the artificially created Great Depression. However, the conversion from a central to a state banking methodology produced results which were both swift and sustained. Economic indices of Japan 1931 to 41. In 1931, manufacturing was 19.1, all industries 19.7, national income 10.5, GNP 12.5. By 1941, I'm skipping several years here, by 1941, it went from 19 to 45 in manufacturing, 46 in all industries, and 35 national income, up from 10.5, and the GNP up from 12.5 to 44.9. Source Statistics, Department of Bank of Japan. The above table illustrates the progressive improvement which took place in the Japanese economy once the shackles of usury had been removed. During the 1931 to 41 period, manufacturing output and industrial production increased by 140% and 136% respectively, while national income and gross national product were up by 241% and 259% respectively. These remarkable increases exceeded by a wide margin the economic growth of the rest of the industrialized world. In the labor market, unemployment declined from 5.5% in 1930 to 3% in 1938. Industrial disputes decreased, with the number of stoppages down from 998 in 1931 to 159 in 1940. By the late 30s, Japan had become the leading economic power in East Asia, and her exports were steadily replacing those of America and England. In August 1940, Japan announced the formation of the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. The fear that these countries would adopt Japan's state banking methods posed such a serious threat to the Rothschild-owned and controlled U.S. Federal Reserve Bank that a war was deemed to be the only means of countering it. How Japan was forced into World War II. From July 1939, relations with America rapidly deteriorated. After the USA unilaterally abrogated the Treaty of Commerce of 1911 and thereby restricted Japan's ability to import essential raw materials. These measures were imposed avowedly because of the war in China and were followed in June 1940 by an aviation fuel embargo and a ban on the export of iron and steel to Japan in November 1940. On the 25th of July 1941, all Japanese assets in England, Holland, and America were frozen after Japan, with the permission of Vichy France, had peacefully occupied Indochina in order to block off China's southern supply routes, and all trade between Japan and America was summarily terminated. At the same time, President Franklin D. Roosevelt closed the Panama Canal to all Japanese shipping, and a rubber and oil embargo was enforced, which resulted in the latter case of the loss of 88% of all supplies. Without oil, Japan could not survive. General Hideki Toho, Prime Minister, October 1941 to July 1944, explains in his diary how the United States continually thwarted Japanese efforts at maintaining peace. Japan's peaceful commercial relations were being persistently undermined by the USA and posed a grave threat to her future existence. By means of the economic blockade, a noose was being placed around Japan's neck. Not only were the United States, England, China, and Holland encircling Japan through economic pressures, but naval forces throughout the region in the Philippines, Singapore, and Malaysia were being redeployed and strengthened. American battleships were observed steaming through the seas surrounding Japan. An American admiral claimed that the Japanese fleet could be sunk in a couple of weeks, while British Prime Minister Churchill declared that England would join America's side within 24 hours. General Tojo wrote, quote, "Japan attempted to circumvent these dangerous circumstances by diplomatic negotiation, and although Japan heaped concession upon concession in hope of finding a solution through mutual compromise, there was no progress because the United States would not retreat from its original position." Finally, in the end, the United States repeated demands that, under the circumstances, Japan could not accept. Complete withdrawal of troops from China, repudiation of the Nanking government, withdrawal from the Tripartite Pact, unquote. Numerous diplomatic initiatives were made by Japan, including the offer of a summit on the 8th of August, 1941, but they all failed. By the 2nd of December 1941, Japan had been cut off from 75% of her normal trade by the Allied blockade and thus found herself forced into attacking America in order to maintain her prosperity and to secure her existence as a sovereign nation. The uncompromising and unrelenting pressure applied by the usurers in New York had deliberately provoked Japan into taking retaliatory action. Post-World War II developments. Following Japan's defeat, one of the first acts of the United States occupation forces of Japan in September 1945 was to restructure the Japanese banking system so as to make it compliant with the norms of the international bankers, i.e. usury. The unrestricted financing of the state by the Bank of Japan was abolished, and the large industrial compounds, the wabatsu, were dismantled. This policy was carried out by Joseph Dodge, a Detroit banker who was financial advisor to the Supreme Allied Commander, General Douglas MacArthur. The Ministry of Finance was, however, able to retain a measure of control over the banking system and, in particular, monetary policy. In 1988, Japan was adversely affected by its compliance with the Basel I regulations, which obliged the Bank of Japan to raise the minimum capital requirements of its risk-related assets from 2 to 8%. This action precipitated an on-off recession which has lasted for the past 29 years. In April 1998, the Ministry of Finance was forced by law to yield to the Independent Bank of Japan. Since that time, the Bank of Japan has functioned as a typical Rothschild-controlled central bank, which seldom performs its duties in the best interests of the Japanese people. A History of Central Banking by Stephen Goodson. Chapter 7. Modern Forms of State Banking. Quote, "Banking was conceived in iniquity and was born in sin. The bankers own the earth. Take it away from them, but leave them the power to create deposits, and with a flick of the pen, they will create enough deposits to buy it back again. However, take it away from them, and all the great fortunes like mine will disappear, and they ought to disappear, for this world would be a happier and better world to live in. But if you wish to remain the slaves of the bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, let them continue to create deposits." Unquote. Sir Josiah Stamp, former director of the Bank of England. Bank of North Dakota. In 1919, the 48 states of the United States were offered the opportunity of setting up their own state banks. North Dakota was the only state which accepted this offer. North Dakota, capital Bismarck, has a population of 790,000. It is situated in the middle of America on the Canadian border. Notwithstanding its harsh winters, its primary source of both direct and indirect income is agriculture. It ranks first in the United States in the production of wheat, mainly durum, barley, canola, flaxseed, oats, and sunflower seeds. Shale oil obtained by fracking in the Bakken Basin and lignite are the state's principal mining products. Most of the states of America are technically insolvent, and with the exception of North Dakota and her western neighbor Montana, all have been experiencing budget deficits. By way of comparison, California, the largest state in economic terms and currently the world's 12th largest economy, had a deficit of just under $23 billion in April 2013 and pays out $10.4 billion in interest annually. In 2012, its bond debt amounted to $167.9 billion. In contrast to the other 49 states which have been suffering rising levels of unemployment, North Dakota's unemployment rate has decreased and is currently the lowest in the USA at 2.7%. It also has the lowest default rates in the country. In September 2012, North Dakota had a budget surplus of $1.6 billion. Between 1997 and 2010, its GDP grew by 93.4%, from $16 billion to $31 billion. During the period 2000 to 2011, personal income per capita increased by 127%, from $20,000 to $45,000, while the national increase was 37.4% over the same period. The secret of its success lies in its state bank. The mission statement of the bank is to provide sound financial services that promote agriculture, commerce, and industry. By law, the state must deposit all its funds in the bank, which pays a competitive rate of interest to the state treasury. The bank pays over all its profits to the state, which in 2011 were $60 million. Over $450 million has been paid to the state in the past 11 years. Most of these funds were used to offset taxes. The bank also provides a secondary market for real estate loans, guarantees for new business ventures, and loans for farmers at an interest rate of 1% per annum. There has been no credit crisis or credit freeze in North Dakota, as the bank provides the state's own credit. By having established its own economic sovereignty, North Dakota has become the most financially viable and prosperous state in the USA. In 2015, the North Dakota Legislative Assembly established the Bank of North Dakota Infrastructure Loan Fund program, which made $50 million in funds available to communities with a population of less than 2,000, and $100 million available to communities with a population greater than 2,000. These loans have a 2% fixed interest rate of return and a term of up to 30 years. The proceeds can be used for the new construction of water and treatment plants, sewer and water lines, transportation infrastructure, and other similar needs to support new growth in a community. While state banking will not resolve the financial impasse being experienced at national level, state banks in the USA have the potential to provide considerable relief at state government level. Budget surpluses, lower taxes, less unemployment, and higher levels of prosperity. As at December 2016, there were 25 states considering some form of state banking legislation. The states of Guernsey. In 1815, after the Napoleonic Wars had ended, Guernsey was in a precarious state. Its roads were in disrepair, the dikes were collapsing, and the economy had slumped. The island was unable to borrow money as it could not raise the taxes to pay the required interest. In 1816, in order to fund public works and a new marketplace, the Committee of the States of Guernsey devised a novel solution. It issued £6,000 in £1 notes free of debt and interest. Within 2 years, all of the works had been completed without any addition to state debt. A further £5,000, some of them in denominations of £5 notes, were authorized in 1824 to rebuild the Elizabeth College founded by Queen Elizabeth I in 1563, and parochial schools. By 1837, £55,000 were in circulation. The island experienced increased trade and tourism and levels of prosperity not previously seen. In 1914, the state's notes issued had increased to £142,000. In 1937, the figure was £175,000. The cost of printing these notes was £450 compared to an annual interest charge of $11,383 per annum, 6.5%. By 1958, there were £542,765 in existence. Currently, there are 43.8 million in circulation. Today, Guernsey has a population of 65,400, which enjoys one of the highest standards of living in the world. There is a flat income tax rate of 20% on worldwide income, capped at £220,000 per annum. There is no company tax, except for a 10% tax on certain banking activities. No capital gains tax, no inheritance tax, or estate duty, no purchase or sales tax, no value-added tax, and no capital transfer tax. Guernsey has neither a national debt nor any external debt. Central Bank of Libya. From 1551 to 1911, Libya was ruled by the Ottoman Empire, by Italy from 1911 to 1943, and from 1943 to 1951 was under the military suzerainty of Britain and France. The Central Bank of Libya was founded in 1956 and was run as a typical central bank until the bloodless coup d'etat of the 1st of September 1969. Oil of an exceptionally high quality was discovered in 1959. However, King Idris al-Mahdi Sanusi failed to capitalize on this bonanza or use it for the benefit of his people, and the bulk of the oil profits were siphoned into the coffers of the oil companies. On assuming power in 1969, Muammar Mohammed al-Gaddafi took control of most of the economic activities in the country, including the central bank, which for all practical purposes was run as a state bank. It operated as a banker of the local bankers, and a bank of the local bankers, and foreign bankers were not permitted to operate. Financing of government infrastructure did not attract riba interest, and Libya had no national debt and no foreign debt. Its foreign exchange reserves exceeded $54 billion, which may be compared to reserves of developed countries such as the United Kingdom and Canada, which in 2010 were $50 billion and $40 billion respectively. GDP growth during the period 2000 to 2010 was 4.32% per annum, and the official figure for inflation was minus 0.27%. Colonel Gaddafi was described by the mainstream media as being a, quote, terrible dictator and a blood-sucking monster, unquote. But the reality was that with the exception of the city of Benghazi and its environs, he had the support of 90% of the population. The following benefits provided by Gaddafi explain why he was so popular. Free education. Students were paid the average salary for the subject they were studying. Students studying overseas were provided with accommodation, an automobile, and $2,500 per annum of whatever their currency is, and free electricity, free healthcare, free housing, there were no mortgages. Newlywed couples received a gift of $60,000 dinars, $50,000 from the government. Automobiles were sold at factory cost free of interest. Private loans were provided free of interest. Bread cost 15 US cents per loaf. Gasoline cost 12 US cents per liter. A portion of profits from sale of oil was paid directly into bank accounts of citizens. Farmers received free land, seeds, and animals. Full employment, with those temporarily unemployed paid a full salary as if employed. Gaddafi's Jamahiriya, quote, state of the masses, ensured that the wealth of this country of 5.79 million inhabitants was fairly distributed to all of its people. Beggars and homeless vagrants did not exist, while life expectancy at 75 years was the highest in Africa and 10% above the world average. The literacy rate was 82%. Regarding human rights, Libya stood at 61 in the International Incarceration Index. The lower the rating, the lower the standard. The number one spot is currently occupied by the United States. Another major achievement, which Gaddafi initiated, was the conversion of the Nubian sandstone fossil aquifer system into the Great Man-Made River, which supplies 6,500,000 milliliters of fresh water daily to the cities of Tripoli, Sirte, and Benghazi. The extracted water is 10 times cheaper than desalinated water. The total cost of the project, estimated at $25 billion, was financed without a single foreign loan. Although the central banks of Belarus, Burma, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, North Sudan, and Syria do not fall under the direct control of the Rothschild banking syndicate, Libya had the only central bank run on genuine state banking lines, which exhibited the classic symptoms of full employment, zero inflation, and a modern-day workers' paradise. The question arises as to why NATO intervened on the pretext of fabricated human rights abuses, the so-called responsibility to protect. Since 1971, when the United States abandoned the gold exchange standard for the petrodollar with the connivance of Saudi Arabia, any attempt to displace the United States dollar as the premier reserve currency has been blocked and opposed with violence. In November 2000, Saddam Hussein of Iraq decreed that all oil payments would in future be made in euros, as he did not wish to deal, quote, in the currency of the enemy, unquote. As has already been proven, the possession of weapons of mass destruction pretext was a deliberately concocted hoax, and it was this currency decision which cost Saddam Hussein his life and the destruction of his country. In similar circumstances, Gaddafi announced in 2010 the creation of the gold dinar as a replacement for the settlement of all foreign transactions in a proposed region of over 200 million people. Libya at that time possessed 144 tons of gold. What was intended was not a return to the gold standard per se, but a new unit of account with oil exports and other resources being paid for in gold dinars. Gaddafi crossed a red line and paid the ultimate price. Since 2007, Iran has stipulated that payments be made in euro currency. On the 17th of February 2008, the Iranian oil bourse for trading in petroleum, petrochemicals and gas using primarily the euro, Iranian rial, and a basket of non-U.S. currencies was established. The first oil shipments into the new system were sold through this market in July 2011. This event must be deemed as one of the prime causes for the constant Israeli and American threats to annihilate Iran. A History of Central Banking by Stephen Goodson. Chapter 8. The Banking Crisis. Quote, I am afraid that the ordinary citizen will not like to be told that the banks can and do create and destroy money. The amount of money in existence varies only with the actions of the banks increasing and decreasing deposits and bank purchases, and they who control the credit of a nation directly the policy of governments and hold in the hollow of their hands the destiny of the people. Unquote. Reginald McKenna, former Chancellor of the Exchequer. Historical overview. Banking crises generally take three forms. 1. Where an individual bank collapses because of a lack of confidence and subsequent withdrawal of deposits. 2. A bank run when a number of banks fail simultaneously. And 3. When the entire system implodes. In the 18th century, banking crises were confined to only those countries which had central banks and practiced usury, England and the Netherlands and Sweden. In 1710, the Sword Blade Bank, in competition with the Bank of England, took over a portion of the national debt in exchange for Sword Blade shares. The following year, the South Sea Company did a similar deal, and in 1720 took over the remaining government debt in exchange for its overvalued shares. The South Sea Company was nothing but a shell and had no trading assets. On the 24th of September 1720, the Sword Blade Bank went into liquidation, and by the end of that year, the shares of the South Sea Company had lost almost 90% of their peak value of £1,000 per share. In 1763, after the end of the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, Vessels, or bills issued by Dutch banker Wingert Peter de Neufville, could not be redeemed and precipitated a run on banks in the Netherlands, Germany, and Sweden. On the 10th of June 1772, the London banking house of Neil, James, Fordyce, and Down, which had been indulging in speculation on a massive scale by shorting East India Company stock, crashed after it could no longer cover its losses by raiding customers' deposits. 22 significant banks and almost all private banks in Scotland were forced into liquidation. The contagion then spread to Amsterdam. Many banks there experienced a liquidity crisis, including Clifford & Sons, which went bankrupt. Henceforth, almost all banking crises would be precipitated as a result of the central banking model, which permits private banks to create money as an interest-bearing debt and then destroy it once it has been repaid. Thus, the first two panics in the United States in 1792 and 1796 to 97 were induced by the First Bank of the United States when it purposely withheld credit in order to cause a slump. A similar financial disaster and subsequent depression were planned and executed by the Rothschild-owned Second Bank of the United States in 1819. While England was also afflicted by artificially created panics in 1825 and 1847, in the Panic of 1825, 66 banks were forced to close their doors. There was another banking panic in the United States in 1857 as a result of a fabricated shortage of gold and the failure of the Ohio Life Insurance and Trust Company. As has already been observed in Chapter 4, once the United States was forced onto the gold standard in January 1873, a pattern of more frequent and intensified banking panics evolved. Less than 8 months later, in September of that year, the United States was premeditatedly plunged into a recession, which lasted for 4 years. The ensuing panics of 1884, 1890, 1890 to 91, 1893 to 4, 1897, 1903, and 1907 were all deliberately orchestrated so as to drive the American people into a state of confusion and despair. After 40 years of plain chaos and boom and bust, as well as a targeted media campaign of disinformation, the population meekly capitulated, and the banking conspirators' dream of a United States central bank was realized on the 23rd of December, 1930. After the Great Depression, which had been contrived by the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank, a relative period of stability supervened until the 1990s, when an ever-increasing number of countries suffered economic crises and financial difficulties. Finland, Sweden, Venezuela, Indonesia, South Korea, Thailand, Russia, Argentina, Ecuador, and Uruguay. The banking crisis of 2007. The seeds of the current banking crisis were sown when the Glass-Steagall Act of 1933, which prohibited bank holding companies from owning financial institutions and separated banks from investment houses, was abrogated on the 12th of November 1999. At the time of the promulgation of the original act, Senator Carter Glass, a former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury and one of its authors, remarked that, quote, with a gun, a man can rob a bank. With a bank, a man can rob the world, unquote. It was deemed towards the end of President Clinton's administration that everyone had the right to own a home, and for this purpose, the Department of Housing and Development initiated a program called National Homeownership Strategy Partners in the American Dream. In order to attract as many new homeowners as possible, credit standards and regulations were relaxed, and government allowed borrowers a tax credit of $8,000. Low teaser interest rates were offered for the first 2 years, but with substantially higher rates being payable thereafter. Between 1998 and 2006, house prices rose by 124%, but 2 years later, in 2008, a drop of 20% was recorded. In contrast to rising prices, the affordability of housing showed a declining trend. Between 1980 to 2000, the ratio of the cost of an average house to median household income was 3.0, but by 2006 it had risen to 4.6. Credit default swaps, which were intended to hedge or speculate against credit risks, increased 100-fold between 1998 and 2008 to $47 trillion and had a notional value of $683 trillion. In order to fuel the property boom, innovative financial products were developed, such as collateralized debt obligations. Mortgages of varying degrees of quality were bundled up and, after having been assessed fraudulently as it transpired, by rating agencies as being AAA in many cases, were sold on to gullible investors. In order to further this culture of greed, the shadow banking sector, which includes investment banks and hedge funds, and whose total funds were believed at that time to have amounted to in excess of $100 trillion, aggressively marketed these products, notwithstanding the fact that by June 2007, 39% of all home loans did not meet the underwriting standards of any issuer. The balloon finally went up when Lehman Brothers was declared bankrupt on the 15th of September 2008. A rescue package was hastily assembled, and Congress approved a sum of $700 million for a Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP. But this was only the tip of the iceberg, as the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank has since granted over $16 trillion worth of assistance to domestic and foreign banks. According to the memoir of Neil Barofsky, Inspector General of the TARP, the final figure may well exceed $24 trillion. It therefore comes as no surprise that during the period of 2008 to 2013, the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank has expanded its balance sheet by 500%, to $5 trillion in order to prop up an insolvent banking sector with its Ponzi-like quantitative easing program, while in similar vein between 2007 and 2012, the balance sheets of the 6 largest Western banks have been inflated by 36.4% from $10.7 trillion to $14.6 trillion. Causatum. In the aftermath of this financial crisis, attempts have been made to remedy what is in essence an insoluble problem. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, passed into law on the 21st of July 2010, contains numerous regulations designed to promote accountability, financial stability, and transparency. 200 pages of the act are devoted to mortgage reform and include higher underwriting standards and an obligation on mortgage originators to ensure that borrowers have the ability to repay their loans. The specialists of the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision have proposed higher levels of capital and liquidity ratios in the hope that these measures will strengthen the banking sector. The intention is that they may be implemented in full by the 31st of March 2019. Regrettably, they will, in all probability, have the opposite outcome and will only cause the money supply to shrink further and thereby deepen the recession. What is not understood by most bankers and economists is that the only method available for keeping the economy running is to sink further into debt at interest, as debt-based money is the only source of our means of exchange. Hence the persistent mantra that growth must be maintained at all costs, because if all loans were to be repaid, the money supply would vanish, and we would be reduced to exchanging goods and services with banknotes and bargains. In the current situation, a worldwide debt cancellation would therefore not be out of place if the money supply could be replaced by state bank-created interest-free and debt-free money. The underlying reason why the developed world, which has in the past produced superior long-lasting products, has been partially deindustrialized, is so that inferior goods have to be continually produced by third world countries in order to fuel the growth syndrome. It also highlights the absurdity of the insistence that Europe needs economic growth when its indigenous population is shrinking. This policy of deliberately planned obsolescence and forced growth has very deleterious effects on the environment, as will be observed in the final section. The collapse in female fertility rates in the developed world, which is a direct consequence of usury, will lead to the extinction of civilization. In conclusion, it may be stated that the principal hidden purpose of the banking crisis is to create a general feeling of desperation and an acclamation for a solution such as the World Central Bank. A similar situation which prevailed in the United States during the late 19th century when banking panics were being artificially created in preparation for the imposition of the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank. Whether the parasitic bankers will achieve this objective is open to doubt, as the host may well have vanished by then. The Great Depression of the 21st century. One of the primary causes of the ballooning debt bubble has been the suicidal policy of globalization and free trade, which has resulted in the aforementioned partial deindustrialization of the United States, United Kingdom, and Europe. The relocation of industries to third world countries has precipitated a reduction in the manufacturing base of the developed world, structural unemployment of a permanent nature, and a widening trade gap. In an attempt to maintain their falling standards of living, consumers in these affected countries have been forced to take on increasing levels of personal debt. Thus, in the United States during the 1980s, $2.37 of private debt were required to produce $1 of growth in GDP. In the 1990s, the figure rose to $2.99, and in the 2000s, there was a dramatic increase to $5.67 for each incremental dollar of economic growth, a level which will soon become untenable. A further aggravating factor is that the rising cost of extracting energy, also known as the Energy Returns on Energy Invested, EROEI, is rapidly approaching a tipping point. According to a Tullet-Prebin report, In 1990, the theoretical cost of energy would have been 2.43% of GDP, and in 2010, it almost doubled to 4.7% of GDP. It is predicted to rise to 9.6% of GDP by 2020 and to 15% by 2030. This decline in energy returns, which will cause the widespread closure of mines and industries and adversely affect agriculture, predicates a very substantial drop in living standards. Escalating extraction costs of energy are not the only predicament facing mankind. During the past 100 years, water consumption has quadrupled and continues to rise. Currently, 1.6 billion people are facing absolute water scarcity. And according to a recent U.S. government report in June 2014, global demand for water will exceed supply by 40% by 2030. However, the factor which overrides all these macroeconomic considerations is the collapse in the birth rate of the developed world. At the turn of the 20th century, the white population of the world numbered 590 million, or 36% of its 1.65 billion total. In 2016, although that number had increased absolutely to 1 billion, its relative share of the world's population of 7.5 billion has shrunk to 13.3%. Two fratricidal and pointless world wars over the maintenance of the usury system set this catastrophic decline in motion. The following table of fertility rates reveals the inevitability and the near mathematical certainty that by 2100 most of the whites and a large portion of the Asian peoples of Northeast Asia will have died out. Nigeria, 5.32, Pakistan, 3.52, Egypt, 2.89, Bangladesh, 2.83, India, 2.81, Indonesia, 2.18, Mexico, 2.21. The first column of the table of fertility rates above lists all countries with a population in excess of 100 million, while the following table lists the populations of the major white and Far East Asian countries. The accepted fertility rate for the replacement of a population is 2.11. Thus, the white, Chinese, and Japanese populations will be severely depleted within 3 generations, and unless the fertility rate substantially increases, will face eventual extinction. USA 2.05, UK 1.94, Brazil 1.90, France 1.89, Australia 1.79, Sweden 1.67, Canada 1.53, Germany 1.41, Spain 1.41, Italy 1.38, Russia 1.34, Japan 1.27, China 1.05, and South Africa 2.64. The white fertility rate is 1.5. From the above table, it may be noted that a fertility rate of 1.3 would take 80 to 100 years to reverse, which is well nigh impossible, while historically a fertility rate of 1.9 has never been reversed. Moreover, the sharpness of the decline of the white population is concealed by virtue of the fact that large numbers of non-whites who have much higher rates of fertility are included in these fertility rates. The percentage of whites in the following major countries is as follows: Brazil 48, Germany 88, United Kingdom 86, Australia 85, France 85, Russia 81, Canada 65. It's probably less than that. Much reliance has been placed on China, which it is hoped will save the world economy from its demise, but the fertility rates of neighboring territories of Hong Kong, population 7 million, of 0.97, and Taiwan, population 23 million, of 1.10, are indicative of a declining trend and are matched by mainland China's fertility rate of 1.05. These declining fertility rates in China are also underpinned by the one-child policy of the Chinese government, which has been in effect since 1979. It is anticipated that China will achieve zero population growth in the near future. Since World War II, ever-increasing numbers of married women in the Western world, deluded by the malevolent propaganda of feminism and gender equality, have been forced to seek employment. so that their families can pay the ever-increasing amounts of interest necessary in order to make ends meet. Most of this interest is accrued on mortgage loans, i.e. on money, which banks have created out of nothing. The direct result of this iniquitous financial system has been the undermining of normal family life and a dramatic reduction in female fertility. According to Aaron Russo, the Rockefellers were behind this diabolical scheme, which was created to draw women into the income tax net, place their children in school at an early age where they could be indoctrinated, destabilize society, and set up the New World Order. In this manner, the link between usury and demographic decline has been established. Even if the usury system should be abolished in its entirety within the next 5 to 10 years, these trends will not be easily reversed over both the short and medium term. If usury remains intact, then the world must brace itself for a depression similar to the Dark Ages, which will last for many centuries. In the preceding chapters, it has been proven conclusively that state banking and the sovereign issue of a nation's money supply are the only means for the provision of a natural order of harmony, peace, and prosperity founded on the ethnic independence of all peoples. The past 300 years notwithstanding, numerous technological advancements have witnessed a progressive deterioration in Western and European standards of civilization. The excessive concentration of power and wealth based exclusively on dishonest banking methods has enabled a tiny minority of criminal bankers to control the media and educational processes and thereby to brainwash a mindless and atomized humanity, deluded by the spurious comforts of democracy and materialism into suicidal practices of savage, bloody, and pointless wars, central banking and cultural degradation, which will eventually result in its demographic extinction. Thank you for the exceptionally interesting article you just sent me, as well as for the book you sent me in October that my wife and I have read with great interest, Prince Dmitry Romanovich Romanov, Rungsted, Denmark, September 23. A History of Central Banking by Stephen Goodson. Appendix 1. Letter from President Abraham Lincoln, Chicago, Illinois, December 1864. Colonel E.D. Taylor. I have long determined to make public the origin of the greenback and tell the world that it is one of Dick Taylor's creations. You have always been friendly to me, and when troublous times fell upon us, and my shoulders, though broad and willing, were weak, and myself surrounded by such circumstances and such people that I knew not whom to trust, then I said in my extremity, quote, I will send for Colonel Taylor. He will know what to do, unquote. I think it was in January 1862, on or about the 16th, that I did so. You came, and I said to you, quote, what shall we do? Unquote. Said you, quote, why issue treasury notes bearing no interest, printed on the best banking paper, issue enough to pay off the army expenses and declare it legal tender, unquote. Chase thought it a hazardous thing, but we finally accomplished it and gave to the people of this republic the greatest blessing they ever had, their own paper to pay off their own debts. It is due to you, the father of the present greenback, that the people should know it, and I take great pleasure in making it known. How many times I have laughed at you, telling me plainly that I was too lazy to be anything but a lawyer. Yours truly, A. Lincoln, unquote. Although I don't think I said. The text above is from a handwritten letter by President Abraham Lincoln, which was verified and documented on the 10th of February, 1888 by the 50th United States Congress. Appendix 2. There's a picture. Letter from C.H. Douglas to Adolf Hitler in May 1939, urging Hitler to oppose the Jewish financial system, representative of all those values which are cherished equally in the so-called democracies and their artificially created antagonists. Quote unquote, all of that. The picture for the letter is too low resolution for me to read it to you. And you can go look at the PDF. Appendix 3 is a picture of a $5 bill with Abe Lincoln on it. Federal Reserve note, plutocratic money issued by the privately owned U.S. Federal Reserve Bank. And then another picture of the $5 bill, a genuine government-issued money in circulation from 1862 to 1994. So it's showing the two different versions of the $5 bill, one that is the note of the enemy and one that is genuine. On the 4th of June, 1963, President John F. Kennedy issued Executive Order number 11110, which instructed the Treasury to print $4 billion worth of $2 and $5 bills. These bills, backed by silver in the Treasury's vaults, were issued free of debt and interest, with the seigniorage accruing not to the privately owned U.S. Federal Reserve, but to the U.S. government. This note issue formed part of Kennedy's long-term plan to reduce the power of the U.S. Federal Reserve. On the 22nd of November, 1963, Kennedy was shot down by assassins in Dallas, Texas. And there is a review. It's a long review by Matthew Johnson. It's a review of the book we just read. One of the most difficult things to explain to American university students is how capitalism and communism share far more in common than they do in conflict. In fact, regardless of how it is explained, the old saw that the two approaches are quote-unquote opposites can never quite, the old saw that the two approaches are opposites can never quite penetrate. Even worse, explaining to students and their bewildered parents that the U.S. banking and industrial conglomerates financed the Soviet Red Revolution and built Soviet industry is also maddeningly impossible. One simple way to explain it is to say that for bankers in the modern era, the state's control of the entire economy from one place is what bankers believe paradise to look like. There is one plan, one banking system, and one social system in place. This means that banks merely forward the cash, both expecting the state, not the economy as such, to reimburse them with the requisite interest. In other words, the command economy is the most congenial to banks. There is no necessary connection between private banking and a state-owned economy. It is just as simple for a banker to work for the party as it is for Goldman Sachs. Capitalism and socialism are based on materialism. Production and utility alone are considered goods, and efficiency in methods is considered the sine qua non of ethical contemplation. Both systems are oriented to technology, hold to a linear view of history, and seek the mechanization of all aspects of humanity. As they both develop, the economic system and the state merge into a single machine. The error of the libertarians has always been their insistence that the state and private capital are opposed. Quite the opposite is true. Large concentrations of capital are deeply embedded in the state, using it as both a personal bodyguard and as a regulator that keeps market entry impossibly high. The defeat of the Justice Department by Microsoft in 2010 to 2012 shows the imbalance of power between private capital and the state. This might seem tangential to a work on banking. For the typical isolated and tenured professor of political economy, it would be. For those such as Mr. Goodson, who served on the board of the Central Bank of South Africa for many years, isolated academia seems absurd. Mr. Goodson was anything but isolated, and he witnessed the tight control of economic life by banking conglomerates the world over. He saw it in vivid colors. This book is not a study in technical economics. It is, thankfully, a study in history. Goodson realizes what most economists do not, that to grasp any economic phenomenon, it must be seen as a product of many decades of historical development. Each aspect of the whole continually reinforces the other, and the whole itself is constantly changing, like an organism, as history continues to present new challenges, new projects, and new victims. In other words, the secret life of banks did not merely occur because a group of men off the coast of Georgia wanted it to. They themselves were actors within a historical stream that goes back to the first Mesopotamian civilizations and reached its ancient zenith in Rome. The fact that the whole has continuously been based on the same set of assumptions regardless of the civilization within which it was embedded is impressive, and it calls out for detailed analysis. Given the political fallout from such honesty, however, Mr. Goodson needed to resign himself to the fact that few in the mainstream will even mention his work, let alone accept it. There is one constant in history that is manifestly clear in this work, that the essential distinction between monarchy and republicanism, broadly speaking, is economic. Republics are normally oligarchies, or at least contain its seeds. Monarchies, since they are perpetually at war with their own nobility, often reject the assumptions of oligarchy. Whether it be the National Socialist Party of China or Belarus, the Royal Bank of St. Petersburg, or the centralized dictatorship of the Augustan era, all forms of strong statism have made war upon the banking monopoly. No authoritarian leader will accept competition from an all-powerful economic mediator. Of course, there are a few exceptions on both sides, but history has been fairly clear that strong states, those based on traditional authority, reject the alchemy of money and interest. Rome, rapidly, at the time of Cicero, was already moving away from its senatorial oligarchy and towards the military empire of Sulla and his successors. The immediate impact, once the dust of civil wars cleared, was that minting was centralized and usury controlled. Julius Caesar sought to limit interest to 1% monthly, and in a populist move rarely seen, banned its compound increase. Furthermore, any accumulated interest could never exceed the original principal. In Byzantium, the Roman Empire of the East, interest had been officially limited to 5%, give or take, but this could only be enforced under emperors who were strong. Basil II, for example, rejected interest altogether and forced wealthy landowners to financially assist poorer peasants. His strength, while common, was usually followed by an aristocratic reaction who placed puppet emperors in Constantinople. However, under such a system, Eastern Rome was blessed with a vibrant populist economy. The currency was the global standard as far east as China. Peasants were free landholders, and feudalism existed nowhere. Inflation did not exist, and trade flows always favored the capital. For this reason, oligarchic states such as Venice, Dubrovnik, and the Norman interlopers in Sicily continually financed Rome's enemies. After 1204, when the Western Norman Crusaders sacked Constantinople, the dominance of Venetian oligarchs became the order of the day. Byzantium was marked for death once the emperors of the 14th and 15th century gave away their financial autonomy for regular infusions of Venetian money. Having lost all economic independence and seeing the immense wealth of the East flow in interest payments to Italy, Byzantium finally collapsed under an Italian-financed Turkish invasion in 1453. Venice became Turkey's most significant ally. There is no economic mystery here. Whenever interest is tightly controlled, the continued compound leakage of cash to banking centers does not exist. This financial hemorrhaging means that value remains where it belongs, with the small businessman and small landholder. Without the geometrically increasing mass of interest, a fraction of today's total labor was sufficient to maintain monetary stability, necessary supplies, and a nobility forced to serve the state rather than rule it. Within the modern system of usury, centralization is unavoidable as compound interest continually increases the flow of real value out of the economy and into the coffers of the cabal. England was no different. Prior to the Norman invasion, Anglo-Saxon England, even after the Viking attacks, existed in a financial golden age. Again, smallholders were the norm, urban trade maintained low prices, and the lack of liquid capital forestalled any noble centralization. Feudalism could not exist under such a system. Usury was banned in Mercia under Offa the Great, and in Alfred's frantic attempts to centralize power in Wessex against the Danes, he too refused the quote-unquote services of the banking cabal. The Italian banks, however, were quite interested in William's planned assault on Anglo-Saxondom, and to remove Scandinavian influence from England. Following William was a small army of Jewish slave traders and Venetian and Roman bankers. Usury was permitted for a time under the new Norman hegemony. The old Anglo aristocracy was slaughtered, and William imported a new nobility with close ties to Italy. feudalism made its very first appearance on English soil. Ireland, several centuries later, was also to see the benefits of Norman progress. Such progress, by the time of Stephen, led to the creation of a banking system charging an average of 33% on collateral lands and 300% on capital, that is, tools in the cities. Within 2 generations, a full 66% of England's lands wound up in the hands of Italian and Jewish bankers. This might explain the constant drive to take more and more French land for the Angevin Empire. This was to be the lot of Norman Britain until the reign of Edward I, 1307, who imitated the Byzantines, where many Anglo-Saxons had been serving after 1066, by tightly limiting interest and its accumulation. Kicking the bankers out of the country, he ushered in an age of prosperity unfortunately cut short by the plague. It is no accident that just at the time when Byzantium had given away its economic sovereignty to Venice for the use of their navy, Britain moved in the opposite direction against Italy and Rome. From the reign of Edward I to the plague, England was prosperous. The working year amounted to 14 weeks, within which all essentials were obtained. The church calendar in both Eastern and Western Europe required between 100 and 140 days off a year, excluding Sunday and the period after Easter. Of course, capitalism was to make war on the church and seek Protestant sanction for eliminating saints' days from the calendar altogether. The rule of the small holder had returned for the first time since Edward the Confessor. Unfortunately, this was not to last. The Reformation, once Luther's influence had waned, had different ideas on money. Once Henry VII had stabilized Britain after the War of the Roses, the time was ripe for the rise of the banks yet again. The Reformation and the immortality of Henry VIII gave it the excuse it needed. The Reformation was an attempt by the Stuarts to begin centralizing power once the old nobility had slaughtered itself into oblivion. Monastic lands were secularized, land markets developed, and financing long-distance trade became a priority. Henry VII became the last gasp of a powerful traditional state. From Henry VIII to Edward VI to Elizabeth, a new oligarchy had gained power that required the pomp of monarchy to hide behind. Very soon, once it became confident in its role, it required William of Orange to justify itself. Spain, once Islam was finally ejected, sought to cleanse itself of the separated, normally allies of the Muslim Caliphate. Spain's nationalism was substantial as both church and state were radically reformed and purged. Moving to Amsterdam, the Sephardi rebuilt its banking base, creating a quote-unquote square of influence that contained 4 corners: the grain trade in the Baltic, the Amsterdam banks, Constantinople and the Turkish market, and most importantly, Poland. These represented the overland routes of modernity as grain prices skyrocketed in the West, forcing the East to export more and more. Under Elizabeth, and certainly during and after the English Revolution, Spain was the enemy. Catholic Ireland sought Spanish assistance against Elizabeth's dispossession of the native Gaels, something that Cromwell was to punish with a genocidal harshness. Spain's importation of silver from the New World threatened the rule of the banks in a graphic way. The banking regime financed the Dutch rebellion against the Spanish, as the world's press spared no rhetorical excess denouncing the Spanish army in northern Europe. British enemies of the banking elite looked to Spain for assistance as well. Once Charles I was defeated in 1645 and Cromwell instituted a military dictatorship over Britain and Ireland in 1653, the banking regime now had its enemies destroyed and its place assured. William's gentle occupation of Winchester 30 years later meant that the bankers now had England to use against both France and Spain. It surprised no one that the Jacobites spent much time attacking the banking elite that had taken power with such vehemence. Neither James I or II believed in quote-unquote divine right, nor did either want to impose a dictatorship. Cromwell alone sought that honor. Yet the Jameses were accused of every imaginable crime. James sought religious tolerance, not a quote-unquote Spanish theocracy, as the Whigs were later declared. Whiggery was the party of usury, and as such, the party most vehement in seeking war with France, Spain, and eventually Russia. The Parliament, now the instrument of capitalism and empire, was seeking any excuse to take revenge on Spain. Quote-unquote democracy and the quote-unquote will of the people were considered identical to the interest of urban merchants and traders. Britain was now an oligarchy. Roman Catholic rulers were long forbidden to rule London regardless of James's desire for religious neutrality. William's war with France was financed by the Amsterdam banking establishment, something made quite clear to William himself as he tried to arrange a Stuart marriage, one which remained childless. Ukraine and Poland. It is certainly no coincidence that the rule of Cromwell and the slow genocide of Irish resistors and English Jacobites occurred at the same time the opposite development was taking place on the other quote-unquote pole of the Jewish quote-unquote trade square. The population growth in the West, as well as the growing centralization of states, led to an increase in grain demand. This meant, among other things, that the nobility needed to intensify its serfdom over peasants and force more production towards export. The Polish nobility had given Jews a full monopoly over land trade, and urban life, leaseholding, and alcohol. Mainstream sources on Ukrainian history all are forced to admit this. The impotent Polish monarchy sought to gain power, as the case elsewhere, through an alliance with the towns. Seeing this as a threat, the Polish nobles countered this by bringing in Khazar Jews searching for a new home after the fall of Italy centuries before. Not only did they find it, but their mainstream power and success reached such heights that rabbinic claims that the 17th century was a quote-unquote messianic time were common. In fact, it was a drumbeat that the time of the Savior was at hand. They got the revolt of Cossack hetman Bogdan Khmelnytsky instead. Khmelnytsky's revolt was the opposite of Cromwell's. The Cossacks fought against a long-standing oligarchy, while Cromwell sought to establish one. The rising of Khmelnytsky in 1648 was the single event that defined Ukrainian nationalism for eternity. Nothing was the same. Poland almost collapsed. Jews had to flee for their lives. Crimean Tartars were able to free themselves from vassalage to Turkey. Rome was in a panic as their churches, long associated with usury, were burnt to the ground by Cossacks, well remembering that their existence was based on the ruins of Orthodox churches a century before. Still reeling from the Reformation, Rome now faced the eradication of its existence in the East too. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, Paisios, declared Hetman Khmelnytsky quote, the monarch of all Rus, short for Russia, Russia, Vienna, Prussia, and Paris were now able to centralize power into 5 areas. Russia had a particular gripe with Rome since it was the papacy who declared a crusade against northern Russia in 1256, financed Mongol expansion, and declared the Polish attack on Ukraine a quote-unquote holy war. While Paris and Vienna remained Catholic, theirs was a national Catholicism where the crown, not Rome, began selecting bishops. It was not to last. Rome managed to talk the Crimeans into abandoning the Orthodox Slavs. The death of Hetman Khmelnytsky in 1657 led to a division in the Cossack host between hetmans of the two banks of the Dnieper at war with each other. Hetman Ivan Vyhovsky and Pavlo Teteria sought a Polish alliance. Bryukhovetsky in the east went to Moscow, and Doroshenko, in desperation, went to the Turks. In 1708, Hetman Ivan Mazepa went to the Swedes. Disaster resulted, and among Ukrainian historians, this period was known as the quote-unquote ruins. As Russia moved closer to the Dnieper, Vienna became alarmed at the possible Russification of most of the East, including the Balkans, and mobilized against her. Given some breathing room, Poland recovered her former stability and the nobles returned. A century later, the Cossack Haidaimak rebellions led to the unthinkable. the Treaty of quote-unquote eternal friendship, that is, the Treaty of Andrusovo, 1667, between Poland and Russia, dividing Ukraine between the two empires. The Hadaimok rebellion was crushed by a concerted effort of Moscow and Krakow, and was precisely as it was before 1648. Like in England under Cossack rule, society was divided into counties, with full local democracy and a total lack of interest and usury. The typical results followed. The traditional Slavic smallholder communities re-emerged, and a basic political and economic equality resulted. The slow encouragement of a Cossack aristocracy financed by St. Petersburg led to the imposition of an oligarchy that made it very easy for Catherine II in the middle 18th century to put an end to the hetmanate forever. The United States. The decentralized colonies of the U.S. were generally prosperous. Plentiful land, excellent ports, and a strong pioneer spirit created an advanced world out of practically nothing. When asked about this, Benjamin Franklin famously remarked, quote, "That is simple. In the colonies we issue our own money. It is called colonial scrip. We issue it in the proper proportion to the demands of trade and industry to make the products pass easily from the producers to the consumers. In this manner, creating for ourselves our own paper money, we control its purchasing power, and we have no interest to pay anything." Benjamin Franklin in London, 1763, quoted from Goodson, page 66. End unquote. With one exception, the execrable Alexander Hamilton. The American founders, though differing on nearly every other issue, were of one mind on banking. It was something to be abhorred. The dollar remained stable until 1970. The boom and bust cycles since the Civil War, the immense rise in federal power, World War I, and the coming American empire, however, helped set the stage for a privately owned cabal in the U.S. as well, popularly known as the quote-unquote Fed, or the Federal Reserve. Quote-unquote federal in this case should be taken as it is in the shipping company, quote-unquote Federal Express. The fact is that the fears of the anti-federalists were correct. The U.S. government in Washington had become extremely powerful, arrogant, and cut off from the common run of Americans. They had long been in thrall to the oligarchy in embryo, soon to burst forth in the form of the Fed, the Rockefeller Empire, the Carnegie cult, and the warfare state tested in the Spanish-American War, and in the final months of World War I. From 1914 to 1920, prices rose 125%, as Goodson depressingly recounts. The dollar lost almost 60% of its value in 6 years. Federal bonds saw their value drop by 20% at the same time, meaning that older bonds became more expensive. Yet the newer, cheaper bonds led to a recall by the banks, which of course means that the money came due. More instability was caused as the railroads and other modes of transport prices went through the roof. Small farms, the long-standing backbone of American prosperity, were slowly priced out of existence, which in practice meant a massive wealth transfer from the countryside to the cities. Agricultural production dropped by 50%. The war on rural America was declared and has yet to end. The deficit was soon to be made up by agribusiness, made possible by centralized credit that sought to finance large conglomerates, seen as a safer bet rather than small businesses. In 1927, the Fed lowered rates and thus increased the money supply. But this was the reign of the quote-unquote roaring 20s, the beginning of the oligarchy as an exposed, confident entity without serious opposition. This meant that money was seen as value and power in its own right, separate from actual production. The money went to the stock market, boosting demand and inflating prices. Margins were increased through debt, and the price-earning ratio went as high as 50-1. That is to say, stock price was many times higher than the actual productive nature of the capital involved. Put differently, stock prices had no relation to the health of the firms involved, the productivity of capital or labor, or the resultant value added. Thus, in 1927, the U.S. stock market was a fraud. Prices were based on speculative investment, easy money, and the perception, one that remains a mystery to psychiatry, that such faux growth would last forever. It made little difference how healthy the firms involved actually were. In 1929, the Fed increased rates to 6%. The signal was clear. The stock market as a whole saw its value drop by 83%. 10,000 banks were bankrupted and brokers working on debt bubbles were broken. Russia. Russian economic prosperity and growth commenced at the liberation of the serfs by Alexander II in 1861. Serfs under state control had been freed earlier by Tsar Nicholas I. As is quite often the case, the most autocratic of monarchs were the only ones confident enough to go over the heads of the elites and pass legislation in the interests of the peasants. Unlike the Austrian liberation of its own serfs a few years before and Lincoln's freeing of southern slaves, Russian serfs were liberated with land. The state reimbursed the eternally indebted nobility, and over time the peasant was to pay the state back. The payments were very low, and Tsar Nicholas II in 1905 canceled them altogether. This was just one more nail in the nobility's coffin. Russian serfs had never been slaves. Serfdom, a reaction to the Swedish and Polish invasions of the 17th century, affected only peasants in the Black Earth regions, in the Russian south. It never existed in the north or in Siberia. In central Russia, it affected only serfs required to perform labor duties, but by the 1840s, most peasants paid money rent, meaning that they were not serfs. Serfdom in Russia really meant the guarantee of peasant land ownership, and at the same time, the guarantee of noble incomes as they served the state, usually in a military capacity. Since everyone served someone, the system was balanced. Under Tsar Paul and his mother Catherine II, the nobles were freed from the state service, and as a result became politically impotent. Peasants had full self-government in the Commonwealth, where all posts were elected. The volost, or county, government was also entirely elected, with equal representation for all classes. The court system, both at the volost and commune level too, was based on pure peasant democracy. Commune judges were exclusively peasants, and volost courts had 2 noble and 2 peasant representatives. For the most part, Russian nobles were financially worse off than the peasantry, drowning in debt and long released from state service. They had little to do but buy expensive Western luxuries they could not afford. The peasant commune had the right to nullify federal law and was generally self-sufficient. If anything, Tsarist Russia suffered from too much democracy. In 1861, the volost was replaced by the zemstvo, a strong county system with a lower house of peasants and an upper house of nobles, usually poor. The zemstvo was in charge of education, infrastructure, church life, tax collection, and police. There was no part of peasant life that was not based on local democracy. A quote-unquote land captain, usually a poor noble, was elected to mediate disputes between peasants and nobles, and sometimes peasants would go to the captain if he had a beef with the commune or the zemstvo authorities. Politically speaking, from 1850 on, the nobles were politically impotent. Hence, the freedom of the serfs and the creation of a free press, the zemstvo and an endless array of educational reforms put a bullet in the revolutionary movement, almost entirely financed from Britain. Seeing this as intolerable, Alexander II was assassinated for his trouble in 1881. His son, Alexander III, continued his father's reform programs, but being a man of immense size and toughness, smashed the revolutionary movement, making it toothless until his untimely death in 1894. Tsar Alexander III established the Peasant Land Bank in the early 1880s, which gave interest-free loans to peasants and sought to channel investment money into agriculture improvement. Tsar Alexander and his finance minister, Nikolai Bunga, drafted and passed the most comprehensive labor regulations in European history. His son, Nicholas II, continually added to them until the outbreak of World War I. In labor relations, the Russians were pioneers. Child labor was abolished over 100 years before it was abolished in Great Britain in 1867. Russia was the first industrialized country to pass laws limiting the hours of work in factories and mines. Strikes, which were forbidden in the Soviet Union, were permitted and minimal in the Tsar's times. Trade union rights were recognized in 1906, while an inspectorate of labor strictly controlled working conditions in factories. In 1912, social insurance was introduced. Labor laws were so advanced and humane that President William Taft of the United States was moved to say that, quote, "The Emperor of Russia has passed workers' legislation which was nearer to perfection than that of any democratic country," unquote. The people of all races in the Russian Empire had an equality of status and opportunity which was unparalleled in the modern world. His Imperial Majesty Tsar Nicholas II, 1894 to 1917, and his state bank had created a workers' paradise that was unrivaled in the history of mankind. Gibson, page 87 to 89. There is no mystery here. The equally autocratic German emperor passed similar legislation a bit later. In both cases, economic growth in both agriculture and industry averaged 15% yearly. Population growth boomed, and in the Russian case, peasants were given free land and tools in lush southern Siberia, not the frozen north. For the sake of lush southern Siberia, not frozen north, for the sake of colonizing this vast empty space about twice the size of the U.S. By 1905, 90% of the Russian arable land was in the hands of peasants. No other industrialized society could match this. Peasants were buying noble land in massive quantities, as Russia, at the same time, was completely self-sufficient. The domestic market accounted for almost 99% of her production, and she needed nothing from abroad. All she got from the West was revolution. Moving southward, Georgia requested Russian protection as a shield against her Islamic neighbors. The 13th Dalai Lama of Tibet, Dukhin Gyatso, requested Tsar Nicholas II to take his country under Russian protection to protect this Buddhist monarchy from drowning in British opium. Several Russians served as tutors to Tibetan nobles, and the Dalai Lama himself. Russia was seen as the savior of all who fought British and Chinese imperialism. Tsar Nicholas II was tempted to make war on Manchu China, since China held the Western Buddhist populations and the Tibetans in thrall. Several million Muslims also were held under Chinese Manchu rule. Russia was called the quote-unquote white savior, long prophesied by Chinese sages. Making matters worse for the British, oil was discovered in Baku, today's Azerbaijan, then part of the Russian Empire. The Rothschild dynasty declared war on Russia, financed Russian revolutionaries, and, importantly, created an anti-Russian alliance. The Rothschild alliance, for their part, was created in retaliation for Russian success. It was based on financing Turkey, the Turkish tribes of the Russian south, Persia, and most ominous of all, Japan. Turkish occupation of the Balkans was given the Rothschilds' seal of approval, since without Turkey, pro-Russian states like Serbia and Bulgaria would fill the vacuum. The British press praised the Turks as liberators from, quote, orthodox superstition, unquote, and held the Russians to be Mongols whose fangs must be kept out of the Balkans. Russia helped finance Bulgaria and Serbia and sought to unify China once the Manchu state fell. With an indirect protectorate over Tibet and the addition of the literate and urbanized Georgian state, an unstable balance of power between the banker's paradise and the worker's paradise was reached. Unfortunately, Japan was a much better bet than China. Russia supported Afghanistan against England in the Anglo-Afghan War of 1879 to 1880, but this was not as significant as the recreation of Japan under the aegis of the Royal Navy. Had Russia not been a party to World War I, what might the world look like as a result? A realistic scenario could look like this. The exploding Russian population would have populated all Siberia and parts of Central Asia. She would have then taken the Balkans and Constantinople, quite possibly with Germany's blessing. This would have permitted Russia's taking of most of the Middle East, or at least acting as the chief protector of the Orthodox Greeks and Arabs. Germany would see the rationality in alliance with Russia over Vienna. Russian and German interests, ideology, and political systems were quite similar. The Russian alliance with her old enemy England made little political sense for Russia, but controlling German expansion was London's priority by 1910-13. Germany realized that her alliance with Austria-Hungary would force Germany into any conflict Vienna might back itself into. This would not be in Germany's interest. Austria's poor military performance in the war, as well as her unstable economy, is what forced Germany to divide its military forces between two fronts. Russia's new and growing oil wealth, her immense natural resources, internal market, and industrial capital would have financed a protectorate over all China and quite possibly Southeast Asia. Much of Central Asia under Chinese control would have also come under Russian protection, if not occupation. Compared to English colonialism, Russian expansion was never exploitative but defensive. This market economic growth and continued population explosion would have drawn the remaining powers of the world to Russia. She would be seen as, militarily speaking, unassailable. Moving east instead of west, she would be no threat to the European balance of power. Any alliance with Germany would seal the nature of Europe as a strong traditionalist, royalist, and Christian landpower. Vienna would be worse than helpless and might begin to unravel as the Germans of the empire sought union with Germany and the Slavic population looked to Russia. An angry and expansionist Hungary would be also helpless, constantly at war with her equally angry minorities. The Orthodox Church would find a willing ally in royalist German Lutheranism and the growing Old Catholic movement. Had Russia and Greece joined with this schism from the Roman Church as originally planned, the Old Catholic Church would have grown substantially. There was already quite an interest among conservative Anglicans and the Lutherans in the Orthodox tradition. Much of Western Canada would have come under Russian control from the population of Alaska, whose positive interaction with the native Aleutians made Russia a welcome presence, rather than an imperial one. Russian firms were already in Hawaii and would have protected the monarchy there. The U.S. financed the Hawaiian royal house's overthrow. Given Russia's welcome in much of Asia, there is no reason to believe the Hawaiian royal house and other Pacific states would not also see the benefit in a powerful yet distant protectorate. Russian imperialism was not profit-seeking as the British Empire was. It was defensive. Native populations were normally treated well, and as in the case of the Armenians and Muslims of Asia, never were forced to convert to Orthodoxy or speak Russian. They took their oath to the Tsar on the Quran. Poland was granted one of the most liberal constitutions in the world, and Finland, another colony of Russia, was totally independent in every respect except foreign policy. Hence, there is no reason to hold that Russian imperial rule would have been resented or even have been considered quote-unquote rule in the normal sense. Today, this seems like a fantasy barely conceivable, but for a time prior to the mass slaughter of World War I, this was considered a viable reality in St. Petersburg and London. Goodson gives a glimpse as to why this might have been. In 1860, the State Bank of the Russian Empire In 1860, the State Bank of the Russian Empire was founded with the aim of boosting trade turnovers and the strengthening of the monetary system. Up to 1894, it was an auxiliary institution under the direct control of the Ministry of Finance. In that year, it was transformed into being the Bank of the Bankers, and operated as an instrument of government's policy. It minted and printed the nation's coins and notes, regulated the money supply, and through commercial banks provided industry and commerce with low interest rate loans. Goodson on Alexander II, 83-84. Unquote. The opponents of the Pax Russica were not idle. St. Petersburg, for all its problems, was one nut the banking regime could not crack. If Russia continued its massive development, population growth, and industrialization, usury would be destroyed. The Russian state, more so than private capital, planned and directed investment with local funds. The French were the only substantial foreign presence in Russian industrialism. If this was to be replaced with Russo-German joint projects, usury would be under severe attack. Something had to be done. To give the reader a hint what that was, Goodson quotes Congressman Lieutenant McFadden's speech to the House of Representatives in 1932. They, the Western banks, financed Trotsky's mass meetings of discontent and rebellion in New York. They paid Trotsky's passage from New York to Russia so that he might assist in the destruction of the Russian Empire. They fomented and instigated the Russian Revolution, and they placed a large fund of American dollars at Trotsky's disposal in one of their branch banks in Sweden, so that through him, Russian homes might be thoroughly broken up, and Russian children flung far and wide from their natural protectors. They have since begun the breaking up of American homes and the dispersal of American children. Goodson, pages 116 to 117. McFadden was silenced. Mr. Goodson likewise. The author lost an academic post for it. There is no issue like usury and no power that can conceivably match that of compound interest. The left is the product of the banks, and much of the neocon right is as well. Monarchy was overthrown in its interest and replaced with a global oligarchy controlling, depending on the source, upwards of 80% of global GDP. All of this exists, of course, in the name of freedom, progress, and democracy. We began this lengthy essay with the concept of usury and Western banking, being quite comfortable with the radical left statism. We have come full circle, explaining how and why this demonic alliance has come to pass. It remains with us today, and the opposition to it remains anemic. Yet it is not as if there is no reaction, however vague, to the continued monopolization of wealth and labor. Goodson does not end on a negative note. North Dakota is how Goodson ends his work, as if the reader needs more proof of the destructive tendencies of usury and fractional reserve finance. North Dakota established a state-owned bank in which the revenues of the state are deposited. It provides low-interest loans to farmers and small businesses. All profits revert to the state. Without the normal practices of compound interest charged against the citizen, North Dakota has not been affected by the real estate debacle of 2007. State GDP has grown by almost 100% since 1997, while personal income per capita has grown by about 140% in the same time frame. While the media has been quick to argue that North Dakota's success is exclusively due to its small petroleum industry, this kind of development has certainly not occurred in Alaska, which has far more oil than North Dakota. Nigeria is drowning in oil, and yet she remains poor. Somalia and Chad, too, have rivers of oil, as do Indonesia and Burma. But all of these states also remain poor. Apparently, oil only benefits North Dakota and the Beverly Hillbillies. Indeed, the central strength of Goodson's book is its consistency. It has one thesis: wherever state banks rule the financial universe of an economy, that economy does very well. His analysis of 1930s Germany, Italy, and early 20th century Japan all feature state-controlled banks, low-interest loans, state-directed investment, and a general loathing of libertarian free markets. They also feature triple-digit growth rates, zero unemployment, and low inflation. In our own day, China, Taiwan, and Belarus are all in the same boat. Belarus, as Ukraine and Russia, floundered once the IMF and Harvard University helped the mafia rig privatization deals, saw its president Alexander Lukashenko halt privatization, centralize power, and nationalize finance. While Ukraine today has lost 70% of its industry and sees 80% of its well-educated population below the poverty line, Belarusian unemployment is 1% and her industry has grown by an average of 10% yearly since 2000. The two Chinas, likewise, When George Soros engineered the Asian currency meltdown of '97, the only two economies unaffected were the two that had state-controlled banks, Taiwan and China. Former powerhouses like South Korea and Japan, as well as Thailand, became official wards of the IMF. Their lifetime employment was abolished, and living standards had fallen. Prior to the wars that ravaged both states, Libya and Syria were also registering double-digit yearly growth. Popular presidents both countries were closing in on first world status. Both countries had state-controlled banks and state-directed investment. The state was a partner in investment, not the result of it. Saddam Hussein's Iraq was doing the same until the U.S. engineered the war with Iraq. The Burmese State Bank is under the control of the Ministry of Finance, headed by Major General Kla Toon, with a Western education in finance. His deputy is Colonel Hui Sui. Clearly, the Burmese are taking no chances with foreign manipulation of their currency. Burma's oil, rich soil, minerals, close ties with China, and its educated population are increasingly making it a target for Western speculation as well as political attacks. Given that country's civil war, Western sanctions and separatist movements, she still has managed to build 10 universities, several dozen dams, increased literacy to 80%, and ensured that peasants own their own land since 1999. If the reader has detected a pattern, then he is correct. Goodson's work, of course, is not flawless. Its errors, however, are minor. He holds that Gavrilo Princip was Jewish, and that his assassination of the Archduke Ferdinand started World War I. Princip was not allegedly Jewish, especially since he came from the backwater of western Bosnia in the poor peasant village of Oblaj, which is totally rural and inaccessible. He was the child of poor peasants of Bosnian Serb stock. His mother's maiden name was the very orthodox Misic. Neither his father nor mother have Jewish names, and his father's lowly job in the postal service does not scream, quote-unquote, banking elitist. Princip was part of the, quote, Young Bosnia, unquote, group, loosely connected to the military society, quote, the Black Hand, unquote, also known as the, quote-unquote, Unification, or Death. This was a nationalist organization of military men that had no connection with the few Jews living in Serbia at the time. His extended family is Jovicevic from the Montenegro, where nary a Jew has ever tread. The assassination of Ferdinand did not start World War I. Serbia acceded to the demands of Vienna after the assassination, and Germany too was impressed at the Serbian desire for peace. Serbia was completely exhausted from the Balkan Wars and could not fight yet again. Furthermore, the choice of target makes little sense. Ferdinand was more or less popular among the southern Slavs, as he was seen as the most pro-Serb of the royal family. Austria, on the other hand, was itching for a casus belli ever since the local rebellion against her occupation of Bosnia and artificial creation of the quote-unquote state of Albania, which served to cut Serbia off from the sea and separate Montenegro from Serbia proper. The circumstances of the Grand Duke's visit were odd. Ferdinand was visiting Serbia and Bosnia on the Serbian National Day, Vidovdan, when nationalist tempers were high. This was also the beginning of highly inflammatory military maneuvers in Bosnia. Ferdinand lacked the normal security detail for royals visiting hostile territory. Ferdinand's motorcade was inexplicably rerouted by his own Austrian people, where Princip and others were waiting. Yet, much to Germany's chagrin, even before the Serbian answer to the Austrian ultimatum was received, Vienna had declared war. These two errors are really of no significance, but they are common and understandable errors that need to be addressed. These in no way detract from the immense accessibility and utility of this book, which deserves wide dissemination. For what it's worth, I endorse the work of Mr. Goodson wholeheartedly. Matthew Johnson, Ph.D., Fayetteville, Pennsylvania. And there is one more short review by Tom Sooner. In the European popular consciousness, money has traditionally been associated with something dirty, something criminal, something unworthy of European man, something thought to be savored and excelled at only by secretive foreigners and distant aliens. From antiquity to post-modernity, tons of books have been written on the subject of cursed money and wretched gold. One needs to recall the scenes from the ancient Greek King Croesus, or the wretched Midas gold, or think about the mass slaughter in the medieval Nibelungen sagas, whose story revolves around hidden gold in the Rhine River and the suffering caused by that gold. Well, as Stephen Goodson reminds us in his book, neither have the obsession with abstract money nor the practice of usury and the role of gold lost much of their deadly flavor today. In fact, many modern business transactions and many global financial malpractices spurred by the greed for gold have become even deadlier, threatening this time around not just the survival of Western civilization, but the whole of mankind. First off, one must make it clear that Goodson is not an adept of conspiracy theories, nor is he a Jew-baiting scribe whose prose often inflicts more harm than good to a reader wishing to enlighten himself on the subject of fictitious money and its not-so-fictitious creators. For that matter, Goodson can sport his top-notch references regarding the subject matter, which he analyzes in his book. He was a board member of the SARB, South African Reserve Bank, with long experience in banking business, or to put it less prudishly, he was a first-hand observer of insider trading business. How is it possible that in our so-called best of all the democratic world, a world which boasts transparency and a free judiciary, most citizens haven't got the slightest clue as to who are the shareholders of major central banks, such as the Federal Reserve Bank in the USA and many other banks worldwide? Goodson demonstrates how in fact the famed American Federal Reserve has nothing to do with state property or the meaning of democracy in the USA, but serves instead as an anonymous corporation, as a crime syndicate of powerful financial movers and shakers. It is certainly no accident that ever since the explosion of the so-called housing bubble in the USA in 2008, not a single major banker, be it from Goldman Sachs, be it from J.P. Morgan, has been called to account for printing false money or handing out surreal loans. One hand washes the other, one might say. From Goodson's book transpires a remarkable knowledge of social and political circumstances of ancient Rome, or for that matter, Cromwell's England or Weimar Germany. Therefore, his book cannot be dismissed as just another boring piece in a mosaic of silly anti-Semitic and conspiratorial literature, which one often encounters among many right-wingers. It is precisely Goodson's dispassionate narrative, well embedded in the framework of different historical periods, which makes his book not just an informative and scholarly literature, but also a refreshing read for a novice wishing to find out more about the mystique of money. Usury seems to have been for ages at the heart of social upheavals and wars. The ancient Romans experienced its blows many times, which ultimately led to Rome's demise. Goodson portrays the Roman statesman Caesar's social and economic reforms, his introduction of the first welfare system, the remission of rents for many destitute Roman citizens, and finally Caesar's interdiction of charging interest on the already existing credit interest. The Roman Empire briefly flourished. Many aristocrats, however, could not tolerate Caesar's magnanimity towards the poor and decided to kill him. Usurers, of whom many were foreigners of Jewish origin, alongside their fawning Gentile lackeys, seem to have been the major transmission belt in the growth of corruption and decline of Western civilization. Similar patterns of economic growth and decline could be observed during the drafting and adoption of the famed Magna Carta in medieval England, whose prime goal was to cancel the bonds of the earlier Jewish moneylenders and to abolish usury. Indeed, several decades later, in 1290, the implementation of Magna Carta was followed by the expulsion of the Jews from England. A cautious reader may justifiably ask the question as to why so many classical authors, let alone illiterate European commoners, have throughout the ages blamed the Jews for all social and economic ills, and why have Jews been so often victims of savage persecutions? Far from engaging in hate speech or vilifying the Jews, the author correctly documents the inordinate percentage of Jews in the money-lending business, a detail which has historically contributed to their own tragic fate. Neither does the author circumvent the power of new political and theological ideas, notably the rise of early Calvinism and the birth of a new mindset among 16th and 17th century European and American politicians and opinion makers. Calvin's teachings about predestination and the important social role model he had assigned to the merchant had a huge impact on political life in Europe and in the newly discovered America. The merchant and the usurer became, so to speak, the new role models in high politics and finances, somebody worthy of emulation, somebody to be used as a super-ego by Gentiles. This Gentile mimicry of Jews via early Calvinism and Puritanism spread rapidly, first in early capitalist America and later, particularly after the Second World War, in continental Europe. Goodson notes how the 16th century English revolutionary and Calvinist fanatic Oliver Cromwell thought of himself as a quote-unquote chosen one, and not just as an ordinary Sabbath goy. Soon after the beheading of King Charles I, Cromwell reopened the gates of England for the warm welcome of the Jews. The author also throws an interesting light on the quality of life of commoners in late medieval England, a country in which many aspects the quality of life was superior to the quality of life in our modern societies. In the 14th and 15th century, English commoners worked less than 14 weeks per year. If we were to judge happiness and the quality of life only by the number of electrical appliances in our bank accounts, we'll never be able to understand the real meaning of happiness. In many instances, however, the so-called Dark Ages in England and continental Europe looked much brighter than our own Dark Age. Much of the church architecture of that time was the direct expression of popular joy, where the quest for spiritual transcendence was far more in demand than the fleeting bliss of the modern system in which money hoarding has become a new secular religion. And then came the bad news. In 1694, the Bank of England was created, the model on which all central banks in Europe and later in the USA was replicated. Soon thereafter started what modern academics call quote-unquote modernity, which in reality meant reducing people to servitude. English, big-time financiers did not like the fact that early U.S. colonies had issued their own paper money and showed hostility to the Bank of England. The attempt of England at abolishing U.S. currency was also the prime cause of the American Revolution. To a large extent, 19th century America prospered precisely because of the absence of a central bank. One must not forget, as the author states, that Andrew Jackson's presidential campaign was carried out under the banner, quote-unquote, "Vote Andrew Jackson, no bank." The ominous year for the USA, as well as for the entire world, was the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank in 1913, which indirectly precipitated the Western world into 2 world wars and hundreds of local wars all over the world. Nor was the situation rosy for American citizens. Although becoming much envied citizens of a global superpower, since 1919 until 2014, the U.S. national debt has skyrocketed from $2.6 billion to $17.5 trillion. Nobody wants to publicly state it, but most American and Western citizens live not a life on credit, but rather thrive and vegetate with their death on the installment plan. The time of the mega crash and the end of the white race may be just around the corner. The author describes similar fiat money and different forms of banking wheeling and dealing in other parts of Europe, as well as the rise of Bolshevik Russia, largely financed by the Jewish New York bankers. The merit of his book is that he does not look at the banking environment in a black and white fashion, but always searches for some shading in between. It is commendable that Goodson also mentions the German economist Gottfried Feder, who was himself one of the most outspoken critics of usury and compound interest in Weimar Germany. The problem, though, with the name Feder is that this renowned economist was also for some time affiliated with National Socialism, which may unquestionably raise some eyebrows and red flags even among those most dispassionate readers of Goodson's book. How can one today, in our politically correct and self-censored academic environment, extract from some early National Socialist scholar something positive? National Socialism being today officially depicted as the symbol of absolute evil must never contain something that might be accepted as relatively good, even in apolitical fields such as sport, ecology, let alone economics. Feder based his study of heavy reparation monies Weimar Germany had to pay to the... Feder, based on his study of heavy reparation monies Weimar Germany had to pay the victorious side of World War I, had come to the conclusion that paying compound interest would impoverish citizens and result in mass unemployment. Feder's teaching could be applied today, especially if one considers possible remedies in tackling the huge sovereign debt of all Western countries combined. In a somewhat less pessimistic note, the author mentions the amazing success of the U.S. state of North Dakota, whose bank has enabled North Dakota to become the most dynamic state with the lowest unemployment rate in the USA. How North Dakota will weather the storm in years to come remains to be seen. As long as mainstream academics and the media hesitate to tackle the root causes of the incoming financial chaos, the USA, along with its western satellites, will likely be heading from one disaster to another. That was Dr. Tomislav Sunic, Zagreb, Croatia. And the rest is bibliography and notes and sources. Hope you enjoyed. There will be more.
Hey everybody, Suzanne Molyneux from For Your Mind. Hope you're doing well. So, a couple of articles here that I think are well worth talking about and looking at. So first and foremost, with regards to COVID, yeah, the second wave is coming. It's upon us in Canada in particular. And it's really, and there's a couple of things about it that are really kind of pathetic. The first, of course, is that 9 months after the pandemic first became evident, they're still claiming that they have no capacity for any kind of wave. In other words, they've had 7, 8, 9 months to prepare, and they're still not ready. So the whole crushing the curve turned out to be, hey, just crush your liberties, as I suspected and talked about in April. So that's kind of sad. The second thing is that we have a population that is fundamentally unable to manage its own anxiety and its problems due to propaganda, due to anti-rational, anti-philosophical, cultural edicts. And so we have this whack-a-mole that is occurring in the world at the moment. It's very sad, which is COVID flares up and everything shuts down. And then COVID goes away a little bit and things open up, COVID flares up, and everything shuts down. And we just don't have the capacity to say, I mean, this is one of the reasons, one of the many reasons I'm not in politics, is we have a population that simply cannot handle being told the truth. Which is, China facilitated the release of this deadly virus out into the world, and China applied all of its totalitarian advantages in the tamping down of this virus. And therefore, we're a kind of host, and there's just no easy way out of this. So because the population can't hear the truth, everyone has to pretend that there's some way to manage it called destroying the economy. And now in Ontario, it's the biggest, Sunday was the biggest rise in COVID cases since the beginning of the pandemic of 700 people in a day. And meanwhile, it's going to take about 2 years, even if it stopped tomorrow, to get the backlog of surgeries back up. And so, 10 times the number of people are dying from deferred health care than are dying from COVID. And it's just a massive disaster all around. And fundamentally, it's because any politician who tells the truth, who says, look, we should have closed the borders. This constant screens of racism paralyzed our ability to deal with this. If you look at Taiwan, Taiwan is now post-pandemic because they could close their borders, they could be ruthless in securing their own society, largely because being genetically indistinguishable from the mainland to a large degree, they couldn't be called racist for closing the borders to China. And so, yeah, they've dealt with it. And then, so we can't talk about the fact that paralysis and fears of racism, fears of being called racist and so on. Now we have this problem that's embedded in our entire society, and there's no wishing it away. And the vaccine is going to have itself negative effects, because vaccines always do, particularly when they're rushed in a couple of months, as opposed to taking the normal 10-year process, which I think is too long. But somewhere in the middle is probably the sweet spot. So yeah, we just can't have any factual conversations about what's going on, so we play this imaginary game of whack-a-mole, right? I mean, we're addicted to falsehoods, and therefore we can't have any facts interfere with this, which means that it's going to flare up and die down, and flare up and die down, and meanwhile, it's like taking a baseball bat to the economy. It just wrecks it over time, and then there won't be any resources, but we can't take any tough news. We can't have any sacrifices demanded of us, and therefore it's just going to come and go and come and go. Now, my major issue with COVID, because everybody is talking about the mortality rate, and the mortality rate outside of the elderly is very low. But there are things that are challenging regardless of death when it comes to an ailment, right? So here, persistent fatigue is a significant burden for more than half of COVID-19 patients. Now, this of course is not half of COVID-19 sufferers, but the patients, right? Patients recovered from COVID-19 may experience persistent fatigue for months after recovery, according to a new study. Researchers at Trinity College in Dublin found that more than half of the recovered patients examined for a study experienced post-viral fatigue syndrome, whether they were hospitalized with severe symptoms or not. Whilst the presenting features of SARS-CoV-2 infection have been well characterized, the medium and long-term consequences of infection remain unexplored. And this is from 2 days before my birthday, September 22nd, 2020. This is the lead researcher. Our findings demonstrate a significant burden of post-viral fatigue in individuals with previous SARS-CoV-2 infection after the acute phase of COVID-19 illness. So 128 patients with a mean age of 50 recruited 10 weeks following recovery. 54% of participants were women, and about 56% were hospitalized. So this was the fatigue measured by this fatigue score. The severity of illness did not determine the level of fatigue. The researchers noted that women with depression were more likely to experience the post-viral syndrome. Women made up just over half of the study participants, but represented 2/3 of those with fatigue. In an analysis of participants' pre-existing conditions, depression was identified in more than 13% of participants with fatigue and less than 2% of those without fatigue. Study authors suggest non-pharmacological interventions for patients experiencing persistent fatigue, including lifestyle modification, cognitive behavioral therapy, and self-pacing exercise. Now, this is really interesting, and when it comes to, I'm not saying this is hypochondria, but when it comes to hypochondriacs, I believe, certainly my own personal experience has pointed this out, that women are overrepresented in hypochondria. I'm not saying this is hypochondria, but the depression is very interesting. One of the things that I've read about with people who are suffering from post-COVID fatigue, they're called the long haulers, is that they are surrounded by people who say, what, aren't you better yet? Maybe you're just imagining things. Maybe it's something else. Like they show a kind of annoyance and impatience with the length of the illness, which kind of means that you're surrounded by jerks. And this is one of the things that always troubles me when it comes to talking about depression and anxiety. I said this many years ago, that there's something called SAD, social anxiety disorder. Yeah, it could be that you're socially anxious. It could also be that you're just surrounded by dangerous assholes. And so all of this stuff they have down here around, we've got cognitive behavioral therapy and so on, lifestyle modification. It could also be, get the parasites out of your life. Speaking of which, I did watch the movie Parasites. It's a very interesting movie. And everybody's got it wrong, as usual, right? They're all talking about it's about capitalism and class and so on. No, it's about parenting, right? You have one group who exploits and bullies their children and is violent, and you have another group that is nice to their children and sympathetic and thoughtful towards their kids. And these are the two differences. The difference is not in class, in economy, in relation to the means of production. It is in relation to parenting. Just don't want to mention it, right? So this long haul stuff is pretty significant. That's one. And another is what we got here? These COVID symptoms could last for months. This is again from the same. Long haulers have been suffering from a variety of ailments, bit of a typo there, some of which may not sound like typical COVID issues. COVID-19 symptoms usually bring to mind flu-like symptoms plus trouble breathing or losing your sense of taste. And many people can get by with minimal impact on their lives, even with an active infection. Some won't have any symptoms at all. Yeah, it's true. I know 2 people who've had it, and it's been pretty mild for both of them. Long-term issues stemming from a COVID-19 infection could look quite different from those first couple of weeks, in keeping with the pattern seen with other viral infections. Patients who suffer from SARS, the impacts of even a short-term illness sometimes led to diminished exercise capacity or lung function that persisted years after being first diagnosed. Similar issues were spotted in early stress respiratory syndrome survivors. So, Director of Global Health and Emergency Medicine at Columbia University recounted his long-haul impacts of a 2014 Ebola encounter, which to this day leaves him struggling with concentration and memory. Oh, I've got to tell you, it's pretty brutal. I mean, the one thing, there's lots of things I don't want. You know, the old saying that somebody who's healthy wants many things, somebody who's unhealthy wants only one thing: cover their health, of course. He said, in discussions I've had with many COVID long haulers, both at the ER and online, I've heard so many describe symptoms similar to what I experienced in the months after my illness. The fatigue, brain fog, and feeling better some days and worse the next. So that's pretty important. In research done by the CDC, at the end of July, over 30% of COVID-19 patients had not returned to normal health conditions 2 or 3 weeks after testing. Out of the respondents between 18 and 34, who typically have milder cases of illness, 1 in 4 still hadn't fully recovered weeks after testing. Even some children were still feeling the infection take a toll on their health months after infection, and the symptoms were far-ranging from depression to myocarditis. So that's pretty important. One of the first signs of long-haul COVID-19 infection is feeling like the infection never left your body, days or even months after you should have theoretically recovered. One study in JAMA found that in 179 Italian patients ranging from age 19 to 84, only about 12% had experienced full recovery. Over 50% still felt fatigue, about 44% described a worsened quality of life. Other common symptoms that lingered, like cough, fever, chest pain, headaches, and occasional shortness of breath. Another study estimates that about 1 in 10 COVID-19 patients will feel unwell for more than 3 weeks, with a subset ranging into months. And it's pretty mysterious as to why. Weak antibody responses or inflammatory reactions as possible reasons. There is also a theory that fragments of the DNA remain in your system even after you've cleared the virus and your immune system is still attacking it. Now, the heart issues is very, very important. A study released in July of 100 COVID-19 patients showed that in most of those who had supposedly recovered 2 months prior, they were still showing cardiac problems, ranging from structural changes to biomarkers that indicate cardiac injury. The fact that 78% of, quote, recovered patients had evidence of ongoing heart involvement means that the heart is involved in a majority of patients, even if COVID-19 illness does not scream out with the classical heart symptoms such as anginal chest pain. She noted that many of the people tested were relatively young, recovered from the disease at home, and had no idea that anything was wrong with their hearts. In several professional and college-level athletes, cases of myocarditis, inflammation of the heart, also have popped up as COVID-19 cases have risen. This type of inflammation is caused by a viral infection, but it's still challenging to know precisely how SARS-CoV-2 might cause myocarditis. Several autopsies have found inflammation in the heart's blood vessels instead of muscle cells, which are where other infections tend to hit. So cardiologists are concerned that even if COVID-19 generally causes only mild myocarditis, even that level of damage could lead to elevated risk of heart attack or failure in the future. So, of course, it is a respiratory virus to a large degree. One study from August shows that some long-term recoveries from COVID-19 infections may include chronic cough, fibrotic lung disease, bronchiectasis, and pulmonary vascular disease. The worst cases of COVID-19 may increase a person's risk for acute respiratory distress syndrome and sepsis, which even when survived, will create lasting damage to the lungs and other organs. So many lung injuries can heal. There's the initial injury to lungs followed by scarring. Over time, the tissue heals, but it can take 3 months to a year or more for a person's lung function to return to pre-COVID-19 levels. Mount Sinai researchers found that out of nearly 4,000 hospitalized COVID-19 patients, nearly half of them suffered from acute kidney injury. and 19% required dialysis. So remember, this is not people who suffered, the people who are actually hospitalized and suffered. More than a third of patients who were discharged had not recovered to baseline kidney function when they left the hospital. Like many COVID-19 impacts, the mechanism is still unknown. A nephrologist noted that it's not known how many people who go through dialysis actually recover fully in just a normal illness, which makes it a worrisome development in COVID-19 patients. He says we may be facing an epidemic of post-COVID-19 kidney disease, and that in turn could mean much greater numbers of patients who require kidney dialysis and even transplants. Brain fog may be one of the more minor neurological symptoms that stick around long past supposed recovery. So for me, like I basically require on the agility of my brain as my basic catechism of functioning. So this is a particular issue to me, though of course if you're physically tired it's hard to concentrate as well. So Chief of Neuroinfectious Diseases says evidence shows that at least 1/3 of people who have COVID-19 experience neurological complications. According to the BBC, more than 300 studies have shown strange neurological symptoms in COVID-19 patients, including mild symptoms like headaches, loss of smell and tingling sensation, or even drastic cases of aphasia, a speech disorder, strokes and seizures. The causes of these neurological problems could be a lack of oxygen to the brain due to respiratory problems during infection, a direct attack from the virus on brain cells or nerves, or an overreaction of the immune system. In extreme cases, an intense immune response known as a cytokine storm that can occur in responses to COVID-19 may penetrate the blood-brain barrier. This could lead to coma, seizures, and even death. If SARS-CoV-2 can remain dormant in neurons for many years, there's a serious chance that these patients will have long-term consequences. So because without proper testing, there's a possibility that they're never able to link them back to the virus at all. This is particularly true for patients who don't experience cold-like symptoms. Brain fog and confusion might be the only symptoms someone feels, which could keep them from getting tested. Beyond neurological issues, the anxiety and depression associated with having an intense infection can also take a severe toll on patients. After surveying over 1,500 long haulers on Facebook, hundreds of respondents struggled with anxiety, concentration, and depression. So that is some pretty important stuff. So, do what you can to keep yourself at bay from this kind of illness, because it is a new thing. It does have these ACE2 receptors that can plug into just about every cell that you have. So it is a gypsy, it is a wonder. It is on the move, and it can seem to stick around either directly or indirectly in DNA fragments for quite some time. So please, my friends, just try and stay as safe as you can, because there's still a lot of unknowns, and it's more than just the fatality rate that matters. All right, this is Van Molen. Thanks for listening. I'll talk to you soon. Hey, there's Van Molen from Fringe. Well, okay, I'm gonna take you on a journey, and I'm a long-form kind of guy. I love long symphonic prog rock like Yes, and I've listened regularly to the, close to half-hour song Echoes by Pink Floyd. I'm a long-form kind of guy, and so yeah, if you like long-form, great. If not, there's lots of other people out there for you. So I want to talk about the flip that occurs between men and women. So for men, I talked about being dicknapped, which is when your Venus takes over, kidnaps your brain, and rolls your gonads like bowling balls in hot pursuit of some sort of Thelma and Louise cliff edge of personal testosterone destruction, because some woman grabs your hormones and ropes you in with them, to mix metaphors outrageously. And this delusion that men talk themselves into when there's a pretty face or a curvy body that comes along, it flips. So for women over 40, it flips if they're single, to the point where men are easily taken in by women when they're young adults. Women are easily taken in by men when they are post-fertility. And it's really, really rough on women, and it's not something we talk about, and therefore I want to talk about it because it seems really important to talk about. So we're going to talk about it through this article from Toronto Life. I don't know why I couldn't find it on the website, but it's here on Apple News. And it's called Heartbreaker. To women in search of love, Sean Rutten boasts of the holy grail. A successful, sensitive, confident man looking for genuine connection. Yeah, see, that's tough, right? Successful, sensitive, confident man looking for genuine. So if he's a good-looking and wealthy guy and he's in his 40s, he's going to be looking for a younger woman. Like, it's just the way things are. And the women who say, well, you know, I've got great qualities of personality, I've got good character, I've got a house, I've got a career, I've got a this, I've got a that. Yeah, that's all nice. That's all nice. But a man in his 40s who's attractive and successful is in the same position as a hot woman of 20 when it comes to the dating market. And she's in a chosen kind of position, and he's in a chosen kind of position. And the question is always, why would he choose you? And that's always an interesting question. And if in particular in your 40s, if you're a woman in your 40s, of course, and you're divorced, you're single, well, you've kind of squandered your most attractive years, and now, you know, your collagen is breaking down, your subcutaneous fat is dissolving, you're getting haggard, you're tired, your boobs and your butt are drooping and so on. I mean, it happens to men as well, but men, as we know, tend to age better. In terms of sexual market value, men age better than women because women's sexual market value is based upon fertility, which collapses, and men's reproductive value is based upon resources, which accumulate over time for most men. So yeah, if it's a holy grail, if it's too good to be true, it almost certainly is. What they didn't know, he spent decades stealing millions from just about anyone who crossed his path. Lonely women on dating sites were only his latest, easiest prey. So the first thing Victoria Smith knows about Sean, no last name, no picture, was his passion for adventure. Okay, so just so you don't know, right? I'm sure you do. Passion for adventure means I have none. That's it's a dog whistle for a reason. I have a passion for adventure. I like to travel all the time. Well, that costs money. I like extreme sports. Well, they cost money. So passion for adventure is a signal to a woman that man has resources, and for women in general, that is, particularly women in their 40s, that is kind of catnip. It's kind of irresistible. It was hard for Mrs. E. Harmony Profile mentioned it 3 times. She knew she could use some adventure in her life. Before her divorce, she had traveled widely, and even now in her 40s, living alone in Toronto's West End, her kids nearly grown, she tried to maintain that spirit. She'd recently visited Hawaii, exploring the lush, blah, 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 but she wanted someone to share those experiences with. She clicked match, the phone pinged, they began exchanging emails. Sean told her his last name was Rothberg, which was close to his real surname Rutenberg, and that he was a Toronto entrepreneur with a master's degree. Like her, he was divorced and had 2 kids he adored. He liked hockey, his first and deepest passion was soccer, but still dreamed about playing in the World Cup, which struck her as boyish and charming. See, that's not boyish and charming. That's just deluded. There's no way anybody's going to end up playing in the World Cup starting out in their 40s. I mean, come on. This is like a woman in her 40s saying, you know, I dream of being a gymnast. So he's testing to see if she has any capacity to determine fantasy from reality, right? So he's hooking her in with, I have money, right? I'm an entrepreneur with a master's degree. Hey, he's a Toronto entrepreneur with a master's degree. Anyway, so so he hooks her in with resources, and then what he does is he talks about playing in the World Cup, and now he's testing her to see if she says, "What are you talking about? You still do like you're over 40? Are you crazy? Like it's not a rational." But she won't do that, right? So he knows that she will not confront him on his delusions, right? He wanted to wake up every day, he said, trying to understand how he and his partner could ever have been apart. Right. So this is a dog whistle for codependency, for fusion, for merging, for this rather desperate platonic synchronicity, I'm half, you make me whole, you complete me kind of garbage that signals need to a woman, that his need is so great that her requirement to bring
It's important to remember that you can't become a Christian without prayer.
whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. What is saving faith? It's calling upon the name of the Lord. It's coming in prayer, in helplessness and hopelessness, and crying for mercy. Tonight I would like us to deal with the subject of prayer and seek to stir up yourselves and myself to more prayer. Because I know if we prayed more, we would be more blessed. We would be better Christians. And we'd be more God glorifying in our lives. Well, first of all tonight, what is prayer? I cannot give you a better definition of prayer than the one that is given to us in the Shorter Catechism. Prayer is an offering up of our desires unto God for things agreeable to His will in the name of Christ, with a confession of our sins and thankful acknowledgement of His mercies. Well, that's a very comprehensive summary of what prayer is. Prayer is an offering up of our desires unto God for things agreeable to His will in the name of Christ, with confession of our sins and thankful acknowledgement of His mercies. What's involved in prayer? Well, first there's got to be a consciousness of our needs. And we come to God as the one who's able to answer our needs. So an awareness that we are needed. And then we come asking in the name of Christ. So it's not because we are good, or because we've done this or that, or because we're members of the church, or even because we're needy. The only reason why God should answer our prayer is for Jesus' sake. So it's in the name of Christ. He earned for us on the cross an answer for our prayers. And He intercedes for us in heaven on the basis of His own merits. And then there's something else in prayer. Confession of sin. There's to be no covering up of sin, no excuses, but rather opening our hearts to God. If we confess our sins, He is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. And then there's to be thanksgiving, thanking God for prayers already answered. And thanking God, of course, for all His goodness to us. Showering down upon us in His providence, food and clothes and homes and all sorts of blessings. And thanking Him for His blessings to us of salvation also. Thanks be unto God for His unspeakable gift, the gift of His Son. So there's to be thanksgiving and praise and worship. And in all our prayers, there's to be seeking to be submissive to the will of God. Not my will, but thine be done. Now, in the second place, wrong kinds of prayer. We're told here in this chapter about wrong kinds of prayer. Verse 5. When thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. The Jews were a very religious people. And amongst a very religious culture and society, It was something that was admired to see somebody who was praying. So there would be people out praying in busy places, corners of the streets, just like you get the Muslims today. Muslims are a very religious people. You see them with their prayer mats, and they put down their prayer mats sometimes in very prominent places, wherever they might be at the hour of prayer. And they're showing off that they are praying people. But we're told here, be not as the hypocrites are, who pray in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets. You get some people and they make a great show of the sign of the cross. You see footballers maybe coming on to play their football as a substitute and cross themselves. And what is it all about? Well, it's a Roman Catholic form of prayer, this crossing. And they're very public about showing their prayer. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet. So our prayers are not praying to man. It's not to make an impression on others, not to tell people, look at how holy I am. Think of how prayerful I am. That's not the way it's to be. It's a prayer addressed to God. God must be first and foremost in our mind. When we have to pray in public, we're called upon to pray in the prayer meeting. Yes, there are people listening to us. But our great aim should be far more conscious of God than of those who are listening to us. And when we get liberty in our prayers, we forget those who listen. And our concern is with our Father who is in heaven. We are to pray to Him. So, seeking the praise of men, they get their reward, the hypocrite. They get the praise of men. But what we want is not the praise of men, but the praise of God. And then there's a second kind of wrong prayer. And it's in verse 7. When ye pray, use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Vain repetitions, empty words that they've learned off by heart, and they repeat them over. You know, like these people who repeat their Hail Marys, and they're going through them so many times, and the priest has told them to do 20 Hail Marys or whatever it is, and 20 Paternosters, 20 Lord's Prayers. Vain repetitions like the heathen, just like the prayer wheels of the Hindus. Our prayers are not to be empty words. And we can all be guilty in that way, of sometimes using words in our prayers without really thinking about it. Maybe saying a grace at mealtime and we're not thinking about what we're doing. And it's vain repetitions, and it's not glorifying to God. They think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. For some people, and they think, well, if they pray for an hour, God will be impressed. If they pray for 2 hours, 3 hours, if they pray for 8 hours, God's going to be really impressed. If they pray all day and all night, they're really going to get an answer to their prayers. But that's putting your trust in mechanics. You sometimes get people forming what's called prayer chains. We should always take our direction from Scripture. You don't get anything in Scripture about prayer chains. Prayer chains is the idea that one person prays for a few minutes and then the chain passes on to somebody else and prays for another few minutes and somebody else for another few minutes. And so the prayer chain goes on and on and on. And this is supposed to have great effect on God. That is treating God as if God was unintelligent. And neither are we to think that if we pray a really long prayer, God is impressed. Sometimes the shortest prayers are the most impressive. Jesus tells us about two men who went up to the temple to pray. One had a very short prayer, and the other one had a very long prayer. The man with a long prayer, God didn't answer. The man with a short prayer, God be merciful to me, a sinner. He went to his house justified rather than the other. It's not a good thing to pray for too long. Not a good thing in the prayer meeting to be long in our prayer. We should try and keep them reasonably short. God is not impressed with any words. The heathen, they think they will be heard for their much speaking. Beware of thinking you're going to be heard for your much speaking, or because of any mechanical method in prayer. One earnest prayer in one sentence for one moment can be of more value than hours and hours of empty repetitions, mechanical prayer. So we're being taught here about the kind of prayer, the sort of things to avoid. Being like the hypocrites, praying to people instead of praying to God, trying to impress people. Vain repetitions, much speaking. But there's something else that's spoken of that's detrimental to prayer. It's given in verses 14 and 15. But we really have reference to it in verse 12 as well, where Jesus says in the Lord's Prayer, "Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors." And verse 14, "For if ye forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if ye forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses." There are few things so disgusting to God as to see somebody asking for forgiveness for their sins who won't forgive their fellow men for the things that they do to them. We are to be forgiven. How can we ask for forgiveness ourselves if we retain resentment, hatred towards a brother or a sister? We are to seek to be at peace with all men, to love one another, to let no root of bitterness spring up among us which would trouble us. And when there is disunity and disharmony, you can't expect pressing on your private prayers nor upon the prayer meeting. We need each one of us to forgive those who hurt us. Leave them in God's hands, forgive them, move on, put it behind us. Don't keep resentment towards any Christian. Otherwise, this will be a block on your prayers. So these are some wrong kinds of prayer. And then the right kind of prayer is set before us here. "But when ye pray, enter into your closet, and when thou hast shut the door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly." Remember, you're dealing with God. Enter into your closet. But of course, there's different kinds of prayer. We can be praying with our spouse sometimes, husband or our wife. And you know the old saying, those who pray together stay together. And If we pray together, it's a great basis for marriage. It's important for us as families to pray as families. Think particularly of a nephew of mine who was asking him what was the most important influence in his life, leading him to his conversion. And he said it was his parents holding a family worship in the house. Everything committed to God in prayer. And that set the scene for his life. He grew up with prayer being central to his family. And that was a blessing to him. And the prayer meeting is very important. We're encouraged to come together. That which we pray for together, the Lord has promised to give a special answer to it. Where the 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst. That which you bind on earth is bound in heaven. That which you loose on earth is loosed in heaven. If you agree on earth concerning anything that shall be done in heaven, there's great blessing connected with coming together, joining together. All that to say that the most basic prayer and the most important prayer is entering into the closet and shutting the door. Entering into your bedroom, wherever it is that you go to pray, to get alone. That is basic to our Christian life. When you pray, be not as the hypocrites. Enter into thy closet. Close out as much as you can other people, the world, and the thought of people listening to you, and the thought of what will they think about your prayers. You need to be free, and you need to be honest, and you need to be able to express your heart to God. You need to seek the help of the Spirit. Remember Romans 8. We know not what we should pray for as we ought, but the Spirit himself maketh intercession for us with groanings which cannot be uttered. We have 2 great helpers who pray. The Spirit teaching us what to pray for, interceding for us with groanings. And then Christ taking our prayers as the advocate and presenting them before the throne of heaven. We are to seek the help of the Spirit. Pray in the Spirit, we're told. We need the help of the Spirit. And it's prayers that come from the Spirit, prayers that come down from heaven, that ascend up to heaven with great effectiveness. And we're to pray in faith. Pray believing, and you shall receive. But what is it to pray believing? What are we to believe? To believe that whatever we want, we will get it, and we will demand it. And we say to God, you must do it, because I want it, and I demand it. Well, Jesus didn't pray like that. Jesus prayed, not my will, but thine be done. Sometimes we pray for things that are not according to the will of God. Paul prayed earnestly 3 times that the thorn in the flesh would be removed. But he was told in no uncertain terms that it wasn't God's will. God said no. He said, my grace is sufficient for you, and my strength is made perfect in weakness. You need the thorn. Keeps you humble. What is it to pray in faith? It's to pray believing in God. Believing in the love and mercy of God. Believing in the power of God. Believing that God can do anything. And believing that because God loves us and is merciful to us, He will do His best. So when we come believing, we come trusting God, God will do what is best. Not my will, but thine be done. I'm praying for it in this way. Lord, you might give it to me in that way. I'm praying for this thorn to be removed. Lord, you will answer me maybe in giving me grace to bear with the thorn. You know best now, and I submit. So it's knowing that God is able to answer and willing to do what is best for us. That is praying in faith. So we're to pray in faith. We're to come humbly before God. He's the creator, we are the creature. He is the glorious one in heaven. We come as beggars. As beggars. Yet we come with confidence and with boldness, because it's a throne of grace, and because Christ has died for us, and because we're pleading on the basis of the merits of Christ. Therefore, we come with boldness, humbly, yet with boldness. We come expectantly. We shouldn't view prayer as just a duty or with no benefit. We come expecting an answer. We come with praise, worshiping God. And we come with thanksgiving for prayers already answered, and thanksgiving anticipating an answer to this prayer as well. Praying in the name of Christ. Next, what are we to pray for? Well, we're given an idea as to the sort of things we should pray for by the prayer that the Lord Jesus Himself has given us. We're given here the Lord's Prayer in verse 9. After this manner, therefore pray ye, in this way, like this, learning from this prayer. So what are the things that Christ teaches us to pray for? First petition, hallowed be thy name. May your name be glorified. May it be honored. May it be adored. Praying first for God to be magnified, to be highly valued, to be glorified throughout the world. Praying words of praise to Him. Hallowed be thy name. Then second, thy kingdom come. May your kingdom spread throughout the world. May the kingdom of Satan be destroyed. May the kingdom of grace be advanced. The kingdom of glory be hastened. May King Jesus reign. May many people be converted. May there be revivals. May the kingdom of Christ spread throughout the world. There's another great area for our prayers. And then the third petition. Thy will be done on earth as it is done in heaven. May people obey God's commandments. May they live according to the Bible. May people keep the Sabbath day. May people turn their backs on idols. May the name of God not be blasphemed. May people honor and respect authority. May the law of God be kept. May marriage be raised up and observed according to the Scriptures. May God's word be reverenced. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. In heaven, the angels keep God's will perfectly. How wonderful it would be if our society kept God's word on earth, what a blessed society we would have. And may men and women everywhere obey the gospel, because that's the will of God, commanding all men everywhere to repent, to believe in Jesus. And then give us this day our daily bread. Pray for the things of this life, for food and clothes and homes and jobs and families and houses and the ordinary things of life, our day-to-day problems and difficulties in our workplace, whatever it is. These mundane things, they have a place in our prayers. Give us this day our daily bread. And then forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Our sins, our trespasses, confession of sin. It's to have a place in our prayers. There's something missing if we don't confess our sins. Come to God with your sins. But our sins have all been forgiven. So why pray, forgive us our debts? Jesus died for our sins and they're all washed away. Ah, yes. But when we sin, we will be corrected and chastised by God. And chastisements are painful. Therefore, we're taught to come praying for forgiveness for our sins. Because if we don't pray confessing our sins, then we're obviously not taking our sins seriously. And the Lord knows how to correct us, to hurt us, and make us feel our sins, to give us, as it were, that smack of discipline. And none of us like being disciplined. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. We pray for deliverance. We're in a war. Satan is trying to destroy us. The world is trying to lead us astray. The flesh within us is craving after the flesh pots of Egypt. Lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from evil. Save us from sinning. Keep us back from destroying ourselves. Don't allow us to backslide. We don't just pray, forgive us our sins, but we also pray, turn us from sinning. Keep us from sinning. Deliver us from evil. Lead us not into temptation, because we know that we fall very easily. So there we have a brief summary of the sorts of things that we should be praying for. The Lord's Prayer is a great model for our prayers. But then there are obstacles to prayer. What are these obstacles? There can be our own reasoning. Sometimes maybe we think, well, God knows all my needs. I can't tell him anything. What's the point of praying? God knows everything about me. Why do I need to pray? Why do I need to pray? Because God tells me. God knows our needs. He knows them far better than we do. But do we know our needs? And do we appreciate our needs? And part of our praying is so that we will come to face up to our needs and then appreciate the answer of God as he meets our needs. Somebody else might say, well, but God has planned everything. God has foreordained whatsoever comes to pass. What's the point of praying? Prayer isn't going to change God's plan. Prayer's not going to alter what God has foreordained. That's true. So why pray? Because prayer is in the plan as well. And the means that God has for bringing about His purposes are our prayers. And therefore we are to pray, and God answers our prayers. We're not to get ourselves tied up in knots over God's decree, God's plan. Secret things belong to the Lord. The revealed things belong to us. Our duty is to pray. Leave the plan to God. You pray. God tells you to pray. And God loves to answer the prayers of His people. Maybe we're saying, well, I prayed, and I prayed again, and I prayed again, and I didn't get any answer. So what's the point? Well, maybe you prayed for something that wasn't the will of God. Maybe you prayed for something and God's answer was, no, it's not good for you. Or maybe you prayed for something and God said, well, I won't give it to you just now, but I'll maybe give it to you in a year's time, or 10 years' time. You see, somebody put it, God always answers our prayers. Sometimes He says yes, sometimes He says no, and sometimes He says wait. God answers all our prayers. He loves to answer our prayers. And it's never a waste of time. He does not say, seek ye me. He says, ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and it shall be opened. For everyone that asketh receiveth, he that seeketh findeth, to him that knocketh it shall be. If you ask anything in my name, said Christ, it shall be done unto you. Are all these encouragements to pray? We are to pray. We're to look to God for the answer. And we're to wait expectantly for the answer. And we're to realize that sometimes God will answer in a different way to the way we want or we expect. God's ways are best. Maybe you say, well, it's all very well saying enter into your closet and pray. I find that really hard. I find it hard to pray. When I go into the closet and close the door, I find that all sorts of other things come into my mind. Think of all sorts of things that I should do, and things that I have forgotten to do, and things that I must do afterwards. I think about this and I think about that. My mind is troubled. In fact, I'm never so distracted as when I'm trying to pray. That's often the case, yes. But as somebody put it, pray till you pray. Pray for help against Satan's distraction. When you pray, Satan will try to stop your praying because he knows it's good. It's glorifying to God and will be a blessing to you. And that's why Satan troubles you when you go into the closet and close the door. But don't give Satan the victory. Don't give up easily. Keep praying. Keep pressing on. Try, of course, before you go in to pray, to get things cleared out of the way that you have to do. Try and have peace in your mind. But you can be sure that there will be distractions. It's not easy to pray, but labor in prayer. Keep going with prayer, and God will help you through, and you will get an answer. One other obstacle. You've just sinned. You've done something and your conscience is telling you, listen, how can somebody like you go to hell? God won't listen to you. You're ashamed. I've done it again. And you think, well, maybe if I wait I'll feel better later on. Or maybe tomorrow it'll be different. It's the day. You've sinned. What do you do when you've sinned? Confess it, and the sooner you confess it, the better. Tell God right away. Don't let Satan keep you back. Satan says, you're a big sinner. Don't go to God. Don't pray to God. God doesn't want to hear you. That's Satan. Yes, you're a sinner. And you'll always be a sinner. As long as you're in this life, you're a sinner. A hell-deserving sinner. But come to God as a hell-deserving sinner. And remember, you're not coming in your own merits or in your own righteousness, but you're coming in the name of Jesus. Come as a sinner. It doesn't get any easier by staying away. So these then are some of the obstacles to prayer. Just very briefly, we have in Scripture some wonderful answers to prayer. Think of Abraham's servant, sent to Mesopotamia to find a wife for Isaac. He prayed. He got a wonderful wife for Isaac. Think of Hannah. She had no child. Years were going by. She prayed. God gave her Samuel. Think of Joshua. He was fighting his enemies, trying to conquer them. And the day was passing so quickly. And he prayed that the Lord would stop the sun in the heavens, that the day would be lengthened. Surely impossible. But the Lord made the day longer so that Joshua got victory over his enemies. Think of Elijah. For 3.5 years there'd been no rain. He prayed. Think of Hezekiah. Isaiah said to him, Hezekiah, God's told it, God's telling you, thus saith the Lord, set your house in order, or you shall die in nothing. That's pretty good. It wasn't the doctor who said you're going to die. It was the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, set your house in order. And he prayed. What happened? God gave him another 10 years. Wonderful answers to prayer. Think of Peter in prison. And the church prayed. Peter got out of prison. When Peter came and knocked on the door, as the church were praying for him, they couldn't believe it. A while before they opened the door to let him in. That's it. God answered prayer. Heart was peace. So finally, persevere in prayer. Pray when you don't feel like it. Discipline yourself to pray. Make sure that every day you have a time alone with God. A time in your bedroom, a time in wherever quiet place it is, the broom cupboard or the closet or wherever, time to pray with the Lord regularly. And I would say it's best to do it audibly, because it's easier to keep your concentration as you pray out loud, and it's less easy to understand. Pray every day. Have a time of prayer. Jesus said, men ought always to pray and not to faint. Keep on praying, because remember the widow who went to the unjust judge, and he said, I'm not going to give her what she wants because she won't give me a bribe. but she kept coming every day. And so the unjust judge gave her what she wanted. And shall not God avenge his own elect who cry unto him day and night? Persistent prayer. Don't give up, pray, and you get the blessing. There's a blessing in prayer. There's a blessing in prayer itself, because prayer is fellowship. There's a blessing in prayer. There's a blessing in answer to prayer. God loves us to pray.
True prayer, true power. This message was first preached on August 12th in the year 1860 by Charles Haddon Spurgeon. Our text for this morning comes from the book of Mark, Mark chapter 11, verse 24. Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. This verse has something to do with the faith of miracle. But I think it has far more reference to the miracle of faith. We will this morning consider it in that light. I believe that this text applies not only to the apostles, but also to all those who walk in the faith of the apostles, believing in the promises of our Lord Jesus Christ. The advice which Christ gave to the 12 and to his immediate followers is repeated to us in God's Word this morning. May we have the grace to constantly obey it. Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. There are so many people who complain that they don't enjoy prayer. They don't neglect it, for they dare not. But they would neglect it if they could, because they don't find any pleasure in praying. Don't we all have to admit that sometimes when we pray, that it is very difficult work and seems to be almost a drudgery? We spend the allotted time, but we rise from our knees unrefreshed. Like a man who has laid on his bed but has not slept, so hasn't really recovered his strength. When time comes around again, conscience drives us to our knees. But there is no sweet fellowship with God. There is no crying out of our needs to Him with the firm conviction that He will supply them. After having gone again through a certain round of customary utterances, we rise from our knees perhaps more troubled in conscience and more distressed in mind than we were before. There are many Christians, I think, who complain of this, that they pray not so much because it is a blessed thing that allows them to draw near to God, but because they must pray, because it is their duty, because they feel that if they did not, they would lose one of the sure evidences of being a Christian. Brothers and sisters, I don't condemn you, but at the same time, if I may be the means of lifting you up this morning from so low a state of grace into a higher and healthier atmosphere, my soul will be extremely glad. If I can show you a more excellent way, if from this time forward you may come to look at prayer as your natural state, as one of the most delightful exercises of your life, if you will come to esteem it more than your necessary food, and to value it as one of heaven's best luxuries, surely I will have answered a great end, and you will have to thank God for a great blessing.
Restraints are somehow regarded as out of place. It is so much easier to content oneself with a few opprobrious adjectives, such as mechanical or like. Why engage in serious criticisms when people prefer ridicule? Why attack a real opponent when it is easier to knock down a man astray? As a matter of fact, the doctrine of plenary inspiration does not deny the individuality of the biblical writers. It does not ignore their use of ordinary means for acquiring information. It does not involve any lack of interest in historical situations, which gave rise to the biblical books. What it does deny is the presence of error in the Bible. It supposes that the Holy Spirit so informed the minds of the biblical writers that they were kept from falling into the error that mar all other books. The Bible might contain an account of a genuine revelation of God and yet not contain a true account. But according to the doctrine of inspiration, the account is a matter of fact a true account. The Bible is an infallible rule of faith and practice. Certainly that is a stupendous claim, and it is no wonder that it has been attacked. The trouble is that the attack is not always fair. If the liberal preacher objected to the doctrine of plenary inspiration on the ground that as a matter of fact there are errors in the Bible, he might be right and he might be wrong, but at any rate the discussion would be conducted on the proper ground. But too often the preacher desires to avoid the delicate question of errors in the Bible, a question which might give offense to the rank and file, and prefers to speak merely against mechanical theories of inspiration, the theory of dictation, the superstitious use of the Bible as a talisman, or the like. It all sounds to the plain man as though it were very harmless. Does not the liberal preacher say that the Bible is divine? Indeed, that it is more divine because it is more human? What could be more edifying than that? But of course such appearances are deceptive. A Bible that is full of error is certainly divine in the modern pantheizing sense of divine, according to which God is just another name for the course of the world, which all its imperfections and all its sin. The God whom the Christian worships is a God of truth. It must be admitted that there are many Christians who do not accept the doctrine of plenary inspiration. That doctrine is denied not only by liberal opponents of Christianity, but also by many true Christian men. There are many Christian men in the modern church who find in the origin of Christianity no mere product of evolution, but a real entrance of the creative power of God, who depend for their salvation not at all upon their own efforts to lead Christ's life, but upon the atoning blood of Christ. There are many men in the modern church who thus accept the central message of the Bible and yet believe that the message has come to us merely on the authority of trustworthy witnesses, unaided in their literary work by any supernatural guidance of the Spirit of God. There are many who believe that the Bible is right at the central point in its account of the redeeming work of Christ, and yet believe that it contains many errors. Such men are not really liberals, but Christians, because they have accepted as true the message upon which Christianity depends. A great gulf separates them from those who reject the supernatural act of God, with which Christianity stands or falls. It is another question, however, whether the mediating view of the Bible, which is thus maintained, is logically tenable, the trouble being that our Lord himself seems to have held the high view of the Bible, which is here being rejected. Certainly, it is another question, and a question which the present writer would answer with an emphatic negative, whether the panic about the Bible, which gives rise to such concessions, is at all justified by the facts. If the Christian makes full use of the Christian privileges, he finds the seat of authority in the whole Bible, which he regards as no mere word of man, but as the very word of God. Very different is the view of modern liberalism. The modern liberal rejects not only the doctrine of plenary inspiration, but even such respect for the Bible as would be proper over against any ordinary, trustworthy book. But what is substituted for the Christian view of the Bible? What is the liberal view as to the seat of authority in religion? The impression is sometimes produced that the modern liberal substitutes for the authority of the Bible the authority of Christ. He cannot accept, he says, what he regards as the perverse moral teachings of the Old Testament, the sophistical arguments of Paul. But he regards himself as being the true Christian because, rejecting the rest of the Bible, he depends upon Jesus alone. The impression, however, is utterly false. The modern liberal does not really hold to the authority of Jesus. Even if he did so, indeed, he would still be impoverishing greatly his knowledge of God and of the way of salvation. The words of Jesus, spoken during his earthly ministry, could hardly contain all that we need to know about God and about the way of salvation. For the meaning of Jesus' redeeming work could hardly be fully set forth for that work which was done. It could be set forth indeed by way of prophecy. As a matter of fact, it was so set forth by Jesus even in the days of his flesh. But the full explanation could naturally be given only after the work was done, and such was actually the divine method. It is doing despite not only to the Spirit of God, but also to Jesus himself, to regard the teaching of the Holy Spirit given through the apostles as at all inferior in authority to the teaching of Jesus. As a matter of fact, however, the modern liberal does not hold fast even to the authority of Jesus. Certainly he does not accept the words of Jesus as they are recorded in the Gospels, for among the recorded words of Jesus are to be found just those things which are most aberrant to the modern liberal church. And in his recorded words, Jesus also points forward to the fuller revelation, which was afterwards to be given to his apostles. Evidently, therefore, those words of Jesus, which are to be regarded as authoritative by modern liberalism, must be first selected from the mass of recorded words by a critical process. This critical process is certainly very difficult, and the suspicion often arises that the critic is retaining as genuine words of the historical Jesus only those words which conform to his own preconceived ideas. But even after the sifting process has been completed, the liberal scholar is still unable to accept as authoritative all the sayings of Jesus. He must finally admit that even the historical Jesus, as reconstructed by modern historians, said some things that are untrue. So much is usually admitted. But it is maintained, although not everything that Jesus said is true, his central life purpose is still to be regarded as regulative for the church. But then, what was the life purpose of Jesus? According to the shortest, and if modern criticism be accepted, the earliest of the Gospels, the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister, and to give his life a ransom for many. Mark chapter 10, verse 45. Here the vicarious death is put as the life purpose of Jesus. Such an utterance must, of course, be pushed aside by the modern liberal church. The truth is that the life purpose of Jesus discovered by modern liberalism is not the life purpose of the real Jesus, but merely represents those elements in the teachings of Jesus, isolated and misinterpreted, which happens to agree with the modern program. It is not Jesus, then, who is the real authority, but the modern principle by which the selection within Jesus' recorded teaching has been made. Certain isolated ethical principles of the Sermon of the Mount are accepted, not at all because they are teachings of Jesus, but because they agree with modern ideas. It is not true at all, then, that modern liberalism is based upon the authority of Jesus. It is obliged to reject a vast deal that is absolutely essential in Jesus' example and teaching, notably his consciousness of being the heavenly Messiah. The real authority for liberalism can only be the Christian consciousness, or Christian experience. But how shall the findings of the Christian consciousness be established? Surely not by a majority vote of the organized church. Such a method would obviously do away with all liberty of conscience. The only authority, then, can be the individual experience. Truth can only be that which helps the individual man. Such an authority is obviously no authority at all, for individual experience is endlessly diverse, and when once truth is regarded only as that which works at any particular time, it ceases to be true. The result is an abysmal skepticism. The Christian man, on the other hand, finds in the Bible the very Word of God. Let it not be said that dependence upon a book is a dead or an artificial thing. The Reformation of the 16th century was founded upon the authority of the Bible, yet it set the world aflame. Dependence upon a word of man would be slavish, but dependence upon God's word is life. Dark and gloomy would be the world if we were left to our own devices and had no blessed word of God. The Bible, to the Christian, is not a burdensome law, but the very Magna Carta of Christian liberty. It is no wonder, then, that liberalism is totally different from Christianity. For the foundation is different. Christianity is founded upon the Bible. It bases upon the Bible both its thinking and its life. Liberalism, on the other hand, is founded upon the shifting emotions of sinful men.
Chapter 5. Christ. 3 points of difference between liberalism and Christianity have been noticed so far. The two religions are different with regard to the presuppositions of the Christian message, the view of God, and the view of man. And they are also different with regard to their estimate of the book in which the message is contained. It is not surprising, then, that they differ fundamentally with regard to the message itself. But before the message is considered, we must consider the person upon whom the message is based. The person is Jesus. And in their attitude toward Jesus, liberalism and Christianity are sharply opposed. The Christian attitude toward Jesus appears in the whole New Testament. In examining the New Testament witness, it has become customary in recent years to begin with the epistles of Paul. This custom is sometimes based upon error. It is sometimes based upon the view that the epistles of Paul are primary sources of information, while the Gospels are considered to be only secondary. As a matter of fact, the Gospels, as well as the epistles, are primary sources of the highest possible value. But the custom of beginning with Paul is at least convenient. Its convenience is due to the large measure of agreement which prevails with regard to the Pauline epistles. About the date and authorship of the Gospels there is debate, but with regard to the authorship and approximate date of the principal epistles of Paul, all serious historians, whether Christian or non-Christian, are agreed. It is universally admitted that the chief of the extant epistles attributed to Paul were really written by a man of the first Christian generation who was himself a contemporary of Jesus and had come into personal contact with certain of Jesus' intimate friends. What, then, was the attitude of this representative of the first Christian generation toward Jesus of Nazareth? The answer cannot be at all in doubt. The Apostle Paul clearly stood always toward Jesus in a truly religious relationship. Jesus was not for Paul merely an example for faith. He was primarily the object of faith. The religion of Paul did not consist in having faith in God like the faith which Jesus had in God. It consisted rather in having faith in Jesus. An appeal to the example of Jesus is not indeed absent from the Pauline epistles, and certainly it was not absent from Paul's life. The example of Jesus was found by Paul, moreover, not merely in the acts of incarnation and atonement, but even in the daily life of Jesus in Palestine. Exaggeration with regard to this matter should be avoided. Plainly, Paul knew far more about the life of Jesus than in the epistles he has seen fit to tell. Plainly, the epistles do not begin to contain all the instruction which Paul had given to the churches at the commencement of their Christian life. But even after exaggerations have been avoided, the fact is significant enough. The plain fact is that imitation of Jesus, important though it was for Paul, was swallowed up by something far more important still. Not the example of Jesus, but the redeeming work of Jesus was the primary thing for Paul. The religion of Paul was not primarily faith in God like Jesus' faith. It was faith in Jesus. Paul committed to Jesus without reserve the eternal destinies of his soul. That is what we mean when we say that Paul stood in a truly religious relation to Jesus. But Paul was not the first to stand in this religious relation to Jesus. Evidently, at this decisive point, he was only continuing an attitude toward Jesus which had already been assumed by those who had been Christians before him. Paul was not indeed led to assume that attitude by the persuasions of the earlier disciples. He was converted by the Lord himself on the road to Damascus. But the faith so induced was in essentials like the faith which had already prevailed among the earlier disciples. Indeed, an account of the redeeming work of Christ is designated by Paul as something that he had received, and that account had evidently been accompanied already in the primitive church by trust in the Redeemer. Paul was not the first who had faith in Jesus, as distinguished from faith in God like the faith which Jesus had. Paul was not the first to make Jesus the object of faith. So much will no doubt be admitted by all. But who were the predecessors of Paul in making Jesus the object of faith? The obvious answer has always been that they were the primitive disciples in Jerusalem, and that answer really stands abundantly firm. A strange attempt has indeed been made in recent years by Bousset and Heitmuller to cast doubt upon it. What Paul received, it has been suggested, was received not from the primitive Jerusalem church, but from such Christian communities as the one at Antioch. But this attempt at interposing an extra link between the Jerusalem church and Paul has resulted in failure. The epistles really provide abundant information as to Paul's relations to Jerusalem. Paul was deeply interested in the Jerusalem church. In opposition to his Judaizing opponents, who had in certain matters appealed to the original apostles against him, he emphasizes his agreement with Peter and the rest. But even the Judaizers had had no objection to Paul's way of regarding Jesus as the object of faith. About that matter, there is not in the epistles the least suspicion of any debate. About the place of the Mosaic law in the Christian life there was discussion, though even with regard to that matter, the Judaizers were entirely unjustified in appealing to the original apostles against Paul. But with regard to the attitude toward Jesus, the original apostles had evidently given not even the slightest color for an appeal to them against the teaching of Paul. Evidently, in making Jesus the object of religious faith, the thing that was the heart and soul of Paul's religion, Paul was in no disagreement with those who had been apostles before him. Had there been such disagreement, the right hand of fellowship, which the pillars of the Jerusalem church gave to Paul, Galatians 2:9, would have been impossible. The facts are really too plain. The whole of early Christian history is a hopeless riddle unless the Jerusalem church, as well as Paul, made Jesus the object of religious faith. Primitive Christianity certainly did not consist in the mere imitation of Jesus. But was this faith in Jesus justified by the teaching of Jesus himself? The question has really been answered in chapter 2. It was there shown that Jesus most certainly did not keep his person out of his gospel, but on the contrary, presented himself as the Savior of men. The demonstration of that fact was the highest merit of the late James Denny. His work on Jesus and the gospel is faulty in some respects. It is marred by an undue concessiveness toward some modern types of criticism. But just because of its concessiveness with regard to many important matters, its main thesis stands all the more firm. Denny has shown that no matter what view be taken of the sources underlying the Gospels, and no matter what elements in the Gospels be rejected as secondary, still even the supposed historical Jesus, as he is left after the critical process is done, plainly presented himself not merely as an example for faith, but as the object of faith. It may be added, moreover, that Jesus did not invite the confidence of men by minimizing the load which he offered to bear. He did not say, "Trust me to give you acceptance with God, because acceptance with God is not difficult. God does not regard sin so seriously after all." On the contrary, Jesus presented the wrath of God in a more awful way than it was afterwards presented by his disciples. It was Jesus whom modern liberals represent as a mild-mannered exponent of an indiscriminating love. It was Jesus who spoke of the outer darkness and the everlasting fire, of the sin that shall not be forgiven either in this world or in that which is to come. There is nothing in Jesus' teaching about the character of God which in itself can evoke trust. On the contrary, the awful presentation can give rise, in the hearts of us sinners, only to despair. Trust arises only when we attend to God's way of salvation, and that way is found in Jesus. Jesus did not invite the confidence of men by a minimizing presentation of what was necessary in order that sinners might stand faultless before the awful throne of God. On the contrary, he invited confidence by the presentation of his own wondrous person. Great was the guilt of sin, but Jesus was greater still. God, according to Jesus, was a loving Father, but he was a loving Father not of the sinful world, but of those whom he himself had brought into his kingdom through the Son. The truth is, the witness of the New Testament with regard to Jesus as the object of faith is an absolutely unitary witness. The thing is rooted far too deep in the records of primitive Christianity ever to be removed by any critical process. The Jesus spoken of in the New Testament was no mere teacher of righteousness, no mere pioneer in a new type of religious life, but one who is regarded, and regarded himself, as the Savior whom men could trust. But by modern liberalism he is regarded in a totally different way. Christians stand in a religious relation to Jesus. Liberals do not stand in a religious relation to Jesus. What difference could be more profound than that? The modern liberal preacher reverences Jesus. He has the name of Jesus forever on his lips. He speaks of Jesus as the supreme revelation of God. He enters, or tries to enter, into the religious life of Jesus, but he does not stand in a religious relation to Jesus. Jesus for him is an example for faith, not the object of faith. The modern liberal tries to have faith in God like the faith which he supposes Jesus had in God, but he does not have faith in Jesus. According to modern liberalism, in other words, Jesus was the founder of Christianity because he was the first Christian, and Christianity consists in maintenance of the religious life which Jesus instituted. But was Jesus really a Christian? Or, to put the same question in another way, are we able, or ought we as Christians, to enter in every respect into the experience of Jesus and make him in every respect our example? Certain difficulties arise with regard to this question. The first difficulty appears in the messianic consciousness of Jesus. The person whom we are asked to take as our example thought that he was the heavenly Son of Man who was to be the final judge of all the earth. Can we imitate him there? The trouble is not merely that Jesus undertook a special mission which can never be ours. That difficulty might conceivably be overcome. We might still take Jesus as our example by adapting to our station in life the kind of character which he displayed in his. But another difficulty is more serious. The real trouble is that the lofty claim of Jesus, if, as modern liberalism is constrained to believe, the claim was unjustified, places a moral stain upon Jesus' character. What shall be thought of a human being who lapsed so far from the path of humility and sanity as to believe that the eternal destinies of the world were committed into his hands? The truth is that if Jesus be merely an example, he is not a worthy example, for he claimed to be far more. Against this objection, modern liberalism has usually adopted a policy of palliation. The messianic consciousness, it is said, arose late in the experience of Jesus and was not really fundamental. What was really fundamental, the liberal historians continue, was the consciousness of sonship toward God, a consciousness which may be shared by every humble disciple. The messianic consciousness, on this view, arose only as an afterthought. Jesus was conscious, it is said, of standing toward God in a relation of untroubled sonship. But he discovered that this relation was not shared by others. He became aware, therefore, of a mission to bring others into the place of privilege which he himself already occupied. That mission made him unique, and to give expression to his uniqueness, he adopted, late in his life and almost against his will, the faulty category of messiahship. Many are the forms in which some such psychological reconstruction of the life of Jesus has been set forth in recent years. The modern world has devoted its very best literary efforts to this task, but the efforts have resulted in failure. In the first place, there is no real evidence that the reconstructed Jesus is historical. The sources know nothing of a Jesus who adopted the category of messiahship late in life and against his will. On the contrary, the only Jesus that they present is a Jesus who based the whole of his ministry upon his stupendous claim. In the second place, even if the modern reconstruction were historical, it would not solve the problem at all. The problem is a moral and psychological problem. How can a human being who lapsed so far from the path of rectitude as to think himself to be the judge of all the earth, how can such a human being be regarded as the supreme example for mankind? It is absolutely no answer to the objection to say that Jesus accepted the category of messiahship reluctantly and late in life. No matter when he succumbed to temptation, the outstanding fact is that, on this view, he did succumb, and that moral defeat places an indelible stain upon his character. No doubt it is possible to make excuses for him, and many excuses are as a matter of fact made by the liberal historians. But what has become then of the claim of liberalism to be truly Christian? Can a man for whom excuses have to be made be regarded as standing to his modern critics in a relationship even remotely analogous to that in which the Jesus of the New Testament stands to the Christian church? But there is another difficulty in the way of regarding Jesus as simply the first Christian. This second difficulty concerns the attitude of Jesus towards sin. If Jesus is separated from us by his messianic consciousness, he is separated from us even more fundamentally by the absence in him of a sense of sin. With respect to the sinlessness of Jesus, modern liberal historians find themselves in a quandary. To affirm that he was sinless means to relinquish much of that ease of defending liberal religion which the liberal historians are anxious to preserve, and involves hazardous assumptions with regard to the nature of sin. For if sin is merely imperfection, how can an absolute negation of it be ventured upon within a process of nature which is supposed to be ever-changing and ever-advancing? The very idea of sinlessness, much more the reality of it, requires us to conceive of sin as transgression of a fixed law or a fixed standard, and involves the conception of an absolute goodness. But to that conception of an absolute goodness, the modern evolutionary view of the world, properly speaking, has no right. At any rate, if such absolute goodness is to be allowed to intrude at a definite point in the present world process, we are involved in that supernaturalism which, as will be observed later, is the very thing that the modern reconstruction of Christianity is most anxious to avoid. Once affirm that Jesus was sinless and all other men sinful, and you have entered into irreconcilable conflict with the whole modern point of view. On the other hand, if there are scientific objections from the liberal point of view against an affirmation of the sinlessness of Jesus, there are also very obvious religious objections against an opposite affirmation of his sinfulness. Difficulties for modern liberalism as well as for the theology of the historic church. If Jesus was sinful like other men, the last remnant of his uniqueness would seem to have disappeared, and all continuity with the previous development of Christianity would seem to be destroyed. In the face of this quandary, the modern liberal historian is inclined to avoid rash assertions. He will not be sure that when Jesus taught his disciples to say, "Forgive us our debts," he did not pray that prayer with them. On the other hand, he will not really face the results that logically follow from his doubt. In his perplexity, he is apt to be content with the assertion that whether Jesus was sinless or not, he was at any rate immeasurably above the rest of us. Whether Jesus was sinless is an academic question, we shall probably be told, that concerns the mysteries of the Absolute. What we need to do is to bow in simple reverence before a holiness which, compared with our impurity, is as a white light in a dark place. That such avoidance of the difficulty is unsatisfactory hardly requires proof. Obviously, the liberal theologian is trying to obtain the religious advantages of an affirmation of sinlessness in Jesus at the same time that he obtains the supposed scientific advantages of its denial. But just for the moment we are not concerned with the question at all. We are not concerned to determine whether as a matter of fact Jesus was sinless or not. What we need to observe just now is that whether Jesus was sinful or sinless, at any rate, in the record of his life which has actually come into our hands, he displays no consciousness of sin. Even if the words, "Why callest thou me good?" meant that Jesus denied the attribute of goodness to himself, which they do not, it would still remain true that he never in his recorded words deals in any intelligible way with sin in his own life. In the account of the temptation we are told how he kept sin from entering, but never how he dealt with it after its entrance had been effected. The religious experience of Jesus, as it is recorded in the Gospels, in other words, gives us no information about the way in which sin shall be removed. Yet in the Gospels, Jesus is represented constantly as dealing with the problem of sin. He always assumes that other men are sinful, yet he never finds sin in himself. A stupendous difference is found here between Jesus' experience and ours. That difference prevents the religious experience of Jesus from serving as the sole basis of the Christian life. For clearly, if Christianity is anything, it is a way of getting rid of sin. At any rate, if it is not that, it is useless, for all men have sinned. And as a matter of fact, it was that from the very beginning. Whether the beginning of Christian preaching be put on the day of Pentecost or when Jesus first taught in Galilee, in either case, one of its first words was, "Repent." Throughout the whole New Testament, the Christianity of the primitive church is represented clearly as a way of getting rid of sin. But if Christianity is a way of getting rid of sin, then Jesus was not a Christian. For Jesus, so far as we can see, had no sin to get rid of. Why then did the early Christians call themselves disciples of Jesus? Why did they connect themselves with his name? The answer is not difficult. They connected themselves with his name not because he was their example in their ridding themselves of sin, but because their method of ridding themselves of sin was by means of him. It was what Jesus did for them, and not primarily the example of his own life, which made them Christians. Such is the witness of all our primitive records. The record is fullest, as has already been observed in the case of the Apostle Paul. Clearly, Paul regarded himself as saved from sin by what Jesus did for him on the cross. But Paul did not stand alone. Christ died for our sins was not something that Paul had originated. It was something he had received. The benefits of that saving work of Christ, according to the primitive church, were to be received by faith. Even if the classic formulation of this conviction should prove to be due to Paul, the conviction itself clearly goes back to the very beginning. The primitive Christians felt themselves in need of salvation. How, they asked, should the load of sin be removed? Their answer is perfectly plain. They simply trusted Jesus to remove it. In other words, they had faith in him. Here again we are brought face to face with a significant fact which was noticed at the beginning of this chapter. The early Christians regarded Jesus not merely as an example for faith, but primarily as the object of faith. Christianity from the beginning was a means of getting rid of sin by trust in Jesus of Nazareth. But if Jesus was thus the object of Christian faith, he himself was no more a Christian than God is a religious being. God is the object of all religion. He is absolutely necessary to all religion. But he himself is the only being in the universe who can never, in his own nature, be religious. So it is with Jesus as related to the Christian faith. Christian faith is trust reposed in him for the removal of sin. He could not repose trust in the sense with which we are here concerned in himself. Therefore, he was certainly not a Christian. If we are looking for a complete illustration of the Christian life, we cannot find it in a religious experience of Jesus. This conclusion needs to be guarded against two objections. In the first place, it will be said, are we not failing to do justice to the true humanity of Jesus, which is affirmed by the creeds of the Church as well as by the modern theologians? When we say that Jesus could not illustrate Christian faith any more than God can be religious, are we not denying to Jesus that religious experience which is a necessary element in true humanity? Must not Jesus, if he be true man, have been more than the object of religious faith? Must he not have had a religion of his own? The answer is not far to seek. Certainly Jesus had a religion of his own. His prayer was real prayer. His faith was real religious faith. His relation to his heavenly Father was not merely that of a child to a father. It was that of a man to his God. Certainly Jesus had a religion. Without it, his humanity would indeed have been but incomplete. Without doubt, Jesus had a religion. The fact is of the utmost importance. But it is equally important to observe that that religion which Jesus had was not Christianity. Christianity is a way of getting rid of sin, and Jesus was without sin. His religion was a religion of paradise, not a religion of sinful humanity. It was a religion to which we may perhaps in some sort attain in heaven, when the process of our purification is complete, though even then the memory of redemption will never leave us. But certainly it is not a religion with which we can begin. The religion of Jesus was a religion of untroubled sonship. Christianity is a religion of the attainment of sonship by the redeeming work of Christ. But if that be true, it may be objected in the second place that Jesus is being removed far from us, that on our view he is no longer our brother and our example. The objection is welcome, since it helps us to avoid misunderstandings and exaggerations. Certainly, if our zeal for the greatness and uniqueness of Jesus led us so to separate him from us that he could no longer be touched with the feeling of our infirmities, the result would be disastrous. Jesus' coming would lose much of its significance. But it ought to be observed that likeness is not always necessary to nearness. The experience of a father in his personal relation to his son is quite different from that of the son in his relation to his father. But just that very difference binds father and son all the more closely together. The father cannot share the specifically filial affection of the son, and the son cannot share the specifically paternal affection of the father. Yet no mere relationship of brotherhood, perhaps, could be quite so close. Fatherhood and sonship are complementary to each other, hence the dissimilarity, but hence also the closeness of the bond. It may be somewhat the same in the case of our relationship to Jesus. If he were exactly the same as ourselves, if he were merely our brother, we should not be nearly so close to him as we are when he stands to us in the relationship of a Savior. Nevertheless, Jesus, as a matter of fact, is a brother to us as well as a Savior, an elder brother whose steps we may follow. The imitation of Jesus has a fundamental place in Christian life. It is perfectly correct to represent him as our supreme and only perfect example. Certainly, so far as the field of ethics is concerned, there can be no dispute. No matter what view may be taken of his origin and his higher nature, Jesus certainly led a true human life, and in it he came into those very human relationships which provide opportunity for moral achievement. His life of perfect purity was led in no cold aloofness from the throng and press. His unselfish love was exercised not merely in mighty deeds, but in acts of kindness which the humblest of us has the power, if only we had the will, to imitate. More effective, too, than all detail is the indefinable impression of the whole. Jesus is felt to be far greater than any of his individual words or deeds. His calmness,